AI content has been taking over the world and getting millions of views. The quality of AI content is also getting better by the day, and we're only at the beginning of it. And the craziest part is that people are actually making AI create and do all of the work for them. And whether you like it or not, despite all the skepticism, AI content is going to stay and it's only going to get better from here. And so today we're going to run through a full AI content automation tutorial to go from zero to building your own AI content systems to work for you. So without further ado, let's get right into it. So to get started, what are we going to cover today? First, we're going to cover the basics of the tools needed for content automation. We're going to go through all the essentials required for you to get started and learn how to adapt in this ever-growing AI world. So whenever new tools comes out, you'll understand the basics to be able to adapt and leverage them at any point of time. Of course, through this whole tutorial is going to be a practical hands-on learning experience because I believe that by building it together is the best way that you actually get to learn and actually get results generated for you right away. And last but not least, in this guide, no experience is needed. I'll take you all the way from scratch, from beginner, all the way to a content automation expert. At the end of it, you're going to get 8 full battle-ready and complete content systems with blueprints for you to use right away or even modify for your own needs. And all of these blueprints will help you generate top viral video contents of all styles to suit your own specific needs. On top of that, these blueprints will also teach you how to generate ads, modules, blogs, competitive research that are actually very practical for you to use in your own content automation systems. And this could be useful for you if you're a creator, marketer, or someone that just wants to start your own content empire. And so this will be the only video you need to make AI work for you and become a content orchestrator. And at the end of it, just like this image over here, you'll be making AI do all of the work for you, such as content creation, research, analysis, and lead generation, and so much more, while you sit there managing your team of AI. And that's essentially what a content orchestrator is all about, and this, I believe, is really the future of content creation. But what exactly is it, and what does a content orchestrator means? So now we're going to dive into it to understand further. So after exploring thousands of AI tools, consulting hundreds of clients and businesses, one of the common questions I get is, can AI help me get more leads? How can I create more content to get views? Or could you create an AI system to help me out with my marketing strategies? It made me realize one specific thing, that distribution is key. And the one who controls the narrative wins. In a world where AI is commoditizing everything, the one with the greatest distributions will still be the ultimate winner to be able to build big businesses or big brands for themselves. Let's take a look at a few examples over here in the content revolution over the past 10 years. As you can see over here, because Kylie Jenner has built such a big following over her content creation, she's managed to build $1 billion business launching Kylie Cosmetics. And not only that, if you take a look at another example that all of us know, Mr. Beast himself, because he goes all in on content, he's able to build a $1 billion business with Feastables within just a couple of years thanks to his reach. And so essentially, content is one of the biggest leverage today in this new era. But how can we actually leverage it when these people have huge teams, huge funding to actually do so? And so with AI, we're able to do it today. But AI has changed the game and made it possible for me and you to build content empires today, allowing us to do what once would take teams of thousands of people to do so. And just like the ones who have hopped onto e-commerce and internet in 2012, the ones who leverage AI today will get ahead of 99%. And how do we do that? And so after consulting thousands of businesses, I found the ultimate leverage skill set of the next century, which is to own your own content distribution systems. But how can we do so with AI? And that's where I introduce you to become a content orchestrator, or essentially what people call a vibe marketing. Essentially creating your own AI content team by creating AI systems to help you do marketing tasks such as research, content creation, script writing, and so much more. So to really understand what do I actually mean by this, we first have to understand the phases of content. Starting with the first phase that has been happening over the past 10 to 12 years, we essentially have been creating content manually with long hours, full teams, and high costs. Right, essentially, if we want to scale bigger and bigger, just like Mr. Beast, he has to hire bigger and bigger teams to create content for him, to do research, to do script writing, thumbnail generation, and so much more. And then in 2020, when ChatGPT was first released, it created a wave of all these AI tools that came out that allows us to actually do more by utilizing all these AI tools to help us in our work. So at this specific stage, we're able to do things like script with ChatGPT, create images with Midjourney, or even generate videos with AI tools like Runway. And this saves 10 plus hours, but it's still manual and we still have to do it individually by using each of these AI tools separately. But now we're entering the new phase, which is the third phase, where we can become a content orchestrator, creating AI systems to work for us. Instead of just using these tools separately, the introduction of AI agents this year and AI systems allows us to connect all these different tools together by doing each of these different tasks like content creation, research analysis, lead generation, and so much more, allowing us to become the director or strategist instead of being the manual creator. And so this essentially is the greatest opportunity today to build AI systems and agents to create content for you on autopilot or run marketing campaigns for you at scale. And so how do we actually get started into this? And I know many of you would then ask this question, right? To be able to create systems, you have to be technical, and I'm not technical at all how to actually do this. But not to worry, because AI has solved that for us. So one of the greatest things today AI has done for us is to actually democratize technology by allowing us to create these systems without actually learning how to code. You could use tools like n8n, Make, or Zapier to build all these automation systems, or you could also use different tools like Boat, Cursor, and Lovable to code for you and create your own system platforms, allowing you to connect and create systems to run content or marketing strategies for you. What once required huge teams and huge budgets could now be done by yourself using these different AI tools. And the greatest part of it is that it's only getting started, and all these tools will only get better and better, and you can actually do way more as these AI tools advances. And so what makes this whole process of content orchestrating or vibe marketing so cool is that any set of action that can be defined can be automated into a system. And so we're going to go through a set of examples today to learn how we can actually do that. And it's never been easier than ever. So how we're going to do it today to show you an example of how this can actually works is that we're going to first scope a high leverage activity, and then we're going to create an AI system to do it for us. So for example, in our own content or marketing process, today we need to hire, let's say, a script writer to come up with the script for us, or a thumbnail designer to come up with mockups for us, how we can actually turn each of these individual tasks into a system, and then also combine them together to create a bigger system to do all the work together for you all together. So essentially, we're going to scope a high leverage activity, and then we're going to create an AI system to replicate and do the whole thing for us. And so by the end of the video, you have an understanding of how to scope your own AI system and be able to build them using these different no-code tools. Okay, and before we continue into building different types of content automation systems for ourselves, the first thing we need to do is to really understand the basics of the essential tools we need to actually help us get started. So the first tool that we'll cover is called n8n, and this is the main automation tool. Right, n8n is a no-code platform tool that allows us to build different types of automation workflows just like Lego blocks. And it's super powerful because we do not actually need to have any coding experience to build powerful content automation systems. And very quickly, I'm going to show you how this exactly works. The second tool today we're going to use is Airtable, which is our main storage tool, which is what I'm going to use very frequently as a main storage tool for all our content automation systems. Airtable is something similar to Excel, where you're able to actually store different types of data in a very modular manner, and I really like that. Now, of course, using the same concepts in this video, you can also cater that to use tools like Excel as well, and they work exactly the same. Lastly, as one of the fundamental basics to get you started is the concept of AI agents. Right? AI agents is super important because this is what actually creates the AI actions and functions within our systems to help us generate scripts, generate images, and so much more. And this is also what makes our automation systems not just a typical automation system, but an AI automation system. Alright, so not to worry, we're going to cover all of that very quickly with a couple of examples so you'll be up to date before we go into our very first content automation system. Also, to follow along more effectively, I have all the resources linked in the description below, so do download them to follow along more effectively. So once you have done so, let's get into the building of it and start learning. And the first tool we're going to cover is n8n, and this is really the base of all our automation workflows. What you want to do is to go into n8n website and sign in and get started. So you want to create an account over here, okay? And once you create an account, you will actually have a 14 days free trial to get started. And once your account is created, you will have a page that looks like this, okay? So let's understand the interface over here first. Right, do have an overview over here. And the first thing you understand that's important is the workflow. Workflow itself essentially is the full automation system that allows us to run our AI agents or content automation system. So for example, if I click create a workflow, I will have a page that looks like this. Right? And then from here, in the workflow itself, I will be able to add different Lego blocks features, and these are called nodes. So for example, if I click onto this one over here, trigger manually, right? This essentially allows me to execute a workflow by a manual trigger. Let's say I click execute workflow, you can see it triggers the whole workflow. Now, of course, there's nothing going on right now, so nothing is happening. But imagine if I have many different functions afterwards, right? Just like a normal trigger, once I click execute workflow, it would run the whole system. Okay, so if you click plus over here, there are many different types of nodes, right? There are actions, there are data manipulation, flow, core, and so on and so forth, right? And all of these, you'll be able to test them out in real time throughout our tutorial to really understand how to work each of them. Okay, so now once that is done, you want to rename your workflow, right? You can now call this basic tutorial workflow. And you can give it a tag if you want to organize it accordingly as well. Okay, and the next thing you want to do is to be able to add in a blueprint, right? So if you have downloaded the resources below, all you got to do is to click these three dots over here and click import from file, okay, and find the blueprint over here, okay, open this up, and you will have workflows like this. All right, not to worry, because we're going to build the workflow from scratch, and we're just going to use this as an example. Okay, and so to help us really understand the whole system, we're going to start with our very first example, which is an email agent. Now, email agent is something that I believe all of us are familiar with, so we're going to use this as an example to understand the functions of AI automations. Now, not to worry, because once you understand these basic functions, then we're able to actually go more in depth into complicated content automation systems down the line. All right. Okay, so let's start off with this very first workflow here, right? What we want to do essentially is to do something very simple, right? Firstly, we want to search our inbox and let it tell us about what emails we have, okay? So we just want to chat with this agent and say, hey, what emails do I have? Could you find my latest email? We want to be able to search our inbox and reply us with that, right? A basic AI function. We also want it to help us draft emails to be sent out for us, okay? So we're going to create different types of drafts. And so in this specific system, there are 3 different tools that we need. Firstly is OpenRouter or ChatGPT. Okay, OpenRouter itself is a large language model tool that allows us to connect to many different types of AI models. And not to worry, we're going to get right into it as we're going to build this. But just think of this as the brain for the AI agent. Right, next up, we want to be able to connect to our Gmail. And so we do need to connect it to the Google Cloud API. Right, to help you understand what is API? API essentially allows us to connect to different tools and different functions without having to build that specific function ourselves, right? So for example, Gmail itself is already a fully functional email that allows us to do many different things like sending out emails and so on and so forth, right? And so we don't really want to create a new email ourselves. And what we want to do is to really let AI do the work for us. And so we want it to be able to connect to the API of our account so that AI can sort of control our account and help us make the decisions like searching our inbox or drafting emails to be sent out. Lastly, we also want to give this agent a simple memory. Now, this is super important because we don't want the agent to be forgetting what we actually tell it, right? So we want the agent to be able to retain the information of our conversations. Okay, so how are we going to build this specific agent? Now let's go to the site and let's start building this. We're going to drag this over first, okay? So the first thing I want to do is to create this chat message receive trigger, okay? I'm going to delete this, click plus, I'm going to search for trigger, right? I'm going to find chat trigger. I'm going to press this and it's going to appear over here, okay? So what this does is that whenever a chat message is received, it will trigger the workflow, okay? So let's say if I type hi, click enter, you can see it's now sent my message hi over to this chat trigger. So now we're going to pass this chat trigger to the agent, so the agent could actually reply us and do the actions for us. So we're going to add on the next node, and we're going to find an AI agent node. Okay, this is essentially an agent node. Right, enter this, and you can see now we have an AI agent over here. So to fully understand an AI agent is sort of like an autonomous worker, right? We want it to be able to do work for us. And so what it needs, like we mentioned earlier, it needs a chat model. Right, a chat model, which is a large language model, is sort of like the brain for the agent to use, which could be things like OpenAI, ChatGPT, or Claude, or any other famous large language models like DeepSeek, and so on and so forth. Secondly, it needs to have a memory, which is something it needs to use to retain the information of our conversations. Right, we don't want it to always restart every single time. Lastly is the tools. Right, just like an autonomous agent, we want it to be able to gain access to different tools. For this example, it's our email, right? But in future examples, it could gain access to tools like generating images and so on and so forth for us, right? Becoming our own content automation agent. All right, let's take a look at this system over here first, okay? And to understand n8n, you can see over here, right? This curly bracket is something called JSON format, okay? JSON format is something that n8n likes to use a lot. You'll be seeing a lot in this tutorial later on. This is what we use to actually drag information from the previous node over here. So what this actually does, take a look over here and understand this. It's now linked to the chat message node, right? So we want to send this chat input, which is hi, over to the AI agent, okay? And this input itself, right, bracket JSON.chat input essentially takes this information over here and send it to the agent. And so you can see the prompt is from the user saying hi, right? If I change it to define below, we can better see this whole process itself. Okay, now let's click expression. Every time you want to drag over a specific output, make sure to change this to expression so you can drag them over perfectly. Okay, now let's change to expression. I'm going to drag over chat input, and you can see the results is hi, right? So this is what we're going to send over to the AI agent. Now this is applicable as well for any other parts of our workflows, where if you want to send any inputs over, we just have to drag it from the previous node and we'll be able to have the information over. Let's give another example. Imagine you drag over the session ID over here, paste this in, and now we'll get the session ID number. Close this. One more example. Let's take a look at the variables over here that we have, right? Let's say we want the date of today. We can drag over this variable, and there we have it, the date of today, right? And so the function itself essentially is going to be 2 curly brackets on the outside, okay? And we're going to use this a lot to drag and drop different information through our workflows. So now we're going to start off with just by dragging over the chat input, and we're going to keep it as it is, okay? All right, and then we're going to go into the prompt later on. Now let's complete the bottom part first. You can see it's not working because we need to connect to a chat model as well as a memory. So let's click memory first. You can see over here there are many different types of memory functions that we can use. For beginners, and to make it straightforward, we can use something created by n8n where we do not have to connect to any credentials, which is simple memory. Click into this and you can see the session key from previous node will be connected to our chat, and the context window length is how many past interactions it will remember. Right, so let's say we set it as 5, you will only remember the past 5 conversations and not anything else more than that. You can set it to higher as well depending on how long you want the AI to be able to remember the information. So if you recall, if you have used ChatGPT before, this is sort of similar in the sense of how the AI is able to retain the information within each specific chat. But whenever it gets way too long, it's not able to remember all of it. And that's because the context window length has a set limit as well. We can start off with 5 for this very simple example first, okay? Alright, now it's done. The next thing we want to do is to give it a brain, right? So let's go into this page called OpenRouter. And remember, we talked about using OpenRouter as the large language model. So the reason why we use OpenRouter is because OpenRouter allows us to connect to many different types of models over here, right? You can see all of these models that we actually never hear before. There are so many different models out here, right? You click into this, you can see all the different pricing for each models as well. So one thing to learn about using AI for content systems as well is it sort of works like Wi-Fi, right? Where each time you communicate with it, we do have to pay a certain fee for the output. And so you can see there are different fees for a number of tokens for each output itself. And there are many different models like Gemini and so on and so forth. Right, so this is one way to do it. Other ways is also, of course, you can always go to the official website like DeepSeek, OpenAI, and get the API key and just connect to their specific model. But I like to use OpenAI for our tutorial because then we can actually transform it to different models that we want to use. We don't always have to use OpenAI. We can also change it to Grok and so on and so forth to really see the different outputs for each of them. Okay, so how do we do so is you want to create an account over here, okay? And then you want to go into credits and make sure to add in some credits. Okay, once that is done, you want to get what is called an API key. Okay, you want to create a new API key, and give it a name, and you can also set credit limits for it as well. Okay, once you've created a new API key, okay, this is what we're going to use as like a passcode for us to connect this application into our automation. And then once we connect it to our automation, we will be able to utilize the model for our AI agent. Okay, so coming back here, right, you can see we're going to click plus on chat model, and we're going to search for OpenRouter. Okay, very cool. And let's enter this. And we have to connect the credentials. So create a new credential, and then you have to paste in your API key. Remember, you do not want to share this password or share any API keys because this allows other people to gain access to your account, which means they could utilize your credits as well. All right. Okay, once you have connected it, you can choose the different models out here that you want. So for this example, let's say I want to use GPT 4.1 mini. I'm going to select this. And there you have it. We have the brain connected to our AI. Okay. Next up, we want to be able to connect it to Gmail, right? We want it to be able to access our email, create drafts, as well as search our emails as well. So how are we going to do so? We have to connect it now to the API of Gmail. And similarly, right down the line, if you want to use a different tool, you do need to connect it to the API of that specific tool as well. Let's go into this page called console.cloud. This is the access to the API account for Google Cloud. Firstly, you want to create a new project. Okay, create a new project over here. Once you have created a new project, what you want to do next is to create your own authentication key. You want to go into API and services, and you're going to OAuth consent screen. Okay, over here we're going to create a new credential. This is how we're going to get our API key for Gmail. So we're going to click into OAuth client ID. Okay, we're going to choose the application type as web application. Give it a name, let's say n8n test. All right, and then we're going to give it a authorized redirect URL. And because we want it connected to n8n, we're just going to type in https n8n.cloud. Now, of course, if you're using your own self-hosted n8n platform and so on, you want to make sure it's linked to that specific web page. Okay, so let's say, for example, I'm using a self-hosted n8n platform. I'm going to open this node up. Okay, I'm going to click into create a new credential, and I do have a OAuth redirect URL that I need to connect to it. Just to confirm, you can also find yours by creating a new node. Click the tool button, search for Gmail tool, open this up, create a new credential, and make sure to just connect this specific redirect URL into your redirect URL link. All right. Once you create a new client ID, you will have a new client ID and client secret. So you're going to use that later on to connect to n8n. But before you do that, the next thing you want to do is to search for Gmail API and make sure to enable this. This allows us to connect it to the Gmail application. And once we have enabled this, what we want to do is to go back to n8n, paste our client ID and paste our client secret over here. And once it's connected, you will be able to gain access to Gmail. Okay, perfect. Now, once you're able to gain access to Gmail, what we're going to do next is we're going to create our very first node, which is the draft email node. So how you're going to do that is you're going to create a new node, click plus, and you're going to find Gmail and click the Gmail tool over here. Once you're done with that, you will have the first node, which is a draft email node. And so open this up, you can see over here, I changed the name to draft email just by double clicking the top and change it accordingly. Right, this name is super important because this is the name that we want our AI agent to know which tool to use later on. So later on in our prompt, we gotta make sure that the AI agent knows that this is the draft email tool. Connect it to your Gmail account, and you want a resource to be draft to create drafts for you. An operation is create. Over here for subject, you could actually use this function, which is to let the model define a parameter. And this means that the AI agent will actually decide what kind of subject to create for you. And this is super useful because we want to chat with the agent and we want the agent to actually generate the different subjects for us, right? We don't want it to be fixed, okay? So we click this button, define automatically by the model. The email type, we can leave it as text. And then for message, we can also let it define automatically by model. Okay, over here in options, you want to add options and then you want to set the to email function. Once again, add option. Click to email, and then also let the model define this parameter. This allows us to let the AI decide which email we want it to send the information to. Okay, once this is done, we're going to create our next tool, which is the search email tool. I'm going to copy this and paste this over. I'm going to show you how it's done. And let's open this up. And you can see from here, the resource this time is message. We want to get the message of our emails. And the operation is we want to get many, so it's able to search through our emails and find the information of the email for us. The name of the tool is search email tool. And then we're going to turn on simplify so that we actually simplify the output of the email created by the AI. Okay, and for the filter, we want to add in search so that the AI can actually search the emails for us. And once again, define automatically by the model. All right, and that's it. Once you reach this step, you have the AI agent connected to the tools, the memory, as well as the brain. But just like a normal human employee, you want to give it instructions so it knows which tool to use and for what purpose, right? So how we're going to do that is we're going to open the AI agent node. We're going to add option, click system message, and then I'm going to paste in my prompt. And now let's take a look at what we have written. So a system message essentially is like a set of instructions that defines what the AI agent will do for us. And for this example, it's an email assistant, right? So firstly, I give it a role. Right, tell it that it's a helpful email assistant tasked to create draft emails for the user. So now it understands that each time we interact with it, its end goal is to create draft emails for the user. Okay, and I'm going to tell it the first tool it has is the draft email tool. Right, because we have created a new tool and the name is draft email tool, we're going to add in a tool over here as well as for the search email so that the AI understand which tool it's actually using. Right, but we want it to use the first tool to create email drafts for the user, and we want it to use the search tool to help the user search for any emails available. And so after typing this part in, the AI agent now understands which tool to use, and this part is super important because it helps the AI agent understand which tool to use for what purpose. Okay, after understanding which tool to use, we want to give it a set of instructions on how to use these different tools, right? So we're going to start off with a task over here. Tell it to follow these steps to assist the user with managing their emails. We want it to understand the intent first. It needs to ask the user what type of emails they want to send and gather the purpose, tone, and any key content or bullet points they want to include. Following that, we also want the user to confirm the recipient. We want to ask the user to provide or confirm the recipient's name, email address, and so on and so forth. And if it's a reply to an existing thread, it needs to help them search using the search email tool. We also want it to confirm the sender's email, which of their email address should be used as a sender if multiple are available. And for drafting email, we want it to generate a well-structured email draft based on the user input. On top of that, we also want to make sure that it confirms before sending, right? It needs to present the full draft and confirm all details with the user, such as the recipient, subject, message body, and make edits if requested. Lastly, finalize the draft. Once confirmed, use the draft email tool to create the draft and let the user know it's ready. And so all this information is something that I've came up with, and based on what you want, you can tell the AI agent the different types of instructions for your own specific use cases as well. And once this is completed, our first workflow is actually completed. So over here now, it should be able to work perfectly for us to draft emails as well as search emails for us. So let's put it to the test and see how this system works. We're going to use the chat interface over here to chat with this AI agent and see what we get. Okay, I'm going to open this up and let's type, hey there. Okay, and now it's telling us how can it assist us with our emails today. Are we looking to draft a new email or reply to an existing one or something else? So let's say, can you search up the latest 2 emails for me and give me a summary? Right, so now it's going to search up the emails for us using the search email tool. Okay, and you can see over here it actually has the different information. This is from Mix, and this is also from the AI Automation School community. It has the summary as well as the email of the sender, right? So very cool, it's working exactly like we wanted. So now let's say we want to draft a new email. So I can say, I want to draft a new email to my friend Jonathan. Okay, let's try this out. Okay, so now it's asking us what's the purpose, and it asks us for the tone as well and any other key points or messages we want to include. So this is actually what we type into our instructions to ask it to do. This is where prompt engineering really comes in, right? What prompt engineering really means is to really give our AI the specific instructions so that it does the task exactly the way that we want it to do. So let's say we want the tone to be friendly and funny. I want to talk about setting up a meeting for next week, Tuesday, for a coffee chat. Okay, let's see what we get. Now it asks us for the email as well. We do need the email to create a draft. Okay, so I'm going to say Jonathan email is john@gmail.com. All right, and we can say I am sending from cal@dynamy.ai. My name is Kelvin. End of the email with that. Yes, I would like to review it. Okay, so here we have the email, right? Something fun. The subject is coffee chat next Tuesday. Amazing. And it says, hey Jonathan, hope you are doing well. How about catching up over a cup of coffee next Tuesday? I promise not to bore you with work stuff, just good laugh and great coffee. Let me know if that works for you. Cheers, Kelvin. So you can see, amazingly, the tone is fun and lighthearted, just like what we wanted. And so let's say we like it. Yes, I like it. Make a draft for me. And so it's using the draft tool to create a draft for us. Okay, so now it's completed. Let's take a look at the draft email. Okay, so you can take a look over here, right? We do have the draft email, right? Exactly what we wanted. And once you're ready, you can actually send this out. So amazing, this AI agent actually worked exactly in the way we want it to be. And so in this very first simple example, this should help you get a basic hands-on experience into using AI functions. Next up, we're going to go into 2 more examples to help you get up to speed before we go into more complex content automation workflows. Now, not to worry, do stop at any point of time in this tutorial if you do need to review and repeat the section over again, looking through the resources to understand before you move on to the next section. And so before we move on to the next section, another cool thing I like to do in n8n is to actually be able to organize my workflows, right? So you can see over here, there's a sticky note that helps me share what this workflow is about, right? So you can actually click Shift S, okay, and you have this sticky note over here. And you can also do so by clicking the button over here. And then you can double click this to edit the sticky note to whatever you want. So let's say email agent, and there we have it. This is how you can organize the workflow a little bit nicer. Now, one more important thing that you want to do every time you build a workflow is to save your workflow, because if you don't click save, you have to restart from scratch, and that wouldn't be cool, okay? So now that we have this done, let's try to upgrade this workflow a little more and utilize Airtable for our databases. Let's say we have a database of contacts and we want this agent to be able to access them as well. And we want to build them out in Airtable. In the next example, we're just going to add in this new feature to our AI agent. So let's move down to the second example over here, the email agent plus contact. This time we want the agent to upgrade and do all the specific functions that he has done for us previously, but with the ability to create new contact as well as search for contacts for us. So we're going to bring this chat trigger over to the bottom here. Okay, and connect this to the second agent right now. Alright, as you can see from this agent, besides the draft email tool and the search email tool, we do have two more tools, which is the Airtable tool itself, right? Create contact and search contact. So before we start creating these different tools, the first thing we want to do is to create our Airtable contact list. So firstly, what you want to do is to go into airtable.com and create a new account. Okay, and each of these table is called a base. So within your workflow, you can create a new base just by clicking onto the Build an App on your own button over here. Click into this. Okay, and here you have it, a new base, right? You can also use the AI functions to further enhance it, but let's keep it simple from now. So we're going to use the example that I've created earlier. So you can just copy the base over from the resources as well. And so for this very first one, it's a simple table just for contact information. We're going to start with the very first field, which is name. So I'm going to add in a single line text field. And then from here, I'm going to have a email field. Right, once again, this is another single line text. I have a notes field, which is also a single line text, created time field, and this one can be a created time field. Just have to search for created time. Okay, click save, and last modified time field. This will allow us to know when is the last modified time of this specific record. And then lastly, we want to have a record ID. This is useful for us to debug along the way. Click into this. This is a formula field, right? And we're going to type in record underscore ID bracket, and that's what we're going to get to create different types of record ID for each of the records over here. To create each of these fields over here, you just have to click plus, and then you can choose the different types of fields that you want. Alright, and then I add in some dummy data over here, right, with some dummy emails as well as notes. This is more enough for this simple example right now. And so what we essentially want the AI agent to also do right now is to be able to update the information for our contact list, to send out emails using reference from our contact list, or even create new contacts using this table itself. Okay, so now once we have this, the next thing we want to do is to connect the API of Airtable into n8n. Firstly, what we're going to do is to go back to n8n. We're going to create a new Airtable node over here. Open this up, create a new credential. You can see over here we need a new access token, and we need to give it the scope data record read, data records write, schema base read. Okay, so we're going to go into airtable.com/create/tokens/new. And we're going to create a new token. We can call this n8n token, and then we're going to give it the scopes as required. From there, you also want to give it access to your base. So we're going to give it access to the base we have just created, which is contact info basic tutorial. You can add in other base as well, or even give it access to all the bases that you have. And then you want to create a token. Once you've created a token, you will have the token paste over here, which is like a password, and you're good to go. Now that's done, we're going to go into our very first node, which is the create contact node. We're going to choose the base, which is contact info basic tutorial, and then the table would be table 1. The operation this time would be create or update. There are many different options over here, but create or update is what we want to use to be able to create a new record or update the previous contact. If you refresh this, the value over here is we want the name to be defined automatically by the model, email defined automatically by the model, notes defined automatically by the model as well. So the model is able to actually help us decide, just like the Gmail model, right? And there we have it, good to go. Make sure to change the name of this specific tool. I'm going to call it create contact. Okay. Next up, we're going to have another Airtable node. Open this up. And this time, we're going to have the operation as search. Okay. Same thing. The base will be contact info basic tutorial. The table 1. And we want to return all. Okay, that's all we got to do. And this is what we're going to use to search the contact list for us. Once you have that, make sure the name is set to search contact so that the name is something that the AI agent can reference later on. And to be able to reference these different tools, we need the agent to have a new system message prompt. Okay, we're going to open this up, and this time the role of this specific agent is to create draft emails as well as manage contacts for the user. Okay, and see over here we do have a couple of tools now. We have draft email, search email, and we also have search contact tool, the exact name of the tool that we have just created to search the user's saved contacts and retrieve names, emails, and notes. We also have the create contact tool, which is to create a new contact using a name, email address, and optional notes. Always confirm with the user before making changes, right? This is important because we don't want it to be making changes before it actually confirms with us. Same thing here, we actually add on to the task, this time with two different types of tasks. The first one is email drafting workflow. Same thing, we want it to understand intent, find and confirm the recipient, and confirm the sender email before sending out this email. Right, search past threads, draft the emails, and so on, similar to what we have previously. Okay, but on top of that, we also have a contact management workflow. Right, we want it to create contact. If the user wants to add or change the contact, use search contact to check if the contact already exists. Right, we want it to make sure to use the search contact tool to check if the contact already exists. Following that, if you want to create a new contact, it needs to collect the required fields, name, emails, with notes being optional. Okay, and we want it to repeat the full name, emails, and notes back to the user and get explicit approval before using create contact. Secondly, it also has to be able to update the contact, right? So if the user wants to update information about an existing contact, make sure to check and match it via the name. Okay, once it's confirmed, use the create contact tool to upsert the new information for the existing contact. Okay, and once this is done, we are actually good to go. And now the agent is able to help us access our contact list and create new contact or use the contacts to send emails out for us. Okay, so let's test this out and see how this works. We're going to restart our session over here, okay, and make sure to connect the chat trigger to the second workflow. Make sure to save your workflow as well if you don't want to lose any information. A super important tip over here. Okay, now let's say hi. All right, how can I assist you with email or contact management today? I'm going to ask it, do I have a Kelvin in my contact list? Okay, very cool. And we do have a name Kelvin, and it tells us about the notes as well, which is a follow-up email regarding an event planned for February 15 about AI agents and an updated AI agent meeting to July 5th. Let's take a look if that's true. Right, let's go into Kelvin, open this up, and you can see we do have the notes over here. Perfect. So we're going to try the very first function to see if we can update this information. And I'm going to say, can I update the information to meeting completed, next up coffee on the 8th of August. Okay, let's see what happens. Alright, it's confirming with us the information that we want to update as mentioned in our system instructions earlier on. So I'll say yes. Okay, now it's using the create contact tool to update the information. Let's go into our error table. You can see it's now updated in real time. And here we have it, new notes updated. Really cool. Okay, now let's say we want to create a new contact. We can go back to n8n. Okay, and let's say create a new contact from me for Sarah. Okay, once again, it needs to confirm with us the information. So very good, very important, because we don't want it to be creating contact without any information. Let's give it a dummy email once again, sarah123@gmail.com. And let's give it some information like meet up for swimming lessons. Oh, so now it's asking us for the full name. Okay, let's give it Sarah Golding. Yes. Okay, perfect. Now it's actually created a new contact for us. Sarah Golding, meet up for swimming lessons. Amazing. So now let's see if we can actually send an email to someone from the contact list. Let's say I want to send an email to John regarding a meeting change to the 5th of July for AI automation. So really cool, it's actually searched up the contact for John first, And once again, it confirms with us the email that we want to send. So say, yes, that is correct. Could you update the notes for John as well? Sign off my email with my name, Kelvin. So it's once again asking for confirmation before it sends it out. So very good. So let's continue. The note will be the updated meeting day. I want to send with cal@dynamy.ai. Okay, it's actually updated the information for the contact list. So now it's going to draft the email for us. It's going to confirm the information first. Nope. Draft it out. Okay, perfect. So the notes have been updated and a draft has also been created. So let's check out the draft to see what we have gotten. Okay, take a look over here. We do have a draft for the meeting change. So really cool. And let's take a look at our contact list. The meeting has also been updated in our notes. Right? So it's perfect. And there we have it, the AI agent doing the specific task for us using a simple database like this. So I hope this actually helps you see the potential of how powerful AI automation systems can be. With a simple workflow like this generated in the past couple of minutes, we're already able to do such amazing things. The power of content automation really comes in when you're able to use these features to do even greater things on bigger scales as well. So by now, you should be able to understand a little bit more about using simple databases like Airtable to even do more with your automations. And that is 2 simple examples of AI agents. Now with one last system, we've been chatting with our AI agent just by chat. But of course, what if we want to trigger it in different manners, right? We just want to manually trigger it or trigger it on an automated time per day, right? We don't want to be chatting with it all the time. This is where we go into our third system for our basic tutorial example. Okay, this is an ideation generator agent system that allows us to create daily video ideas and scenes and update them into Airtable. And so how this actually works is previously you have the AI agent doing email tasks for us. This time we want the agent to be able to generate new ideas and new scenes for videos every single day and upload it into a database on our Airtable. And this will be our very first tiny content automation system. So now let's get into building of it. The first node we're going to create is a manual trigger node. Okay, so you're going to click plus, search for trigger, and you want to find the manual trigger node. Click into this and you will have a node over here. Once you click execute workflow, it will manually trigger the agents over here. The next agent we want to have is an ideation agent. Right, so same thing, we want to create an AI agent node for ideation agent, connect the model to Open Router, as well as a scenes agent, connect the chat model to Open Router as well. And then we're going to have a structured output parser, which we are going to go into it very quickly. Lastly, we want an Airtable node, which is create record, right? Click plus, and then we're going to find create a record. This is to update our Airtable with new ideas and new scenes. So how we're going to do that, firstly, once again, is to create our Airtable base. You can copy this over, and I'm going to run through very quickly on how I set this up. I'm going to create a new base called Ideations and Scenes tutorial. And the first field is going to be the idea field, which is a single line text. Second field is scene 1, which is a long text. I'm going to duplicate this 6 times for 6 more scenes. And there we have it. What we want to generate is something very simple, right? We want to have the idea, okay, over here. And I want to have the scenes for this specific idea, right? Starting with an intro hook, ending with a call to action. Very straightforward, something that we can use to help us get started with our content journey. All right, so now how do we generate this from scratch? Let's go back to the workflow. If you take a look, if I click execute workflow once, you can see it's running through the whole thing, okay? And once it's completed, you can see a new idea should be generated over here with 6 new scenes for it, right? A different idea with 6 new scenes for it. And these are all the POV style idea. Okay, so let's go into the workflow now and break down the steps one by one. Okay, let's go into the ideation agent first. Open this up, and this time I'm going to give it a very manual prompt. Now, because we trigger it manually, we're not able to actually bring in the chat to the prompt. So we do have to define the prompt below. And so I'm just going to type generate new idea. Very straightforward. And then from there, I'm going to add in a system message, which is the instruction. Okay, open this up. I want it to be an ideation agent and create a new idea based on one of the viral topics below, which could be POV style video, top 10 video, or crazy challenge video. Return only the idea generated and nothing else. And that's it. That's all we gotta do for this specific section. Okay, once this is done, if I execute step, you can see it's given us a output, which is POV style video POV of a day as a professional esport player, and so on. And this is exactly based on one of the viral topics that we have below. Okay, once this is completed, we're going to go into our next agent, which is the scenes agent. And this is where we're going to drag over the output from the previous agent. And this is an example of how two different agents can interact together, right? The first agent has generated the idea for us, and we want to create the scenes based on this specific idea only. So we're going to give it a prompt, and we're going to type video idea, and we're just going to drag over the output here, paste this in. Okay, and what you're going to get is you're going to have a result like this. Video idea is the one generated before. Okay, with this information, we're going to give it a system message for it to generate the scenes for us. Right, let's take a look. Firstly, I'm going to tell it that it's a scenes agent that's great at creating descriptive scenes to bring an idea to life visually. Right, the task, you will be given a video idea. Based on a video idea, you need to create 6 scenes description, each less than 5 seconds, starting with a hook, ending with a call to action. Okay, and the last part is really cool, right? This is what I'm going to do is to use something called a JSON format. Now, not to worry about this, you can just copy this over, right, just for this simple example. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have this bracket over here, and I'm going to have scenes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you look at this syntax over here, within this quotation, this first thing over here is the object, and the second thing over here is what's inside the specific object, okay? And why we do so is because we don't want all of the text from each scene to be generated all together as one chunk of text. We want to split them up so that we can actually have them separated like this one by one. And so how do we do so is by using a JSON format, right? We're able to actually split them up into 6 different outputs. If you understand over here previously, right, this is sort of like a JSON output format, right? If you drag this over, we get this specific information and nothing else. And same thing here, we want it to be able to give 6 different outputs so that we can drag them over and get nothing else as well. Okay, to ensure that we have this specific JSON output, we want to turn on require specific output format. Okay, and then we're going to go into output parser over here, create a structured output parser, and we're going to type this specific JSON in scenes scene 1 to 6, and we'll have 6 different outputs from here. So how do we get this? We just have to click plus over here, okay, and we can choose structured output parser. Connect this, all right, and let's play this once. All right, and here you have it. This is how we get 6 outputs instead of 1. Okay, and once that's completed, we want to create the final node, which is a Airtable node. Create a record, operation create a record, and this time we just want to map them over so that we can upload them into our Airtable accordingly. We do have all of these different fields from Airtable, so we just have to drag them over. Drag, drop idea over here. Same for all of the scenes. Drag, drop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And once that is done, execute step. And there we have it, ideas generated. And there you have it, a simple yet effective system on how we actually utilize 2 different AI agents to work together to generate ideas and scenes just for you. And this is all done by a manual trigger as well instead of a chat trigger. Of course, there's a lot more to cover, but this is more than enough to help you get started into going into more complex systems down the line in this specific tutorial. Now that we have done with this, do take a short break, grab a sip of water, and once you're ready, we're going to move on to the next section to understand the evolution of content creation and how content automation really is going to be the future of content creation. So let's get right into it. So the first thing that I think all content creators need is the researcher. So let's say the first scope we want to do is to conduct research for our content generation. Essentially, in the manual way, we actually hire a researcher or do the research ourselves on YouTube, finding our competitors, and then come up with an Excel sheet of all the details, such as the view count of the competitors' accounts, the latest videos, the outliers, and so on and so forth. So what I'm going to show you is how I can transform this research process into an AI system for us. And so how I think about it is I'll think about what's required. So let's say I will need Airtable to store the research information, to create a table for us to visualize all the different competitors' information. And then I also need to scrape YouTube for all my competitors' information, right? And so essentially what I'll do is to create a system that looks like this. Right, so this is a system that has been generated on n8n, and very quickly I'm going to run through with you how this whole thing actually works. And so this system itself will help me do research from top to the end, helping me find out all the competitors' information, which usually might take me a couple of hours to do so, which now can be done by this AI system within a couple of seconds or minutes. So let me show you how this works. So you can see over here I've created this system on n8n itself, and n8n essentially is like a Lego building platform We can create different nodes which are like Lego blocks, which are actually different actions we can build to create our own automation system. Before we actually go deeper into this whole process, I'm going to first create an Airtable to show you what I want this AI system to do for me. So for example, I want to do a research to find out what are the latest outlier videos from my competitors and have a detailed research about them. What I essentially want out of this system at the end of it is that after typing in just the competitors that I have in mind, let's say for example AI Foundations, these are 3 wonderful content creators that have been doing AI automation content on the YouTube space, right? And so what I'll do is to create a table like this with the channel name, the link, channel ID, video count, subscribers, average view per video, and view per sub. But see, here's the thing, I don't want to do all this research all by myself, right? So I want the AI to actually do all of this for me just by keying in the channel username. So later you'll see my system will actually help us do so by filling out the blanks over here. And following that, we also not just want to have this information, we want the system to be able to find the top 5 videos in the past 6 months, right? Come up with the view count, the like counts, the outlier, and then create an outlier number for us to sort of know whether is this video outperforming their usual video and which channel it's from, the date created, as well as the URL of the video. And so this essentially will help me be able to have a better understanding of what videos people are actually looking for and which videos perform well for me to conduct my research for my next video. And so this AI researcher should be able to help me do both of these tasks so I don't have to do it myself. So let's go into n8n to see how this actually works. Alright, let's go into this first system. You can see over here, the first thing I did in my system is to create a test workflow trigger. So for this specific trigger, what I want to do is to just manually trigger it by clicking test workflow. It will trigger this whole workflow to run for me. Now you can also change the workflow to, let's say, time trigger or trigger by another action. And this will allow you to schedule this specific workflow, whether is it a specific time of the day or whether is it from a different action like changing a status within the Airtable itself. But just for this simple example, I'm just going to click it manually to show you how this works. Okay, afterwards I'm going to create a node which is to search the Airtable, and what I'm going to do is to search for the channel username that I actually key in so that the system will generate all the information for me. Okay, so you can take a look over here. Here I actually don't have to code, I just need to key in the information over here. So I just key in the Airtable link that I have, right? Connect to my credentials, connect to my base, which is the YouTube competitor analysis, and choose the table that I have over here. Once that is done, I'm going to create a few APIs to connect to YouTube. I'm going to use the search function to search for all the different channels that I've provided over here and retrieve all the different information they have, like channel name, video count, subscriber, and so on and so forth. And then my next note is to get information about the YouTube channel. So to showcase how my system can actually help me fill up the blank over here, I'm going to run my system once and I'm going to run through each part of it to help you understand how I actually built this out. So let's go back to my YouTube content research system, and very quickly you're going to see all the information updated in my Airtable. Okay, I'm going to click run once and we're going to see all the information updated in our Airtable. So let me click test workflow. Okay, now that this system has completed, let's go back to Airtable and see what we have gotten. You can see over here, now the AI system has actually updated this Airtable for us with the channel name, the link, the channel ID, the video count, subscribers, right, as well as the average view per video and the view per sub, all the information that we want. And then over here you can see it's actually also created the top 5 videos in the past 6 months with the view count, the likes count, the comments, as well as the outlier number, right? It's important for us to know whether is this an outlier video out of all the videos that they have. And over here we have for the other channels that we want to look as well. So you can see this is amazing. This is an outlier of 142, which could be an idea of a video that we can create if we want to target the same audience as well. And this is actually very useful for research. So now let's go into the system to quickly run through how this is being built. You can see because I want it to update accordingly for me, what I actually do is to have a trigger that allows me to click test workflow and it can run once. So this is a manual trigger. Okay, then add in the next node, which is the search Airtable node, right? What I want it to do is to search Airtable for the channel username that I key in. So if let's say I type in any other username over here, it will automatically update all the information for me, as well as come up with the top 5 videos over here as well. And then I want to use this, which is a API connector, to help me connect to YouTube, to use the YouTube search function to retrieve this information from YouTube itself. So I don't have to use other SaaS tools or any other applications. I could actually script YouTube according to the way I want it to be, and this is where API really comes in. And then following that, I also connect it to an HTTP request to get more information from the YouTube account, such as the details, the content details, the statistics from each of these YouTube competitor accounts. And then that's where I connect it back to Airtable again to update my list, right, by updating the channel username, the channel name, the link, the ID, as well as the video count, subscribers, average view per video, and so on. From there, I managed to get the video as well once again for each of these channels. I wrote max results 5, which will be the top 5 videos that I want to retrieve from this channel. And after getting the top 5 videos, I split it out and I update my error table again. So once again, not to worry if you don't quite understand what I'm talking about, but this video is really to showcase the overview example of how you can transform a specific work that you have into an AI system to do the work for you. And of course, if you really want to learn more in depth into how to build these different systems, you can click the link in the description below. You can watch my other videos where I go through a deeper run through of how to create AI systems like this. And essentially, it's an idea of how you can create a YouTube content research system just like that to do YouTube research for us, get us the information that we want. So that's really very powerful and that's very cool, and I actually did all of this without having to know any coding experience just by using these no-code tools. Okay, so coming back, that's really cool, right? But you must be thinking that's just a simple example for research. Why you want to do other things and actually stack up this specific function by passing the research to a person that will come up with new video ideas and then maybe come up with thumbnail designs as well. This is where creating AI systems is really cool, because then we can actually create our next part of it, which is the idea creator. Right? Let's say we have all these top outlier videos now. Right? The next thing we want to do on a manual basis is that we will have an idea creator, whether it be ourselves or our team, to use the top outlier videos to come up with new ideas. What's required is that this idea creator needs information from the researcher or context about our channel or some sort of score guide that they want to use to create these different ideas. And so like I said earlier in this video, any system that you have created manually can be turned into an AI system. And what I would do then is to create an idea creator system to stack on top of what we have earlier to create the idea for us. So now let's run through this system to show you how I can actually generate different ideas from the research that we've gotten earlier on. So let's go into Airtable first to show you what I want to get out of this before we go into the n8n, before we start running the system ourselves. Alright, so manually what I want to do is, let's say I have a new table over here where I want to create ideas based on the videos that we have in mind. Usually what we'll do manually is we'll look through these top videos over here that we have in mind. And let's say we like this specific video over here, right? We think the outlier score is very high, the views are really good, so we want to create something along this line as well. So what I usually want to do manually is I want to pass it to the idea creator and tell it, go and generate some ideas for me, right? What I can do over here is to prompt the next system by creating this status column where I can change it to, let's say change it to approve, and this will actually prompt the next system to generate ideas for me. And at the end of it, I want it to create a couple of ideas for me over here with a score like the virality value, the relevancy to the channel, total score, for me to decide which ideas I actually want to use. Okay, so let's go into my second system over here, the video idea agent. I'm going to run it once and we're going to see what we get from this. Alright, let's go back to Airtable and see what happens. Now you can see over here, because I've selected this specific video to generate new ideas for me, this video idea agent now creates 5 different ideas for me that I could actually use. It gives me a score for virality value, relevancy to channel, and the total score itself for me to decide whether I want to use this idea for the next video. So you can see over here, there's 5 amazing ones. Right, automate your content strategy, how to schedule and publish videos with n8n. Right, convert text to engaging videos using n8n with AI tools to create dynamic content. You can see over here, n8n is actually mentioned in each of these specific ideas as well. And why is that so? Because my channel specifically covers tutorial videos over n8n. And so this is the power of creating customized AI systems that work exactly for you and not for anyone else, right? So let's go back to the system to see how this actually is built out. So you can see over here, I can actually create a different trigger as well. And this time I set a time trigger, right? This can be scheduled perhaps every 1 hour daily or a couple of minutes daily. Right? You can see over here, I can set the trigger intervals, whether is it a day or a couple of minutes. And then I also search the Airtable for the record. Right, what I do is then to search the video table instead. Alright, why I want to do that is, remember, we talk about using this status to prompt the AI system to generate new video ideas for us. So we don't want to generate video ideas out of every single research that we have. Let's say I just want to generate videos for this specific chosen one that I have over here. So I actually changed the status to approve earlier on, and this will trigger the AI system to generate video ideas only for this specific video over here. And this thing I'll do is to create a filter system that makes sure it only chooses the approved videos to generate ideas for it. Now let's come into the cool part of this system, which is the AI agent. And so for this system, the AI agent itself will sort of be like our worker to create these ideas for us in the specific format that we want. So if you open this up, you can see over here, I do have a prompt, which is where I'm going to give it information such as the title and the URL of the video that we want to create. So you think of it from a manual concept. If I were to pass this research information to an ideal creator, I will actually pass the Excel sheet information to the ideal creator manually and ask it to generate the selected ones for me. But instead of doing that, we actually pass it through the prompt over here by connecting the chosen video that has been selected as approved and pass the information to this agent itself. And from there, we actually give it a system message, which is sort of like an instruction to instruct our agent to do the task for us. So just like any other workers that we will hire into our team, in this case, this agent is an ideal agent. Alright, we want it to be specific. He only does the task to create ideas for us. And I want it to create 5 viral ideas for a channel based on the outlier video provided. Right, so I tell it the role over here. I give it some task, and I tell it how to create different scores. Right, so this is a simple example, like coming up with a virality score, a relevancy score, how relevant it is to our audience and our channel, and the total score itself. And then I can actually also give it channel context. And this is just a very simple example, but you can give it even more context about your channel as well, right? So to use it as a simple example, I talk about our channel focusing on teaching n8n tutorials for content creations, and our target audience is content creators and marketers. And so in this case, you realize that's the reason why the video ideas that our agent has created for us always ends off with the keyword n8n over here, right? You can see video ideas, content strategy, how to schedule and publish videos with n8n, convert text to engaging videos using n8n. And all these are titles that is very relevant to our channel, and it's very relevant to target content creators or marketers or anyone that's using content or doing it with n8n. And I also give other information like returning it in a specific output for us so that we can have 5 different ideas each time for every single video that we select. And you can change these to 3 different video ideas or even 10, or you can even make it flexible. So there's really a lot of things that you can actually do with this. Okay, coming back, right? Once that is done, right, what I want to do is to give it some functions. Right, after creating the output for us, you can see over here it's generated all this different information for us in one whole chunk over here, right? And if you were to just use a manual tool like ChatGPT, you won't be able to actually get all this information separated and slot into each of these Airtable column that we have over here. If you've been comfortable using it, you might have to prompt it a couple of times. You do have to copy and paste it over. It will not manually update in the specific format that you want. In the follow-up system, right, I split out all these ideas into 5 different items itself, right, with the idea, the virality score, and relevancy score. And this allows me to update into each of these view one by one so that we can visualize it in a nicer manner without having to see a whole chunk of text all together. And then I'll loop it 5 times because there are 5 different ideas, and I'll update my Airtable with each of these new idea, and I'll update the status to completed. Right, you can see over here, it's ideas generated over here. So once this is completed, it will make sure that AI will no longer generate new ideas for us on this topic unless we want it to, so we don't have repeated topics as well. And you can see this once again an add-on to see how I created this system specifically for my own use case, giving me the output in the specific format that I want. And this is an amazing thing for content creators or marketers. Most of the time we start off with all these ideas that we have in mind, and the best kind of extension towards our work itself is to use AI to actually replicate the different systems and processes that we have created earlier on for ourselves so that we can sort of multiply our work without actually having to lower the quality of it, right? And so that's essentially what we can do with the video idea creator. In this example, you can see how I actually stack this video system on top of the research system as well, all the way from competitor research to idea generation. And just for a bonus in this video to showcase why we can add on one more process as well. Is it possible? Definitely, and I'm going to show you how we can actually do that. So let's come back to the slides over here. So once we've created our research and our idea, we're going to conceptualize these ideas as well with thumbnail designs. You have a visualization idea of whether you think this video could be good for your brand or not, right? Essentially, we could also then create a thumbnail design creator to create thumbnail designs for the idea that we select as well. So let's go into the next scope, which is the thumbnail ideator. So once again, let's start with the manual process first to kind of understand the systems that we want to build and then see if we can actually transfer that into an AI system. Right, so let's start with the thumbnail ideator. Right, based on the top ideas, we want it to come up with a couple of thumbnails to visualize the video for us. So I have a visualization on whether is this a good package before we actually launch it onto YouTube. And so what's required over here is that we want the top selected ideas from the ideal creator, and then we want to have a thumbnail design tool to design these thumbnail sketches and manually use something like Canva to come up with these designs, and then you think about whether is it good or not before you actually convert it into a full video. But today with AI, you can actually generate all of this from scratch. And so I'll be thinking, what if I actually can transform this into a system that generates thumbnail ideas for me so that I can visualize it every time I select from the Excel sheet without having to go through the hassle of creating these thumbnails and spending hours doing it. And so, once again, we can turn this into a system as well. This is our thumbnail ideator system. We're going to go into it right away. Okay, so now let's go into the third workflow, the thumbnail ideation system. Right, we're going to start off by going to Airtable once again to give an understanding of what we want. So let's say we have all these video ideas over here. And after looking through, let's say I like this video, right? Faceless video monetization strategies using n8n to automate earnings from creative content, right? Total score is 20, so it sounds really amazing. So let's say I change this to the settings, test thumbnail, right? So once I selected test, in the ideal situation, I'll imagine I want this to be updated over here. I want to create 3 thumbnails for me to visualize for this specific video. So this is how I want to visualize this concept for myself. So this will be the next system that I want to create, so that each time I click test, I will have 3 different thumbnails generated for me. And so let's go back to the system over here. Let's test out this workflow and let's see what happens. Alright, now that's done, let's go back to Airtable to see what we get. So you can see over here it's created 3 thumbnails for us based on the idea that we have selected. And it's updated this specific idea, titles, thumbnails generated, okay? So let's go into this thumbnail ideation section and let's open up each of this folder. You can see we do have a thumbnail for us. This is good visualization for us to see. The second one over here, right? Interesting one. And the third one over here, pretty cool, right? And you can see all of these ideas are actually generated in the same anime style, and that's because I actually instruct the thumbnail generator to generate for me in this specific style itself. So how do we actually create this thumbnail generator for us? So let's go back to n8n to see how this system works. Okay, you can see over here, I do have this full system. I once again want it to search the Airtable, right, and retrieve the information from this specific table over here, right? It wants to know when I set an idea to test, it will scrape this specific information and then it will generate a couple of thumbnails for me, and it will create thumbnails for me to understand whether is this a video that I want to create or not. And then coming back, I'll filter this out as well, and then I'll have a thumbnail generator agent. And this agent itself will essentially create the thumbnail for us. I gave it a video title, which is from this video idea over here, okay? And then it will help us create thumbnails. So I tell it a role, which is for it to be a thumbnail creator this time instead of an idea creator. And I give it a task whereby for each video idea, I want it to generate 3 unique thumbnail descriptions for us. I give it some instructions on what kind of prompts that I want to use, as well as the anime style for my thumbnail generation for me to visualize the idea. I also set some output formats as well, so we can create prompts for 3 different thumbnails for us to generate. Another cool thing you can do when training your AI is to give it examples and ideas, similar to training your own stuff or to create protocols for any of your own systems as well. You want to give it examples of outputs that you think are good, so they can actually use as reference to generate outputs that is similar to what you want. So I give it some examples of good prompts that I think could be useful to generate the thumbnails that we want. Okay, and I give it some additional considerations as well. And one of the things to take note also for an AI agent is that we want to give it sort of like a brain. And so this is where I actually connected it to ChatGPT for both the video idea agent as well as the thumbnail idea agent. And the cool part about creating systems, instead of just being restricted to one specific large language model that you can use for your agents, you can use different models as well, such as GPT or DeepSeek or Claude, for different agents to generate different things. And these different models could actually work differently to generate different outputs for you on different costs as well. And this is sort of like a leverage to utilize what has been created by these big organizations and big companies and create your own customized systems to work for you. At the end of it, I have a few different nodes as well. I have a split out node to split out the different prompts so that I'll generate each of these images one by one, and I'll pass it through the AI image generator. And this passed through the current model GPT-4o to generate the image for us individually. So you can take a look over here to just get a preview. These are the images that we have created. Okay, and then the GPT-4o would then help us create this new image, upload it into our Google Drive, and then update our status in Airtable so that we get something like this over here with the new thumbnails created for us based on the idea that we have selected. And just like that, I've once again transformed the thumbnail creation process into an AI system to do that part for me. And so I hope this showcased to you how you can actually transform any part of your work into an AI system to do the task for you. And the sky is really limitless here in building AI systems like this. Right, essentially, instead of just having them one by one, the real power really comes when we can combine all 3 systems together. And now through these 3 examples, I actually have a full system which do content research for me on YouTube, create video ideas, as well as generate thumbnails for me accordingly based on the ideas that I want. And this is just one example of how I can connect these different tools together. I could even connect it in different manners to generate scripts for me, or to generate voiceovers for me, and so on and so forth. So the sky is really the limit here, and there are so many different ways that we can actually combine them together. And so of course, if you want to go deeper and test out the different workflows that I have just shown you earlier, You can download my resources link in the description below for free to see how you can set up these blueprints and try them out yourself as well. And from there, you can actually decide whether you want to convert them into your own specific use cases too. And so I truly believe this is really the future of content. Right, currently today, people are spending hundreds of hours, thousands of dollars on creating content with a full team managed by 10 plus people. And the future of content, I really believe, is to build AI systems like this, right? To build and test thousands of systems per day. Just like how big marketing teams test campaigns, we can actually do it ourselves as well, testing different campaigns, different systems that works uniquely for us. And this could be managed by a solopreneur managing thousands of different AI systems in the future. And the greatest value over here is not just by copying the blueprints that I've created, but it's to build AI systems unique for each of your different use cases. Right, you can see in the 3 examples that I've shown earlier, these are just generated by ideas that I have in mind. But if you have other different ideas as well, you can actually convert and create your own AI systems that work specifically for your own use cases. So just to give you a couple more examples, take this example of this previous workflow that I've created. Right, as I've seen videos of people creating POV style videos that have been generating a lot of views, I thought, what if I could create a system that could do that for me? So in this previous tutorial, I actually came up with a full system that generates these different POV video styles for me in a unique manner that I want it to be. And then from there, I can actually create another system which is to help me auto-publish my videos onto YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook as well. Right, and what's even cooler is if I combine them together, I will be able to create a full content system that helps me generate faceless POV style videos and then upload them onto my platforms automatically for me. And so if I don't have all these systems, I would have to do them manually one by one. But then with these systems, I can actually test them out and constantly improve on the systems to generate better content for me in the way that I want it to be. Once again, this is just another example for you to understand what you can build with content systems. And at the end of the day, I really believe we're going towards a future where one person can do the job of full content teams. And we're only getting started and the tools are only getting better. And the future is really AI over here. If you look at the news, AI in marketing is not the leap anymore. It is a new baseline. Businesses are all going towards AI. And the greatest thing is that you and I can do it too today as well. And at the end of it, distribution is key in a future world where everything is commoditized. But we always got to remember the world doesn't lack content. The world lacks quality content. And it isn't about generating a bunch of random content just like everyone else, but it's about creating systems that could create quality content that could suit your own brand tone and quality. And at the end of it, the one with the best AI distribution systems will be 99% ahead of everyone else. And now's the time to seize the opportunity to transform from being a normal content creator to a content orchestrator, creating AI systems and teams to do the work for you. Alright, so once you have reached here, congrats, you've actually understand some of the basics of n8n to help you catch up to speed in the upcoming tutorials. You also build your very first own content system and you also understand fully on how to scope and build effective content automation systems. By now, you should already have your hands dirty and are familiar with building different types of AI automation workflows and some of the basic syntax that comes up over and over again. So next up, we're going to dive into building more complicated automation systems that you can use to generate viral videos for yourself. Now, before we continue this video, there's only so much I can cover in a video like this. So if you really want to learn more about content automation systems and really get live support weekly, do join the community link in the description below, where I'll dive deeper into all of these content system topics, as well as the weekly updates and new ways to stay ahead in this AI revolution. So if you're interested, do join the community, link in the description below. Alright, and so if you're ready, it's time to get into the advanced workflow. We're going to start with our very first video generator. Right? This is an amazing video generator that I have created that allows you to create viral reels on autopilot. Okay, and this workflow is a singular, straightforward workflow that generates video like what you can see over here from this account called Rabbit's Journey that has over 2 million subscribers and over hundreds of millions of views for their videos. Now imagine if you could create a system that generates content like this for you, how far ahead you would be in building your own content empire as well, right? So without further ado, let's get into this very first tutorial to building this first video generator and create your own AI videos on autopilot. Let's get right into it. I start off by using a simple form to share the animated short video that I want to create. So I'm going to give it a story title such as Desert Quest, an overview of the story, which could be revolving around a cactus this time, right? Embarking on a race against time to find a hidden oasis before sundown. And I'm going to describe the main character, which is Theo, a prickly but lovable cactus. The tone and style would be lighthearted and comedic, and the additional details is that it's set in a vibrant desert with quirky sidekicks like a chatty tumbleweed or a sleepy wizard. And let's just send this in and let's run our workflow and see what happens. So you can see over here, I have my full team of AI agents created on n8n running the full production workflow for me. My voice AI agent is generating the voiceover that's given from the story AI agent, and then later on the image AI agent will generate the images and then pass it to the video generation agent, which will pass to the render video agent, which will then render the video for us. Alright, so now that it's completed the content production system, let's take a look at our Airtable. We have generated a new video for us, so let's check out the video and see what we get.
Alone in the heat, Theo the cactus begins his quest for the elusive oasis. A chatty tumbleweed joins Theo, offering advice, whether he wants it or not. Guided by a sleepy lizard, Theo worries they'll nap more than navigate. Climbing a towering dune, Theo's pride falters as the sun dips.
So that's pretty cool. This is actually about Theo the cactus, similar to the form that we have submitted. So once that is done, we're going to move on to the second part of our system, which is our video publishing system. And this is where we want to publish the video to our YouTube channel. So all we got to do is to click test workflow, right? Make sure to set your video status to ready to upload. And once we set the status to ready to upload, it will actually upload the video for us and actually update this to completed. And once this is done, we can check out our YouTube channel and we should be getting a new video. So let's refresh this studio. Let's go into content, right? And we go into our short video. And we actually do have a new video over here, which is the video that we have created earlier on. Let's take a look. Let's click into the shots and let's see what we get.
Alone in the heat, Theo the cactus begins his quest for the elusive oasis. A chatty tumbleweed joins Theo, offering advice, whether he wants it or not. Guided by a sleepy lizard, Theo worries they'll nap.
And so this is pretty cool, and it's how we actually managed to get a team of AI agents to generate a video for us and ultimately post it and publish it to YouTube for us automatically. And channels like this Rabbit Journey is actually racking in millions of views per month, getting thousands of dollars per month. And imagine what we can actually do with this. It could actually be even crazier if you actually use this content for your own specific businesses or your own niche, creating your own content machine. And so today I'm going to show you how you can do it too and create your own AI agent team to help you generate videos while you sleep. And so we're going to start with the overview of our content production system. Firstly, in our content production system, we do have a couple of agents that work together to get the video to life. The first one is the story AI agent. We have the story AI agent to generate the story and the scenes needed for the video. Right afterwards, we do have the voiceover agent who will then create different voiceovers for the different scenes of the video. Next up, we will have an image AI agent who will actually help us to generate images for each of these different scenes, and you'll pass it over to the video generation agent, which will then actually generate the videos for us and bring the images to life. Lastly, we also have the music generator agent who will then actually help us to generate the background music that sets the tone for the video for us. And after we are done with this, we're going to pass it to the render video section, where we are able to get all the different files such as the voiceover files, the video file, as well as the background music file, and render them together to create a beautiful short video like what you have seen earlier. And all of this is updated in our Airtable in real time to track the status of our video being generated. Right, once that is done, we just have to go into Airtable and change the status to ready to upload. And this will actually trigger the next part of our workflow, which is the video publishing system, which will then trigger this specific workflow and the YouTube agent to create description and captions for us and automatically help us publish this video onto YouTube. Now, of course, this is just a start, and this specific system can actually be expanded to help us post videos onto TikTok and repurpose it to other platforms like Instagram as well. And so let's get into the very first part of this workflow to see how this actually works. We're going to start off with the very first part, which is our story AI agent. Right, in this story AI agent, we do have three components. The first is the webhook, the second is the Airtable node, and the third is the story AI agent node. Right, starting with the webhook itself, what you have seen earlier in our example is that we are able to get information sent from a form to pass through our n8n workflow. Now all you gotta do is to go into tally.so, and then you go into home, and then from there you can actually create a new form over here by clicking onto new form. Right, after you've created a new form, you just have to edit it, and you should get into a page like this. You can very easily create new fields by typing / and you can either create short answer, long answer, multiple choices, and so on and so forth. So I choose to create a specific form for this example because I find it very easy for me to put in a few inputs and then let the AI agent team actually decide on how to create the specific video for me based on what I want. And so for this specific form, I've created a few inputs such as what is the story title, right? I keep it as a short description text, and then the overview of the story, which is a long description text. This is where I can actually type in the overview of roughly what I'm looking for in the YouTube automation video that I want to create. And of course, the next important part, which would be the main character. And this is important because the video that I want to actually reference is the rabbit's journey, which actually follows rabbit's journey. And I think that's what makes it actually very exciting. And so similarly, I want to have a main character. And as you can see from the previous video, that's actually a cactus that we have created. So that's actually pretty cool as well. From there, I also want to have a field where I can get in the tone or style of the video or any other additional details that I want to add into my specific workflow as well. So up to you, you can also add in additional fields that you want that you might think could be useful for the specific workflow. Or you could also connect it to Telegram or WhatsApp as well if you want to communicate with the agent on different platforms. Okay, once this is done, you just have to click publish. Okay, and once that is done, you just have to go into settings, and then from here you want to go into integrations and you want to look for webhook. Okay, we're going to open this, and in this webhook we want to make sure to connect the webhook link from our n8n workflow. Right, so coming back to n8n, right, we're going to create a webhook node, open this up, and make sure to copy this over here to send it over to Tally. Right, what I like to do is to set the HTTP method to post, and then the path I'll set it as the name for this specific webhook. And so because this is for YouTube Shorts, I'm going to name it YouTube Shorts. Okay, and so this is the test link. So if we want to use this workflow, each time we have to click test to make it work. But if you want to make it production ready and run without you having to click test every single time, you just have to find the production URL over here, copy this and paste this over, and then set this inactive to active to activate the workflow. So we're just going to copy this over, copy, and go into Tally, paste this in, save changes, and we should be good to go for our form. Now to make it work, we're going to go into our Tally form. Okay, I'm going to refresh this. Okay, so we're going to key in some dummy data to get started. So let's paste this in. I'm going to call this the Gaggling Wanderer. And this is going to be about a goose. So I'm just going to type this in. A playful goose strays, stumbles into the farmyard. And we can describe the main character as Gigi, a chatty and curious goose who can't resist exploring every corner of the farm. The tone, we can set it as light-hearted and whimsical. So let's paste this in. Comedic moments around every turn. And for additional details, we can give it some additional details over here. And let's click submit. And then from here, we want to go back to our workflow. We're going to test this webhook link. And then we're going to go back into Tally and submit the form. Okay, once this is done, it should be sent over. And you can see over here in the webhook that we have actually gotten the information sent over here. We do have the name of the video we want to create. We do have the overview. We do have the main character and so on and so forth. Okay, perfect. Now the next part we want to create is the create record node from Airtable. So we just have to create this specific node, open this up, and then from there we want to map a few information over. The first thing we got to do is to connect it to our Airtable credentials. You want to create a new credential over here. And then open this up, you want to make sure to add in the access token from Airtable. So how we're going to find that is you want to go into airtable.com/create/tokens, and you want to create a new token. You want to give it access to your base, and then from there you want to make sure it has access to the specific base that you have created. Okay, and so for this specific function, we have created a base called video log, right? And over here, we want to make sure to connect this to our Airtable API. Coming back to n8n, make sure we have this in, and we want to close this up. Okay, now let's go into the Airtable to see what we have actually created for this specific API. So for our Airtable base, we keep it pretty simple for this workflow. We just want to use this to track the status of the video as well as to get access to the link of the final video as well. So I'm going to create a couple of fields. The first one is the name. The second one is a long text field, which is description. Third one is the final video link field. So I'm going to use a URL field over here. The fourth is the status field, and this is the most important part for our Airtable. So we're going to have 4 different status. The first one is pending, which is what we're going to set for any new inputs that come from the form. And then afterwards, after the video is completed, we're going to change it to materials uploaded. From there, all we got to do is just to review the video. And once you change this to ready to upload, it will actually trigger the publishing automation workflow to actually publish it to our YouTube channel. And then once that is done, it will update the field to completed. From there on, create 3 more fields that allows us to better reference each of these specific rows later on in our automation. So they were able to actually update or actually get information from the correct rows later on. So the first one I'm going to do is to have a created time field. And you can find this by searching created time, name it created time. Next one is last modified time. And lastly, the most important one is the record ID. So we're going to search for formula. We're going to type in record _ID bracket. Okay, and that's what we need. Click save, and we are good to go. Okay, once this is done, coming back to the workflow, okay, we just want to make sure that the base is the video log base. The table would be from the videos, and then from there we want to map column manually. And so in n8n, if you want to actually reference the previous fields, you just have to drag it over from here. Alright, so that's actually pretty intuitive and pretty useful. The first thing I send over is the name of the newly submitted video that we want to create. as well as the description from the form. So let's make sure to map this in. You just have to go into schema. You just have to find the name over here, right? Drag this over and paste this in, and then similarly you want to drag this over for the description. All right, and then for status, we want to change it to pending to show that this specific workflow has started for this specific video idea. Alright, and once this is done, the information should be updated in our Airtable. You can see over here, perfect. We do have the name, we do have the description, as well as the new status created for pending. Alright, now let's move to the next part of our workflow, which is the story AI agent. And for this, we want to use the model DeepSeek, which is relatively cheap and powerful. And so we're going to create a new node, which is the LLM node chain. Right, so search for LLM chain, click into this and create a new node. Okay, over here, we want to connect the model to Open Router. So you just have to go into Open Router over here, create a new account, make sure to add in some credits to be used. And then for the models, click into model. You're going to search for the different types of models that you want to use. So let's say when you use DeepSeek, we can take a look over here for the different DeepSeek models that they do have. And let's say you want to use DeepSeek V3, you have to search for the model over here. Okay, click into this, and then you should get the model name that we can use as reference for our workflow later on. And then we want to get our API keys as well over here. So go into keys, create a new key to be used later on. So coming back to the workflow, we want to open this up, click into Open Router, make sure to create a new credential, okay, and then type in your API keys over here. Once this is done, you want to choose the model. You just have to search for DeepSeek/DeepSeek-chat, and this should be the model for V3 that we want to use. Rename these to DeepSeek for better reference, and we are good to go. Perfect. Now let's go into the story AI agent, and we got to give it some prompts to give it some instructions. Okay, so let's come into this. Let's take a look. So I'll give it a set of prompts. The first thing is tell it that it is a creative script writer, right? And based on the following input, create a creative story with the following. I want it to give me two different inputs. The first one is a concise story outline, summary of exactly 30 words that set up the story, and also 6 detailed scene descriptions, each fewer than 20 words, that visually captures the main points of each scene. Right, give it some instruction as well to make sure to fully incorporate the main character into the scenes described. And then the most important part is the input, and this is actually where I get the input from the webhook over here. So all I gotta do is to drag in the fields that I want, such as, let's say, the value of the title. I'm gonna drag this over, main character description, tone and style, and so on. After I give it an example of what a good output could be, so I gave it an example of an input and then output over here as well with 6 different scenes as well as a story summary. And from there, the last thing I want to do is tell it to return the output in the exact format. Story summary, insert the 30 words outline here, and then scene 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, insert scene description here. So very straightforward, and once this is done, we just have to click test tab to see how it works. Okay, perfect. You can see over here, this is completed, and we do have the story summary. We also do have the different scenes generated as well. So that's perfect, and once this is done, the story AI agent is completed. Now, once again, the story AI agent is to create the base for the other AI agents to generate image, voiceovers, and sounds for us. And so for this specific agent, it is relatively cheap, costs just about a couple of cents using DeepSeek. So this is actually very powerful. All right, so next up, we're gonna go into the voice AI agent, and we're gonna go into how we can actually build this up. Now for the voice AI agent, the model that we will be using is 11 Labs to generate the voiceovers. Now 11 Labs is a very powerful AI voice generator, and I do like the quality of the output, so we'll be using that for this specific workflow. 11 Labs also provides the API access for free users and 10,000 free credits to use per month, so it's actually pretty easy to get started. And so now let's go into how we're going to build this voice AI agent. Okay, coming into the voice AI agent, the first thing we want to do is to create another LLM node. And then similarly, we want to make sure to have the DeepSeek model connected to it. Okay, once that is done, we want to open this up and give it a prompt. For this, we're going to give it a simple prompt. Now what's important is actually the output format of this specific workflow. So what I told it is to create voiceover scripts for each of the 6 scenes, no longer than 5 seconds each, using the story from json.text. Right, I drag this over from the story AI agent and paste it in over here. You You can see from the result, this is actually what the AI will actually be looking at. So it will see the story summary as well as the 6 scenes that we have generated earlier on. And then from there, I want it to return the output in exactly this JSON format with the same number of objects as the number of scenes, which would be this specific JSON format, voice over line 1, voice over line 2. And I want each of them to be no longer than 5 seconds. From here, I also make sure to add in require specific output format, and this allows me to add in an output parser. Okay, let's take a look at that. So for the output parser, I connect it to a structured output parser. You can find these by clicking onto the plus button, and you should have this structured output parser over here. Okay, we're going to open this up and see what we get. Over here, I have this JSON example, same as the one I've given it in the prompt. Voice over line 1, voice over line 2, and so on and so forth. Now, why this is important is because we want to split up all the different voiceovers into different fields so that we can actually map them individually to send to 11 Labs to generate 6 different voiceovers for us instead of one combined file. Okay, and so once this is done, I'm going to click play to show you how that works. Okay, now let's take a look. You can see over here there are 6 different voiceover output created, so that is pretty cool. And these are the different prompts for the voiceover itself. Okay, wonderful. Now the next node we want to create is a split out node. So what we want to do is to split these outputs into individual voiceover files so that we can send them and loop them through 11 Labs later on. Okay, so I'm going to find the split out node, open this, the fields to split, I'm going to drag over this output and paste it here. Okay, and then from here, I'm going to include no other fields. Test step, and I'll show you how it works. So you can see over here now there are 6 items all separated from one another, just the voiceover file. Perfect. Okay, and this is so that we can loop each of the voiceover file through 11 Labs one by one, generating 6 different voiceovers instead of one for us. And so we're going to open this up. The batch size, I'm going to keep it as 1, and there we have it. And from here, I'm going to click play and see what happens. Alright, here we go. Open this up. And the input, we do have the voice over through the loop over items node. Okay, and so this is where it actually gets interesting and where we want to add in the 11 Labs API. And so over here we use a node called HTTP request. Click plus HTTP request, and we'll be seeing a lot of this in our workflow today, as that's what we're going to be using to call all the different APIs for us. Okay, we're going to open this up. Okay, and then from here, how do we get all of this information, right? So we're going to go into 11 Lab, make sure to create an account, okay? And then once you have an account, you can go to the text-to-speech playground to test out the different voices over here, and then you can choose the one that you like for your video. Alright, so you can actually use all of these different voices that they have over here, or if you actually upgrade it to the basic plan or the pro plan, you can actually create or clone your own voice as well. So that is actually pretty cool. Alright, so after creating an account, what's important is that you want to go into API keys over here. Make sure to get the API key that you have over here, which we will be using as our credentials later on. Okay, then we're going to go into the 11 Labs API document. Right, we want to find create speech, and this is so that we can use the text-to-speech function. Okay, over here there's a lot of information that you can actually read from the documentation, but an easy hack that we can use is to use curl, and all we gotta do is copy curl over to our HTTP request, and it will automatically create the different fields necessary for us. So click copy here. Okay, go back to the n8n workflow, right, import curl, paste this in, and you should get something like this. Right, the only difference that I have removed is I've actually turned off the header field for the credentials. Right, why is that so? Is because I want to create a generic credential type so that we don't have to key in our API keys over and over again each time we use 11 Labs in a different workflow. Alright, so how we're going to do that firstly is after pasting in the curl, you want to find authentication, click into generic credential type, okay, and then from here you want to choose header off, right, and then you want to create a new credential, right, and then from there you want to name this xi-api-keys. This can be found from the API documentation over here, and then this is where you want to add in the API key. So this is a tip for everyone that's using APIs. If you want to connect it to different APIs, just check what is the header name for the API and what is the format they type the API inside. Some could be bearer space API keys, and then you just have to type it in accordingly, allowing you to use different applications for your workflow. Once this is done, I'm going to name this 11 Labs so I can reference this for any other 11 Labs workflows in the future. And then from there, the send query parameters is on, specific query parameters, output format would be mp3 441000128, and you can go to the documentation file to change these to the different output formats that they have as well. Send body, we're going to use JSON, and specify body will be using fields below. And so there are two different fields for this specific request. The first is the text, which is the specific text that we want to generate a voiceover from. And so the model ID, we can use 11 Labs Multilingual 2, which is one of their basic models. And then for the value for the text, we want to drag over from here the voiceover, paste this in, and then we should have the voiceover file that we want to use. Okay. Once this is done, the last thing that we can actually do is to change the specific model for our voiceover agent, so we can choose the different types of voice that we want. So how we're going to do that is you can see over here, this is the specific voice code for the different models that we can use. So going back to 11 Labs, okay, we're going to go into text to speech. We can choose the different models. Let's say we want to use this Jessica model. Click into this, play once, and test it out.
If you spend your whole life waiting for the storm, you'll never enjoy the sunshine.
Okay, let's say we like this specific model. We just have to click this and then copy voice ID, and then we go back into our workflow, alright, and then we just have to paste this in here. Okay, and there we have it. We should be good to go. And once we have this, once you click test tab, you should be able to get the 6 different voiceover files that we want. So let's check it out. We currently only got one because the looping field hasn't worked yet, but don't worry, as we get to the next step, this specific node function will work perfectly. So let's move on to the next step first. Okay, now for this loop node, make sure to connect it to our HTTP request over here, and then want to connect it back to the loop over time so that the loop works and it will always loop over and over again until it's done. And then for the done node, we're going to connect it to the next step after the loop has been completed. So to use the AI voiceovers, we want to upload it to our Google Drive so that we can actually store them and actually reference them later on for the video rendering. So what I like to do is to actually upload it to Google Drive. So I'll search for the Google Drive node and I'll find the upload file node itself. Open this. Okay, you want to make sure to connect it to your credentials. So for Google Drive credentials, you want to go into the console.cloud.google.com. Okay, you want to go into API and services. Make sure to create a new credential. Create a new OAuth client ID. Make sure it's web application. You can give it a name like n8n test, YouTube short videos. And then you want to add in the URL over here. And then for the URL, you want to add this specific URL in, which is oauth.n8n.cloud/oauth2 callback. And this is so that we can make sure that n8n is actually authorized to use this specific Google Cloud. And then you just have to create this and you should get your credentials later on. Alright, so once you've created this, go back to APIs and services, click into credentials, and then if you click into the download OAuth client, you should be able to get the credentials that you want to use. Next thing you want to do is to go into Google Drive, okay, and then make sure you find the API and enable it, okay. And similarly, because we want to upload it to YouTube as well, search for the YouTube API and find the YouTube Data API version 3 and make sure to enable this as well. And this same specific API will give us connection to both of them. Alright, so coming back to our workflow, right, you want to create a new credential, and then from here you want to add in the client ID and client secret, which can once again be found from the OAuth2 client ID over here by clicking the download button over here. Okay, once you've created a new credential, make sure to sign in to your Google account and you should be good to go. Alright, and once that is done, we want to have the resource set to file. Operation would be upload, input data would be data, and then the file name, I'll reference the name of the video from the webhook, and then I'll type underscore, and I'll type in this specific JSON text, which is item index +1, which allows us to have the file name set as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what we see later on could be something like the name 1, the name 2, the name 3, the name 4.mp3. Alright, and so I'm going to click test tab to show you how this actually works. Alright, now that we are done, you can see all the output is actually set over here. And like we have mentioned, you can see the 6 different voiceover files have been created over here as well from the loop. All of this is actually uploaded into our Google Drive, which we actually use this specific file voiceovers. So let's take a look at that as well. So you can see over here from the voiceover file, if we click refresh, we do have the new voiceover files over here. The Gaggling Wanderer, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so this is all for our new video later on. Perfect. Okay, now coming back to n8n, we're going to click back and we're almost done with the voice agent. The next thing we're going to do is to create a share file node. And why do we need to create a share file node is because the files that we upload into Google Drive may not directly be accessible to n8n to use as reference. So we want to give it access and permissions. So in the share file node, same thing. We want to make sure the resource is from file, the operation is share, and then the file would be by ID. And then you just have to click into the schema, drag this over, and you should be able to get this json.id. Alright, and from there, I'm going to give it permissions, which is for row. We'll set it as reader, and we're going to give the type to anyone that's able to access this specific link. And this so that the n8n is able to download this specific voiceover from our Google Drive later on for our rendering. Let's test this step and see what happens. Okay, you can see over here the permission has been given for all 6 different items, so that is pretty cool. And now n8n is able to actually access our voiceover files. Okay, lastly, we're going to have to create a edit field node. Now this is not actually necessary, but I like to create this because I find it easier to manage the file after I've given it certain names that I can use for referencing later on, because we do have many different files that we are creating, like the voiceovers, the music, as well as the video as well. Alright, so I'm going to create a edit field node over here. I'm going to choose it as manual mapping. I'm going to call it voiceover item index +1, so it will be named as voiceover 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then over here, I'm going to choose the web content link. I'm going to drag this over, and this so that I can get the link of the voiceover files. Click test tab, and I should be able to get the output that I want. Over here we do have all 6 items, and that's it. That's the completion of our voiceover agent. And now we have a voiceover AI agent that's able to create 6 different voiceovers from us, from the 6 different scenes given to it, and upload it to Google Drive for us to use for our rendering of our videos later on. Okay, now that we are done with the voice AI agent, we're going to move on to the second one that's also about sound, which is our music generator agent. Now, what makes a great video is actually to have good background music as well. So in this specific workflow, we have a music generator agent to generate our own royalty-free music. And the model we're going to be using is a model created by Arden Fee on Replicate, and I'm going to show you how that works later on. And this model is actually pretty cheap. It costs about less than 2 cents per audio, so we get to have royalty-free music at a relatively cheap price for all our short videos that is original as well. So that is actually pretty cool. So let's go into the details of how we actually make this work. First thing, we're going to start off by creating an agent to create a prompt for our specific music. So we're going to create the music agent over here by creating a LLM node. I'm going to open this up. I'm going to see the prompt, and so the prompt is actually quite standard. You have to create a descriptive prompt for a music track for a video that suits the vibe of the story based on the previous text given by the story AI agent. And so this is exactly what the agent will be looking at later on with the information given by us. The output should be in the following JSON format. And for this one, we only have the music prompt. So we're just going to have it as music prompt, insert music prompt. Okay, very straightforward, require specific output format. The model is DeepSeek as well, and this whole specific workflow is powered by DeepSeek, so that is actually pretty cool. And then we're going to have the structured output parser as well. And this is the format, very straightforward, very simple, music prompt, insert music prompt. Now, let's play this specific agent. Alright, and here we go. We do have the music prompt, and this is pretty cool. A whimsical and adventurous instrumental track with a playful bounce rhythm to match Gigi's lively and curious nature. Very cool. Now, similarly, after we have generated a prompt, we want to be able to generate the music, download the music, upload the music, and also create a field for the music that we have downloaded. So this whole step is actually similar to the one that we have for the voiceover. Right, same thing here. We have 2 HTTP node, okay, and then we have the Google Drive node, which is pretty much the same as the one above. Now let's go into the first one and see how this works. Same thing here, the method is post because we want to connect it to an API, and this time I want to connect it to Replicate. So let's go into Replicate, And here we go. And so Replicate itself is a platform that allows us to connect to many different AI models, such as Flux for image generation and other models like Luma for video generation as well. What we're going to use today is the Ardian Feed Music Gen for this specific workflow. So we're going to find this specific model, okay? And then we're going to go into API, and then we're going to choose HTTP, and we're going to copy the curl and paste it in to get all the information required. So let's go back to our workflow, import curl, paste this in, and once you paste this in, you should get a template like this. And then from there, similarly, I just changed the header auth to the generic credential type instead of the one given over here. And so same thing, generic credential type for the authentication, header auth, and then we just have to create a new credential, okay? And then from there, the name will be authorization, and the value would be the API key from your Replicate account. So you just have to go into your account, go into API tokens, and then find, and then create a new token over here to be used for your workflow. Paste this in, and you should be good to go. All right. For the formatting as well, make sure that the API this time is bearer space your API token, okay, as this is the format required for the Replicate API. And then we're going to keep this the same, prefer weight. And then we're going to have the JSON body over here. So this is the template that they have created for us, right? The version would be the model that we're going to use for this specific workflow. The prompt, we're going to drag over the music prompt over here and paste this in. And then for our video, we want to have 30 seconds short video. So we're just going to set this to 30 seconds. Okay, once that is done, we are good to go. Make sure that the URL link is api.replicate.com/v1/predictions. And now let's test the step to see the music that we can generate. All right, now that it's working, let's press back first. Okay, and then let's create a new HTTP node to get the music generated. So open this up, create a HTTP node, method is get, and then we just have to drag the URL over from here, JSON output, paste this in, and we should be good to go. And now let's test that and see what happens. And here we have it, we do have the music, so let's click view to get a preview. Play this. Interesting. This is definitely like a adventurous background track, so this could be quite interesting for the Goose character that we're actually creating. So I can't wait to see the final output that we get from this automation workflow. Alright, now I'm going to quickly run through the next 3 nodes. So the next one is upload music. So this time around, I'm going to choose another folder called sounds. I'm going to give it a file name, which will be the name gotten from our webhook _BGM, right? And that's all we got to do. Test step and see what happens. Okay, once this is done, let's check out our Google Drive and see what we get. Okay, and then from here you can see we do have the file created over here, the Gaggling Wanderer _BGM. Perfect. Okay, now this is done. We're gonna also share the music. Make sure you give the permission as reader, and we're gonna make sure that this is by the ID. Test step, and we're good to go. And lastly, edit fields. We want to name it BGM, and we want to drag over the URL file from web content link over here. And there we have it, we do have our BGM file over here. And just like that, we have our music generator agent completed, generating amazing background music for us at ease. Okay, once this is done, the next part is actually super important, which would be the image generator agent as well as the video generation agent. Now this is the bulk of what makes our video good or bad, as it's going to be generating the visuals for us. And so we're going to firstly go into the image AI agent to see how this works. And so for the image agent that we're going to use today, we're also going to use DeepSeek to create a prompt for us. We're going to use the image model Flux to generate the image for us. And roughly for image generation, it would cost about 30 cents for the 6 images that we're going to create for this specific video. Okay, let's go into the first part, which is the LLM node again. Open this. We're going to see the prompt over here. And this is a little bit more descriptive as I want to improve the prompts for image generation. Now we can also do this for the other agents as well if you want to improve the output. Right, so for this specific agent, because I want to generate 6 image prompts, I give it instructions such as read the story from the JSON text previously, right, incorporate the main character exactly as stated. And each prompt must have a consistent unified style, limit each prompt to a maximum of 50 words, and do not add extra fields, text, or disclaimers beyond what is required. I also give it an output format. So I want each of these prompts to once again be separated just like our voice over agent, where we can actually pass each of these prompts to generate different images for us, which is 6 in this specific workflow, right? So this is the JSON output, and I give it an example as well. And similarly, make sure you require specific output format, and then we're going to connect it to a structured output parser, and we're going to have this as the 6 image prompts that we want. All right. Okay, once this is done, let's play this to see what happens. Okay, perfect. Now you can see over here, we have the 6 image prompts generated for us, all referencing Gigi, a chatty and curious goose. So that is pretty cool. All right, next up, we're going to split it out as well to get the 6 information separated, just like our voice over agent. So create a split out node, the fields to split out, output, and then include no other fields. Okay, play this once. Okay, and play this once. Done. And then we're going to go into the next one, which would be the Flux image generator. This time another HTTP request, method post, and then we're going to go to replicate to find this specific API. I'm going to go into my account. Okay, and so you can either search for the models over here, or I can just click into the model that I have previously over here. Right, so you're going to search for Black Forest Labs Flux Pro. Okay, once you have this, you're going to click into API. Okay, and from here you want to click HTTP, and same, you're going to copy the curl over here and paste this in, import curl, paste this in. Okay, once you have that, the authentication is the same. We can reuse the replicate one that we have created earlier on, and the rest would be the same. And then for the body, we just have to map it into what we want. So we just have to drag over the image prompt into the prompt section over here. And then for the width and height, we're going to set it to 768 to 1280 for our vertical video format. Now why did I set this specific dimension is because the next model we're going to use, Runway, actually supports this specific dimension for generating videos. Okay, so we want to make sure it's standardized so that we can generate the videos in a more effective manner. Alright, once this is done, close this, and we should be good to go. Let's test the step and get our image generated. To help you better understand how this works, if you go into your dashboard for Replicate, you can actually see all your APIs being run over here and the different models being used. And if you open this up, you can actually see what is generated. So you can see this is the goose that we have created earlier on, so that is pretty cool as well. Okay, once this is done, we're going to create a wait node over here. So why did I create a wait node is because sometimes the generation of an image can be longer than expected. So you don't want it to crash before it goes to the next step. So wait node allows us to make sure that we are able to retrieve the final output before we move on. Okay. And so how long do we actually set the wait, right? This differs for different models, so you do have to test it out and see how long it roughly takes. And then from there, you want to set an amount that's actually longer than the generated amount, so you make sure that it doesn't crash in your automation workflow. So I'll set it as 30 seconds for now. Test step, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, essentially, this is just waiting, so we'll move on to the next step afterwards. Alright, once this is done, we want to make sure that we can get and download the images as well to pass to our video models later on. Create a new HTTP request. The method is get, and we just have to drag the URL from the output over here. Okay, so we do have all the image generated, so let's take a look at one as a preview. This is an image of the goose, so that's pretty cool, and the last thing we want to do is to animate them for our video. Okay, click back, and there we have it, the image AI agent is completed. Now let's move on to the video generation section, and this is where we're going to use the model Runway to generate our videos. Now Runway is one of the pioneers in AI video generation, so the models are actually pretty good, but the cost of video generation is relatively the highest right now in this specific workflow. But as time progresses, as models get better, I believe the price will get cheaper and cheaper as well. So for Runway, it costs about 20 cents per 5 seconds video to use. Okay, so to start, we're going to create a HTTP module, which is to generate the videos for us. And we're going to go into Runway to get the API reference. So you do have to create a developer account on Runway, and then go into the dev portal, and then make sure you get your API keys, and of course, make sure to have credits inside to use. Okay, and coming back to the API reference, same thing, we're going to search for the image to video function. Okay, and then we're going to copy the curl over here, copy. And we're going to go back to our HTTP module, import curl, paste this in, and then we're going to go back to our HTTP module, import curl, paste this in, and then we're going to go back to our HTTP module, import curl, paste this in, and then we're going to go back to our HTTP module, import curl, paste this in, and then we're going to go back to our HTTP module, import curl, paste this in, and then we're going to go back to our HTTP module, import curl, paste this in, and then we're going to go back to our HTTP module, import curl, paste this in, and then we're going to go back to our HTTP module, import curl, paste this in, and then we're going to go back to our HTTP module, import curl, paste this in, and then we're going to go back to our HTTP module, import curl, paste this in, and then we're going to go back to our HTTP module, import curl, paste this in, and then we're going to go back to our HTTP module, import curl, paste this in, and then we're going to go back to our HTTP module, import curl, paste this in, and then we're going to go back to our HTTP module, import curl, paste this in, and and then we should have a template like this. As you already know, I like to create header offs. So we're going to create a new off for runway. And so once again, what is the reference here? Go into the documentation. You can see over here, the name is authorization, the key is bearer, your API key. So you just have to type it in, authorization over here, and then bearer, your API key, and name this runway, and you should be good to go. Once you have that, all of this should be sent over from the curl. But just to make sure this is X runway version 2024 1106 version. Okay. And then from here, you want to have some fields that we want to map our images over, as well as our prompts. You want to drag over the output from the image generator to get the image link. And then for the text prompts, we can just reuse the prompts for image generation to be used for video generation as well. So drag this over here. Okay, perfect. And then model will be Gen 3A Turbo, which is one of Runway's latest models. And then the ratio over here, 7681280, which is what we have earlier on. The duration would be 5 seconds. And now let's test this step. Okay, once you have seen this, it means that it's actually working and running. Now for video generation, it actually takes longer to render. So we're going to set a wait note of about 5 minutes to make sure that all the videos are rendered properly in our automation before we move on to the next step. So now let's wait for a while and come back when the videos are generated. Alright, now that it's done, we're going to create the next node, which is the HTTP request for get video. And we're going to use this URL, which is api.dev.runwayml.com/v1 task. And we'll copy the JSON ID over here. This is so that we are able to reference the correct file. Okay. And then make sure we have the runway credentials connected as well. And then we're going to have the specific header here copied over from the previous HTTP request node. Okay. And then once this is done, we're going to test this step. And this should be able to get us the videos generated for us to take a look. Okay, you can see over here, once this is done, everything should be succeeded. And this is why the wait node is super important, because if the status is failure within the automation workflow, it might actually cause problems in the workflow later on. Now that this is completed, we are done with the video generation part, and the first part of our workflow is fully completed, from voice AI agent, image agent, video generation agent, as well as music generator agent. Now that we've gotten all of these materials created from our agents, it is time to render them together to create our final output. And this is where we're going to pass them through the render video system by starting off with a merge node. So the merge node is to gather all the different data together so that we can actually use them to reference for our render video model later on. And so before we continue, for the video generation tool, we also want to have a edit field node, and we're going to set a name to each of the video file, and we're going to set it as video 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're going to bring the link of each video over here like this. Okay, now let's test the step and see what happens. And over here, I have the output as video 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for each of the videos created, so that's perfect. Okay, now let's go into the merge node. Let's open this up. We want the mode to be combined. We're going to set combine by position, and we're going to set the number of inputs equals to 4. Okay, over here we want 4 different inputs. The first one would be the voiceovers from the voiceover agent. The second would be the videos. The third would be the music. And the fourth would actually be the record ID from the create record over here. We're going to drag it over to the fourth input. Once that is done, we're going to play the merge node and see what happens. Alright, and so once this is done, you should see a bunch of output being combined together. And so this is what we want. And one thing to take note is to also include any unpaired items. This so that we can actually get all of the different files without missing any of them out. Okay. Alright, once this is done, we're going to create a simple code node over here. And so why are we creating this specific code node, right? You can see over here, the output that we have received is actually all over the place right now in different tables. And so we actually mapped the different fields. We might get something like undefined because they're all from different rows in the table. And what we want to do is to combine them into one specific row, as each individual column should only have one specific output. And so we're going to type in this specific simple code over here. And so how I got this code is I actually asked ChatGPT to write it out for me. Now you can get access to this code in my resources link in the description below and just copy over to your workflow. Okay, once we have this, click test step. Now you can see if you click into table, all of them are in one single row. So this is easy for us to map into our render video node later on. Perfect. Okay, now going to render video, we're going to use a tool called Creator8. Creator8 is a video editing tool that allows us to create templates that we can use to render our videos. Okay, so let's go into creator8.com, get started. And you do have some free credits to get started as a free user, so that should be more than enough for you to play around with. Let's go into the templates, And so they do have many different templates for you to use to get started, but I want to create my video in my own specific format, so I created a template myself. So you just have to click new template, right? And then you get into something like this, similar to a video editor. Okay, over here, you can upload the different files and create different text for this specific video. So to create my template, I've actually uploaded different files like audio and video over here to use as a placeholder for my template, right? So after uploading my files and videos, I will get something like this. Okay, so I uploaded 6 different videos. So let's start off with the video file. I've actually uploaded a specific video file, and I copy and paste this 6 times. I set each of them to around 5 seconds, and my total video will be around 30 seconds. Similarly, I add in another track, which is a audio file, and I name it BGM, and I set it as 30 seconds. And then from here, I also add in a voiceover file uploaded. I name it voiceover 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I give it a total of 5 seconds as well, and I place it here as a placeholder. And then one of the things I use from CreatorMate is the AI subtitle feature. So I've created 6 different AI subtitles. You can see over here from the right, it is a dynamic text, and all of this is from the source, which would be from the voiceover. So I've actually mapped them to each of the voiceovers that I've created over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, as you can see over here. And then make sure to set all of them to dynamic so that you can actually use as template for automation later on. Alright, and once this is done, this is a template of what my video looks like. So let's take a look.
Her laughter fades, leaving only the ache of unrequited love.
So this is more than good enough. We have the captions over here, we have the background music, and we also have the video generated. And then you can also do different things like set the volume of the background music, the volume of the voiceovers, and so on and so forth. And so do play around with it, and once you're happy with the specific template that you have created, you just have to click Use Template over here, click into API integrations, and then from here you can copy this specific cur and send it over to n8n to use this specific workflow. And so if you also want to use my template, you can also get it in my resources link in description below. Okay, coming back to the n8n platform, I'm going to create a new HTTP node, import curl, paste this in, and you should get something like that. The URL would be api.creatormate.com/v1/render, and then we got to create a header auth for CreatorMate as well. Open this up. Okay, the name is authorization, and then you have to find your API key, and then you just have to click into this button over here, project settings, and then you have to find this API key over here, click into this, and then paste it into your n8n workflow. And similarly, the value would be bearer space API key. Once that is done, click save and you're good to go. And then we just have to edit the JSON input over here. So let's open this up, and you can see over here, this is a JSON template of all the different files that we have created for our template. So it's very important to name each section of a template so you can map them easily. So you can see this is the 6 voiceovers that I've created. So I've actually named them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. BGM, I've named it BGM as well. Videos, I've named it videos as well. And this is auto-generated subtitles, so we don't have to map it. And then we just have to drag over the files accordingly. For the voiceovers, I will drag over the voiceover file here and drag it over and paste this in. And then same for the video source as well and the BGM source as well. Now once all of this is mapped perfectly, we can now render our video and generate our final output. So let's click test step and see what happens. Okay, you can see over here, it has now started to render our video. And once again, for videos, it's gonna take a while. So for the wait node, I've set it to about 2 minutes to make sure that the video is generated before we move on to the next step. Okay, so we're gonna play this and we're gonna see what happens. Alright, now that it's done, let's get the video. Same thing here, we're going to use a get method from HTTP requests. The URL would be from the video earlier, so we're going to drag over the URL over here, paste this in, and then we're going to test the step. And here we have it, we should have the final video. Let's check out a preview and see what it looks like.
Gigi waddles away, her wings flapping with excitement for the adventure ahead. Chaos erupts as Gigi crashes into a rooster.
Interesting.
Feathers everywhere.
Now of course it's not the best because Gigi isn't a chicken, but that's pretty cool. Yeah, alright, so here we have it. We have our final video completed. Now of course it isn't the best and there are some hiccups and we do have to modify it again, and that's why we need to approve it before we post it onto YouTube. But we kind of got a full team of agents to generate the video for us without us having to do anything, so that's actually pretty cool. Once this is done, the last step we need to do is just to upload it to Airtable and update the record. So we're going to create a Airtable node, update record. Okay, we're going to choose the base, which is video log, and then the table would be from the least videos. And so for the ID, we're going to find the ID from the code node and drag it over here, and this is so that we are able to update the correct field on Airtable. And then for name, we can delete this, we don't need the name. The final video, we want to have the JSON URL link from get video over here, drag it and paste, and then the status would be materials uploaded. Let's test the step and see what happens. Alright, here we go. Let's go back to our Airtable, and you can see over here the file has been uploaded and the status has been converted to materials uploaded. And this is where we can actually take a look at the video as well. So that is perfect. Alright, and so once we have this, we are done with our very first section, video generation. Coming back to n8n, press back, make sure to click save. And there we have it. This is the very first part, our video content production system, with all the different agents generating the stories, the images, the voiceovers, the music, the video, and then rendering them all together into a complete video for us to be posting onto the different social media platforms. So that is super fantastic, and this is just one specific use case of our AI agent team. We can definitely still optimize the prompts and do way more things to create different types of video for us. And so I hope this actually shows you the power of AI automations and AI agents and what you can actually do with it for video production. Now, of course, we're not done yet. After we've gotten the video, we also want to create our video publishing system that allows us to publish it to YouTube automatically, as well as any other platforms. And so I'm going to create a new specific workflow for this, and I'm going to create a next node, which is search Airtable search records. Open this up, and then from here, I want to make sure the operation is search, and the filter will be status equals ready to upload. You can see over here, this is so that it will be triggered every time the status is ready to upload. So I'm going to change this to ready to upload and go back to n8n and then return all. And that's all we need to do. Now let's test that. And over here, we should get the view for the Gaggling Wanderer. Perfect. Okay, once it's done, we're going to create a YouTube agent to actually help us create title and description for our video. So over here, I'm going to give it a prompt, which is you are an AI specialized in crafting high-impact viral captions and short descriptions for shorts to be posted on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. I give it the following information: the name of the story, the description, which is gotten from the search Airtable node. And then from there, its task is to generate a captivating viral style title under 50 characters, as well as a concise, engaging description that entices viewers to watch, like, and share. And this so that we can have the title and description into two different fields so that we can map them accordingly. Alright, and from here, we're just going to click required specific output format, and then we're going to type in the structured output format over here, the title and the description. Okay, very straightforward, similar to the previous things that we have done before. Okay, once this is done, we're going to play this and see what happens. Okay, and there we have it. We do have the title and description. Very cool. Okay, now let's go into download videos over here, and this is where we're going to download the video from our Airtable. So once again, another HTTP module, method is get, and we just have to drag the URL from the Airtable over here. So we just have to find final video, place it in, and that's all we got to do. Test step, and we should have the video generated for us. Alright, here we go. Perfect. Okay, and after downloading the video, you want to create a YouTube node, and this is where you want to connect your credentials to your YouTube account. So similarly over here, make sure to have your credentials added, the client ID and the client secret similar to the Google Drive. And then from here, you want to make sure to have the resource as video, operation upload. The title, you can map it to the title created by the YouTube agent. The region, you can put in your specific location region. The category name or ID, I set it as film and animation, as this is probably a animation video. And then the input binary field, you can set it as data. The description would be from the agent as well. And then privacy status, you can set it as public, private, or unlisted, up to you, right? Okay, and once you're done with this node, the last node you need to do is to have the update record node. The update record node itself, what we want to do is to once again have the same base, video log, table would be videos, and then we're going to use the ID to match, and then the ID would be from the search Airtable item JSON ID. And then we'll change the status to complete to show that we have completed the uploading of the video. Okay, and once it's done, you should be able to get your video uploaded to YouTube, and you'll get something like this. Check this out.
Gigi waddles away, her wings flapping with excitement for the adventure ahead. Chaos erupts as Gigi crashes into a rooster, scattering feathers everywhere. A sheep shares cryptic clues about the golden grain, sparking Gigi's curiosity. Gigi dodges a muddy disaster, her determination shining through the mess. The golden grain? Gigi realizes the real treasure was friendship all along. Back at the pond, Gigi's heart is full, surrounded by her newfound friends.
Right, and that's it. And there you have it. You have the detail as well as the title created over here. Very interesting. Alright, and the Airtable is updated as well as completed. And there we have it, our full automation system. Alright, and there you have it. Over here we have created our full AI automation system that generates video for us while we sleep, with a content production system of AI agents creating videos for us, as well as a video publishing system that helps us to publish the videos onto YouTube automatically. Alright, congrats. I really hope you enjoyed this specific tutorial and you're as excited about the outputs that you have generated just as I am. Now, of course, while this workflow is more straightforward and is built in a singular manner, there are certain things that we know that we can definitely improve on this specific workflow. This is where we understand that not every AI content system is built the exact same way. There are over thousands of different ways to do the exact same thing, and each of the methods have its own pros and cons as well. And that's why building custom automation systems is so impactful and so valuable, because everybody prioritizes different things in their own systems, and what's most valuable to you is how the system is built to cater to your own specific needs. So in the next specific workflow, we're going to build something called a modular video system, right? The difference between this specific system and the last is that this system, as you can see over here, is a little bit more complex with a lot more components to it, right? And what's so important about a modular video system is that from the previous example, as you can see, everything is generated in one specific flow, right? So although it's way faster and it generates the final output for you right away, the problem about that is if there are any errors in each of these specific sections in between, we wouldn't be able to debug it and continue from there. We have to generate from scratch again. Of course, the pros of the previous workflow is that it's able to generate for us faster and it's not too complex to build. So of course, in this next specific workflow, I'm going to show you an example of how you can actually build it in a way that you're able to actually gain access to all the different files within this whole system, such as your sound effects, such as your scripts, and so on and so forth, so that at any point of time, if you want to utilize them and recreate new content or debug it within each part of the section, you will be able to do so. And of course, as promised, in each of these workflow, you will be able to generate a different type of video to showcase to you the different content that you can actually create for your own content empire. And in this next video, we're going to generate videos in this viral style, which is this POV style video. Now, of course, this is just the beginning, and using this same system, you just have to change the prompt and you can actually tweak it to a different type of video that you want to generate as well. So if you're ready, let's get right into building this modular video system and see how it actually differs from the very first system that we have generated earlier on. Let's get right into it. POV videos like this have been getting millions of views, and so I've decided to create my own team of AI agents to help me do so, and today I'm going to teach you how you can do it too. So let's check out how my agent team actually works. To start off, my idea agent will come up with a new idea and send it to me via Telegram. And once I've approved it, it will actually call all of the other agents to help me create the video. It'll start off by asking the scenes agent to create the scenes for me, and then from there, it'll actually trigger the image agent to use these different scenes to create the images for me. And then you'll pass it to the video agent to create the videos for me, and then you pass it to the sound effects agent to create the sound effects for me, and lastly, you pass to the render video agent to render the video for me. And once this is done, all I have to do is to go into Airtable, and all my files are being stored over here, and all I gotta do is to change the status to ready to upload, and then from here, it will actually trigger my Reels publishing agent to help me publish to YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram at one go. And the end result will look something like this. Check this out. Alright, and all of this is generated by my team of agents. You can see it's also published onto Facebook, as well as it's published onto YouTube as well. Amazing, isn't it? So I'm going to run through with you a full workflow of how you can actually build this too, and you can actually see how each part of it actually works. So without further ado, let's get right into it. To start off, as you can see over here on n8n, you can see each of my agents are actually separated into different sections, but each of them will actually work independently of one another. And so you can see like how the idea agent will work first, and then it will actually trigger the scenes agent to do its work, and then the image agent to do its work. Now, the reason why I make this workflow modular is because it's easy to scale it on later on, where you can actually detect the different problems in each of these different components without having to restart the whole workflow altogether once again. Now, you've seen other tutorials online, they actually combine the whole workflow together, where they generate the whole process in one specific system. Now, the problem about that is that when there's an error, you have to restart the whole workflow from scratch. But the great thing about doing it modular like me is that whenever there's an error between each of these specific agents, I can actually fix them one by one and I don't have to repeat them all together. Now, the next other cool part about this workflow is that each of these files are also stored onto Airtable, and so you can actually modify each component step by step if you do not like it. For example, I can review the scenes over here, and if I do not like the scenes that I have created, I do not like the different quotes, I can actually make the agent change this specific part before I move on to the next. And I can check out the different images that I've created as well, and I can see if I actually like them or I do not like them. And then I can also check out the different images as well over here, and I can regenerate this component or the video or the sound effects as well. So I can actually modify each component separately, and this makes this whole process a lot more scalable, and I can actually use this for other different workflows as well. So not to worry, we're going to run through every single part of it today so you can build it too. And you can download the resources link in the description below to follow along more effectively as well. Start off with the very first part of our workflow. We're going to start off by creating our Airtable first, as this will be the base to help us store every single information that we need for this workflow. So in Airtable, we have to create a new base, and in this new base, we will have 5 different tables over here. Okay, the first one will be the POV main, which is where we're going to store the bulk of everything and is the overview of our whole video. The first field we're going to have here is name. So this will be a single line text, and this is for us to store the name of the video that we want to create. The second one is the concept, and so you want to use a long text field over here. The third would be theme, and so this would be a single line text as well. The fourth would be tone and mood, which is a single line text which showcases the tone and mood of our video. And then for this next 4 fields, I'm going to show you how you can create them in a short bit. Now for a POV view, how do we actually create this, right? All we're going to do is to click into tone and mood, and we're going to insert right, and then we're going to choose link to another record. Okay, from here, we're going to create a new table, and then we're going to name this table POV scenes as well over here, and POV scenes over here as well. And because I've already created this, so I will not be creating this. But once you have created this field, you actually create a new table over here called POV scenes, which will be linked to the main table. And so you're going to do the same thing for POV image, videos, as well as the sound effects, right? And once you have created all 4 of these different fields, you will have 4 more tables over here, which we're going to add in some other information later on, okay? From here, we're going to have another field called final render video. This will be a URL field, and this is where we're going to store the URL of our final video. And then we're going to have a status field over here. This will be a single select. And over here, I'm going to have a couple of selections. The first one is pending. The second is scenes generated. The third is image generated. The fourth is video generated. Fifth, sound effects generated. Materials upload, ready to upload, and completed. And so, why is this super important, right? Firstly, when my idle agent creates a new idea for me, it will actually update the information on the Airtable and set the new field to pending, right? And this will be used to trigger the scenes agent to create the scenes, and similarly it will then trigger the other agents bit by bit down the line, and this will be the main thing on how we can actually trigger these different agents to work for us. From there, we also want to have 3 more drop down fields. The first is Instagram, the second is Facebook, and the third is YouTube. This is for us to know when the video has been uploaded. So when it's uploaded onto YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook, it will then have the status set as uploaded, and then the status here will be then converted into completed. And then for this field, we only need to have 1, which is uploaded. Lastly, we need 3 more fields over here. So the next one is created time. So just have to search for created time over here, and then from there is last modified time. We just have to search for last modified time over here. And one last one is the record ID. Now the record ID is super important in this whole workflow because we're going to use the record ID as the main reference point to make sure we link the correct files to the correct area. So just open this up, and you want to search for a formula, and you want to type in record underscore ID bracket, and this will help you create the record ID over here automatically. Now let's go into the second table. Over here in the second table, we will need to have a scene number as the first one. So let's open this up. This is a number field, okay? You can search for a number field over here, and then we're going to set the decimal place to 0. Okay, save this. And then same thing here, we're going to have a description for each of these different scenes. And these can be a long text field. And then over here, you want to connect this to POV main. So this is a link to another record view, and then we can just keep it as allow linking to multiple records. Next up, we have POV images, which is also linked to POV images. You can just leave this, and then this one will be POV SFX. You just have to link to POV SFX. Alright, moving down, POV images, we just also have to have the scene number view, the image prompt view, the image URL view, and then same thing, link to the other 3 views as well. POV video, the same thing here, scene number, video prompt, which is a long text view, video URL, and then link to POV main and POV images. Lastly, for the sound effects, scene number, the prompt, the URL, link to POV main and POV scenes. So that's how I roughly set up this Airtable, but you can also just copy and paste from my template. Before we move on to n8n to create our agents, we just have to create a couple more things over here on Airtable. We're going to go into automations, and these we're going to create 6 different automations to be used as a trigger point for us to automate our workflow. Okay, we're going to start with the first one, and then roughly for the next few, it will actually be sort of similar. Alright, first we're going to start out by creating a trigger when a record matches conditions. Okay, we're going to open this, and then on the left side, you can actually see over here there's a configuration. We're going to choose the table to be POV main. Right, this is for us to know that POV main will be the trigger point for this specific automation. We're going to set a condition to when status is pending and name is not empty. So to do so, you just have to add a condition and you just have to select, like name, you can select is not empty over here. Okay, and that's how you do it. So you can delete the last one because we don't need this. So you can see what does this actually do, right? This is for us to use as a trigger point to trigger each of our agents later on. So you can see the very first one, I've named it generate scenes over here, and to generate a new scene, what I have to do is to trigger my scenes agent once the status is set to pending and the name is not empty. You can look over here, right? If you go into POV main, once my idea agent has created a name, concept, theme, tone, and mood for me, it will also set the status to pending, right? And this is where we can actually use this to trigger our POV scenes agent. All you gotta do next is to create an action. So you want to click plus and you want to search for run a script. Okay, run script over here. Okay, opening this up from the side, I'm going to click edit code. You can see over here, I've actually keyed in this code that I've created. So just to run through with you what this actually means, you want to actually trigger the webhook from n8n. So you can see over here for each of my agent, there is a webhook created at the start of it. So what I've done here is to actually add in the specific webhook link to actually trigger the different agent. So when you're actually building this, each time you create a new webhook, you do have to just update this specific code over here, and it will actually trigger the specific agent that you want to call. Okay, so what I have is let webhook URL equals to this specific webhook over here, and then the rest you can just copy and paste from my template, and this should be good to go. And then on the left hand side, you want to have 2 inputs. The first one you want to have is record ID, and we're going to link it to our Airtable record ID. All you got to do is to click plus and search for Airtable record ID over here and enter that. The second input is name, so you just have to click plus and then you just have to search for name and click this and you should be good to go. Once it's done, you want to set up the automation for the rest as well. You just have to duplicate this like 5 times and then change the name to generate images, generate videos, generate SFX, render video, publish video. The only difference for each of them is that the webhook URL is different because we want to trigger different agents, and that's all you got to do for each of them. The only difference is that the webhook URL is different because each URL will be used to trigger different agents, as well as when a record matches conditions, the condition is different. For example, for generate images, the status will set it as scenes generated, and the POV scenes is not empty. For POV videos, when study as status is image generated, POV images is not empty. For SFX, when study as when status is video generated and POV videos is not empty. Render video is also the same when status is SFX generated and POV SFX is not empty, POV scenes is not empty, the videos are not empty as well. Okay, and then for publish video, we want to make sure status is ready to upload and final render video is not empty. Now once this is set up, we are pretty much good to go for Airtable. We're going to come back later on to show you how you can actually link the webhook to each of these automations. Alright? Okay, now let's go into n8n and see how we can actually build our agents. Okay, we're going to start off with the very first agent, which is the ideal agent. So what I want to do with the ideal agent is that I want to have an ideal agent to generate ideas for me that is suitable for a POV style video. I want it to send the videos to me on a daily basis so that I can actually approve or disapprove, and then from there you actually call the other different agents to generate the videos for me. Okay, we're going to start off with a schedule trigger node, and then we can choose the interval of when it's going to run for us. Okay, for now I'm going to set it as 1 day. So once this is live, every single day it will actually schedule a new idea and send it to Telegram for me. The next one, I'm going to create my POV daily idea agent. So I'm going to search for the AI agent node, and I'm going to use this to create this specific node. For the model, I'm going to use Queen, and so to use Queen, I've actually used something called Open Router. So just have to go into openrouter.ai, where I just have to create an account and put in some credits over here, and then you want to get your API keys. And what's cool about Open Router is you can connect to many different models with this single specific API. So I'm going to make sure that this first AI that I'm using support tools, and so I'm going to click this tool button over here, and I'm just going to look through all of this. And I actually like the Queen model, so I'm going to search for Queen. And this is where I'm going to find the Queen model over here. I'm going to use Queen 2.572b instruct. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go back to n8n, and using the Open Router node, I'm going to open this up. I'm going to type in the model as what I've copied, and I'm going to connect my credentials, the Open Router key, which is where you can get from the API key over here in your settings. Go into keys, and you should have your API keys over here. All right. And then also we want our agent to be able to connect to our Airtable as well, right? So you want to set up the Airtable credential. All you got to do is go to airtable.com/create tokens, create a new token, right? You want to give it the scope, data record read, data records write, and schema base read. Okay. Once you have these three scopes, you want to make sure to give it access to the base that we have created. So I've named this base POV content. So I make sure that this is given to it. Okay. Once this is done, you will get an access token. And I have to go back to n8n, open Airtable node up, go into credentials, and then you want to create a new credential and type in your access token over here. And then from there, you can be able to access everything from Airtable later on. Okay. And so for this Airtable node that I've connected to this agent, I've connected it through the to function, right? I'm going to click plus, search for Airtable, okay? And then I'm going to set the operation to search. The base will be POV content, the table will be POV main, okay? As the POV main would be over here, right? That's where we have POV main. Okay, and then that's all we got to do. This allows the agent to search the Airtable for records. Now, why do we do so is because we want the agent to first search the Airtable for the existing records, so it will not actually create a repeated story for us, and it will create something different from the ones that is created on this specific field over here. Okay, and so how do I actually instruct it to do so? We're going to open up this specific node. Okay, in this agent node, we're going to set the source for prompt defined below. And then the prompt, I'm going to tell it, please generate a new unique POV content idea following the instruction and return in JSON format. For the system message, if I open this up, I actually gave it a role, task, and the exact instructions that it needs to do for us. So I told it that it's a POV daily idea agent responsible for generating fresh, highly engaging, and viral POV content ideas for social media. I also give it some tasks to fetch existing ideas, firstly, using the search Airtable tool to retrieve the current ideas and ensure that the generated idea is completely unique and does not duplicate any of the existing entries. And then from there, it will generate a new idea for us. And then lastly, I ask it to output in JSON format. Now, throughout this whole video, I'll use a lot of JSON format. And why is this important is because JSON format allows me to actually separate the fields so they can map them differently. Right? For example, if you look over here, we have name, concept, theme, tone, and mood. Right? Each of them are different fields that we're going to map separately and not as one specific single line text. And so by using a JSON format, it will actually help me create the answers in 4 different fields so that I can actually map them into Airtable. Okay? So name, concept, theme, tone, and mood. That's what we have over here. And then one way I like to also make sure that my AI agents understand what do I want, I always give it examples, and it's something called few shot prompting, which is used to give the agent some idea of what you want so they understand how to create an output closer to your ideal output. I give it some examples of POV ideas that I thought would be interesting, inclusive of the concept, theme, tone, and mood, and I give it a total of 3 examples. Once this is done, I will click require specific output format. I'm going to click back. And I'm going to connect it to a structured output parser. Open this up, and you can see over here I set this JSON example, name, concept, theme, tone, and mood, so that the output results will be exactly what we want. So let's click play and see how this works. Okay, perfect. Now that it's done, let's open this up, and you can see over here the output is actually in 4 different fields: the name, the concept, the theme, and then the tone and mood. So that is wonderful for us to actually use for our Airtable later on. The next thing I want to do over here is that if you see from my Telegram, I want it to actually send me the information, and then from there I want to decide if I want to accept or decline. And so we're going to use something called human in the loop, where we actually approve the agent before it moves on to the next step. And so I'm going to use a Telegram node to do so. Now to create your Telegram node, you do have to create the Telegram bot first. And so to create a Telegram bot, you do have to go into bot father, okay, and then you have to type /new bot to create a new bot. And once you've done so, you will have an API key from bot father, and you're going to copy that to use for your specific bot. From there, if this is your first time using the Telegram bot, you do want to get the chat ID. So what you're going to do is to click plus over here. We're going to search for Telegram, click into this, and we want to find triggers, okay, and then we're going to click into on message. Right, we're going to connect your credentials over here. So like I said, you want to add in the API key. Okay, once this is done, we want to test this step. This for us to get the chat ID. We're going to go into Telegram and we're just going to give it a message like hi. Okay, and you can see over here we do have the output here. So we're going to copy this chat ID, which is important for us to use for our Telegram. Okay, click back and we can actually delete this trigger now. Okay, next up we're going to add in this specific node called send and wait message. So you have to search Telegram, click into this. You do have a send message and wait for response node. You want to use this for a human in the loop. Open this up, okay, and we're going to make sure that the chat ID is the one that we have found earlier, and this will be the chat ID for our specific bot. Okay, the credentials make sure to be connected. Resources message, operation send and wait for response. Okay, from here I'm going to give it a message. So to make it fun and interesting, you can see if I execute the previous node, I do have all the information over here, right? I'm going to click expression. I'm going to open this up. I'm going to make it the exact format that I want. So I'm going to start off with something fun like, hey boss, here's your fresh POV video idea for the day. Hit me with your thoughts. I'm going to give it title, concept, theme, and tone. And this is what I want to see on my end to see if I want to approve this idea or not. And so I'm going to drag over each of these views from here. Drag over name, and you have the name over here. Same for the rest. Drag over concept, paste this in. Drag over theme, paste this in. Tone and mood, drag it over as well. And this should give you the output that looks like this. And so this is something that the Telegram bot will actually send to me with the final title of the idea, the concept, the theme, and the tone. Okay, click close. And then from there, we're going to go down and we're going to choose response type, which is approval. Okay, and the type of approval will be approve and disapprove. Okay, and once this is done, we're going to click play. Okay, you can see we do have the new idea sent to us. All right, very cool. If I click decline, it actually go into false, and then you can see over here, it actually look back and create a new idea for me. Right, if I actually click approve, it actually send to true. Right, so for now, we're just going to click approve, and then we're going to continue the rest of the workflow first. Okay, open this up and close this. Right, coming back to the n8n platform, you can see over here, once it's approved, you can see the data output is approved as true. What I'll do next is to create a if node. Okay, I'm going to open this up and I'm going to set the conditions. If JSON data approved is true, it will actually be set as true, and then you'll move on and trigger the whole workflow. Now, if it's not true, it will actually repeat and give me a new idea again. So I'm going to start off with showing you the decline path, right? The next node I want to create in a decline path is another send message node, where the Telegram will actually send me this text. Something funny like, oof, that one didn't hit the mark, huh? No worry, boss. Brewing up a brand new idea for you as we speak. So essentially, this makes it more conversational and more fun for us to connect with our agents. And from there, what I'm going to do is set a wait node. And so I created this so that it actually triggers the Telegram to restart this workflow again. If not, sometimes it might not actually re-trigger the workflow to give us a new idea. You go back to POV daily idea agent, and then it will ask us for this new idea again. So let me just show you how this exactly works. We're going to restart this workflow again, test workflow over here. Open this up. You can see there is a new idea that's sent to us, and if you click decline, open this up, close this, let's go back. You can see now it's waiting for 5 seconds, and it will re-trigger the agent again to give us a new idea so that we can decide if we want it or not. Alright, so you can see the new idea has been created over here, and this time if you click approve, it will actually send it to Airtable for us. So if I click approve, open this up, let's close this, let's go back to Airtable. Once it's approved, you can see it's actually completed this two specific node. Right, so let's open this. This is also a send message node, and we set it as a text for approval. Right, you got legendary taste boss, your POV video is locked in, that one's gonna be a banger, stay tuned. Right, so you can see Telegram actually send us this specific text, and once this text is sent to us, it will actually update the Airtable, and create a new record for us. And so let me just run through this node for you first, and I'll show you the Airtable. For this specific node, you want to have an Airtable node, and the operation will be create a new record. Okay, the base ID would be from your Airtable. You can use by URL or you can use by ID. And to find the ID, all you gotta do is to go back, go into Airtable node over here. Right, you can see over here, you can actually choose from the list, but if you want the ID, if you click expression, you will get the ID and you can copy this over. Okay. And from here, we want to make sure it's mapped to each column manually. We want to drag over the output that we have created, that we've approved. So if you look at the previous output from the delay agent, you just have to drag over the name to the name section, the concept to the concept section, and same for theme and tone and mood. Copy all of this over, and then want to set the status to pending. And this will allow us to create a new field over here in Airtable with the name, the concept, the theme, and the tone and mood. And the status is set to pending. And remember, like what we said, we have created our very first automation here, generate scenes to trigger the next workflow. All right. And so there we have it. We have our very first agent created, the POV idea agent. And now we're going to move on to the scenes agent to generate the scenes for us. All right, now coming back to the scenes agent over here, you can see the first node we're going to create is a webhook node. Right, just have a click plus, search for webhook, and you will have something like this. Okay, we're going to open this up. And we're going to find the URL over here. We're going to set the HTTP method to post. Okay. And we're going to copy this specific link. We're going to go back to our Airtable. We're going to go into our automations. And for generate scenes, remember the code we have created. We're going to open this up. We're going to paste in the link over here for the webhook. Finish editing. And later when we test this step, it will actually test the action for our workflow. Okay. Go back to n8n, we're going to create the rest of the workflow first. The next node I'm going to create is a get video idea node, which is a search record node. I'll open this up. So what I want to do is to go and search for POV content, POV main, and I want to filter by formula status equals to pending. I want to search for the fields that the status is equals to pending so that we can actually create these scenes for it. From here, we'll click back, and then we're going to have a if node. Okay, this if node, we're going to set the JSON status equals to pending. Right, how do we get this JSON status? Let me execute previous node to show you how that works. You go over here, you can see the status over here, drag this over and paste this in. Okay, once this is done, click back, and this is where we're going to create our POV scenes agent to generate the scenes for us. This time I'm going to use a large language model chain, so just have to search LLM and click into basic LLM chain. Alright, open this up. I'm going to give it a prompt, both a user message as well as a system message. Okay, for a user message, we're going to open this up, execute previous node. Okay, open this up. You can see this is where we're going to give the agent the input from us. Right, so we're going to type, here is a POV idea, and I'm going to put in the name, which will be the name from the Airtable, the concept also from the Airtable, theme, as well as the tone and mood. I'll drag this over, and I'll tell it, please generate a new set of 7 scene description based on this idea following the instructions provided. So for what I want for my videos, I've set it to 7 scenes for each of the video. Okay, I'm gonna open this up, and we're gonna have a system message. So the role is a scenes creation agent. The task is to use the input, which is name, concept, theme, and tone and mood that we have given it, and to generate the scenes for us. Over here, this is what actually makes your video really different from others, is that you can give it different instructions according to what you desire. Right, for example, for the scenes that I want to generate, I told it that the scene 1 should be longer, starting with the word POV, and set in the tone of the video. Right, scene 2 to 7 must be short captions less than 7 to 10 words that continue the narrative. So based on what you actually want, you can actually change the prompts over here, and this is why prompt engineering is actually quite important to create different results for your AI agent. Okay, from here, the output, we have left it here as JSON scene, 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 scene. So there's a total of 7 different scenes that we want to use for our workflow. And over here, I do have some examples, right? The idea, and then there's 7 different scenes created, 3 different examples for it to use as reference. Okay, and that's all we need to do. Click back, and we should be good to go. Same thing, require specific output format. Click back. You want to add a structured output parser over here, and then I will set the output to be 7 different scenes because that's what I want it to do for us. Okay. Same thing here, the model, I'll connect it to Open Router, and I'll use Queen as well, and that's all we got to do. All right, and let's click play to see what happens. Okay, open this up. You can see the output has created 7 different scenes for us. So we have 1 POV waking up to the vast, unforgiving desert landscape, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and all of this is for our specific video. Perfect. Once this is done, I'm going to create another node called split out. And what I want to do is to actually store them individually into my Airtable. You can see over here, the final results will be something like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And look into POV scenes, I will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, each of them in a separate field, right? And so we're going to create a split out node. We're going to select the field to split out, which will be output, drag this and paste this over, okay? And then we don't need to include any other field. Test step, and you can see we have 7 items now ready to be added into our Airtable. We're going to create the next node, which is loop over item, and we set the batch size to 7, okay? And then we're just going to go into the next one, under loop, and then from loop, we're going to connect it to edit field. Okay, we're going to set the manual mapping, scene number equals to item index plus 1. But what this means is that each time the scene passes through, it will actually set a scene number for us, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so that we're going to have this specific number over here that we can use as reference point later on. Okay, then the description, we just want to set it as json.scene. So if I execute a previous node, I want a description to be the scenes over here. Drag it over from loop over item, and this allows us to have each of these individual description sent over to Airtable. Alright, and then of course you want to store the scenes into Airtable, right? So open this up. If I execute a previous node, I want to have the value to send, which is scene number, description, and the POV main is important because this is where we want to make sure it's set to the correct record. So if you go back to Airtable, you can see over here that scene number is quite straightforward, the description is quite straightforward, but POV main is important because we want it to be set to this specific video and not any other video, right? So how we're going to find that is if you look into the first node we have created in this agent, right, we do have the record ID over here. We're going to drag this and paste this over. Okay, after pasting this over, you want to make sure to add a bracket. You can see over here, the square bracket over here on the outside. Okay, after adding this square bracket, you actually change this to an array, and an array is required for you to actually link it to the Airtable record. But once you're done with that, every time you add in the field, it will then be connected to this specific field for this specific video, and all of them will actually be linked, so it's easier for you to organize them. And lastly, you want to create a update Airtable node. Okay, from here, we're going to set the table to update, and all we're going to do for this is just to update the status to scenes generated. Similarly, ID would be from the POV main, the JSON field, which is the record ID for our specific workflow over here. Okay, and this helps us update this status to scenes generated. So to show you how the webhook actually works, I'm going to click test workflow over here. Okay, and this is now set to off, but once I set it to on, it will actually automatically run without having to test it. But since we're testing it out, I'm going to click test action. Okay, and if you go back to this workflow over here, here you can see it actually triggered this scenes agent to create the scenes for us, right? And this is triggered from the Airtable over here, right? So let's go back to n8n to see how this works. You can see it's running now, creating each of these different scenes and storing them into Airtable. If I go back to data, you can see each of these scenes is generated for us, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the status is updated to scenes generated. Perfect. And you can see this is completed. So there we have it, our scenes agent is created. And then moving on, the steps are actually pretty much similar. From here, the scenes agent will now trigger the image agent to generate the image for us. Now let's move down to the image agent and see how this works. Similarly, we want to use a webhook node again. Copy this link, and this time it will be pasted into the second automation here. Generate images, run a script, open this code up, and you want to make sure this link is added in. Okay, and you want to make sure the status, like I've mentioned, is scenes generated and POV scenes is not empty, and this will be the trigger for our image agent. Same thing, get scenes is similar to the scenes agent over here. We want to get the record from the Airtable. Okay, when you use the if node, if the scenes are already generated, right, you actually move on with the specific workflow. Okay, so we're going to click play and see what happens. Okay, you can take a look. This should be running because it's correct. Okay, I'm going to go into the next one. Open this up, and this is where we're going to get the data from the scenes table this time, because we're going to use the scenes to generate the images for us. So test step, and then we'll have the output over here, which will be all the 7 different scenes that we have created. Okay, and then from here we're going to close this. Same thing, split the scenes. We're going to drag over the scenes and paste this in so that we can actually split all of these different scenes over here. You can see now the scenes actually set as a record ID for each of them. So we actually want to retrieve the scenes from our Airtable over here, right? So that we can use for our image generation. Okay, test this step. And then we should have 7 items over here. And then from there, we're going to loop the scenes. And then we're going to retrieve the scenes over here. Okay, so loop is the same, batch size 1. And if we click retrieve scenes over here, you can see now you actually retrieve each of the description for each of the scene. So we're going to run through them one by one in this workflow. Right? Imagine we take the first scene, we're going to pass it through our AI agent. Okay, and then it's going to run through this whole process, and then it's going to give us the first prompt and the first image over here. And then same thing is going to continue running until it gets us 7 images for all the 7 different scenes. Now let's rename this to image agent. All right. Okay, perfect. Okay, we're gonna have LM chain over here. Open this up and see the prompt, the user message. You can kind of see the similarity already. So I give it the POV scenes, a scene description, which would be from here, the description, paste this in. The theme would be from the first Airtable node all the way down. Right, the concept, the theme over here, the tone and mood. Right, so I actually give this agent the scene, the theme, as well as the tone to help us generate a image prompt to depict this specific scene in a POV manner. Okay, I'm gonna go down to the system message, open this up. I'll give it some instructions as well. Right, the role this time is image prompt creation agent. The task will be using the provided input, craft a concise prompt. Right, under 50 words that instructs the AI to produce an image with a clear first-person perspective. And from there, we want to emphasize first-person POV. Right, indicate visible body parts like your hands, your arms, and feet to really create that first-person POV experience. The input, once again, scene description, theme, tone, and mood. The output will be returned in a JSON format as well. So we want one individual prompt as the output and want to pass it to Airtable directly. Examples over here, you can see if I give it this input for the first scene, like entering a dimly lit dust-filled room with ancient archives, the prompt would be something like first-person view of entering a dim, dust-filled archive room. A hand reaches for ancient scrolls under soft lantern light, evoking mystery and legacy. So this is sort of like a prompt that we're going to use for image generation. And 3 more examples over here, and we're good to go. Perfect. And same thing, required specific output format to make sure that the output is in the format that we want. Go into this, and this is the format in the structured output parser. Okay. All right, and we're gonna play this to see what we get. Okay, perfect. You can see the prompt has been created and generated for us. Right now, we're gonna go into generating the images. And so for generating the images, I'm going to use a image model called Flux, and this can be found on Replicate. So just going to go into replicate.com over here, right? You want to make sure you have your API keys created. You're going to have some tokens connected as well, okay? Once this is done, you're going to go into Replicate. You're going to look for Flux 1.1 Pro, and this is the model I'm going to use for image generation. And this costs about 4 cents per image. So pretty okay, pretty affordable, and it's pretty good as well. Okay, we're going to use this specific model to generate all our images for our scenes. And so to do so, we're going to go into API, and we're going to find HTTP, and we'll look for this cur. And this cur is what we're going to use to connect the API to our n8n agent. Okay, copy this, right? Go back to n8n. We're going to use this HTTP request a lot to connect to any external models from here on out. Okay, open this up. We're going to just import cur over here. Paste this in, the cur we have found from Replicate over here. All right, and then once this is done, you should get something like this. The method is set to post. URL would be the URL for the image model. Okay, and then for authentication, what I like to do is actually create a header auth instead of using the send header authentication. So actually remove the header authentication over here. I'm going to go into authentication. I'm going to click generic credential type. I'm going to choose header auth, okay, and then I'm going to click into header auth over here, create a new credential. I'm going to type in replicate, okay. The name, if you go back to replicate, you can see is authorization, right? We're going to copy the specific syntax for the API. Okay, go back to n8n, paste this in, and then the value, if we go back to replicate, would be bearer replicate API token. Go back to n8n, paste this in, click expression to see, and this is where you're going to type in your API token over here. Now this is a great method so that we can actually reuse the authentication for all the HTTP requests later on without having to always retype them again. So just type in your API over here, click save, and you should be good to go. You will have a replicate header off, and then you have the authentication connected over here. Okay, below send headers, you just have to follow exactly using fields below. The name will be prefer, the value is weight, send body, the body type is JSON, specific body using JSON, and this is where we actually have the input for generating the images. So if I open this up, over here you can see this from the API from replicate, right? The prompt would be the prompt that we use for the image generation. Prompt upsampling, we can leave it as true. Aspect ratio, because we want it to be a real, we want to set it as 9:16. Okay, you drag this over from prompt and paste this in, and you should get a prompt sent over. So essentially you can see the result is a preview of what's going to be sent. You can see this is the prompt that we have created, and this is what the image generator is going to get to generate the image for us. Okay, once this is done, we can just test this step, and then we can see the image being generated for us. Okay, perfect. You can see it has actually run perfectly for us. So if you go back to replicate and you open up your dashboard again, you can see this new image have been generated for us. Open this up, it's actually generated an image for us. Okay, perfect. Going back to the n8n platform, press back, image has been generated. Now we need to download it, upload it, and update Airtable so we can get the image over here, right? So we're going to go back to n8n. The next node is the HTTP request node again. This time we're going to set it as get. And then we're going to drag over the URL from the previous node. We're going to drag over output over here and paste this in. Okay, that's how you get the URL. And that's all you need to do. Test step. Okay, and you should have the image being downloaded over here. Perfect. And then what we're going to do is to create a Google Drive upload so that we can actually store all of these images without them disappearing on us. What I should do is to go into Google Drive, and I've created all of these different folders for all my different files, right? The POV image for image files, POV videos, POV music, POV voiceovers, POV sound effects, and POV render, right? And so what I'm going to do is to make sure that this is set to share. Make sure that anyone with the link can actually view this. This allows us to be able to use this for our workflow later on. Once I've created all these folders, I'm going to go back to n8n. Okay, from here, I'm going to upload the scene to images. I'm going to create a Google Drive node, right? Search for Google Drive. And then we're going to look for upload file, okay? And of course, we need to connect it to our Google credentials. So I'm going to go into Google Cloud Console. Okay, we're going to create a new OAuth 2.0 client ID. And you want to connect your credentials. Make sure that Google Drive API has been set up. Okay. So make sure this is enabled, right? Once this is enabled, you're going to go back, create a new credential, click OAuth client ID. Okay, you're going to search for web application, give it a name, and you're going to authorize the redirect URL to your n8n platform, right? So if I'm using it on a local basis, if I open this up, if I try to create a new credential, I just have to copy my OAuth redirect URL over here, go back to Cloud Console, add the URL over here, and once I create this, I should get the API keys for me to connect. I just have to key in the client ID over here, and then I key in the client secret over here. Okay, and you should be good to go. All right, and then you're gonna set the operation to upload. The input data field would be data. All right, the operation will be upload. Okay, then the file name, right? This is where I want to give it a specific file name that I can use as reference. I'm going to go back to schema over here. I'm going to give the file name, which is the name of the video, and I'm going to give it a number. So I'm going to drag over the name of the video here, paste this in, okay? And I'll get the name of the video. And then for the number, I'm going to choose from the previous node. Let's see, the scene number. I'm going to paste this in. So I'll have like video name, scene 1, video name 2, video name 3, 4, 5. So it's easy for me to reference them later on. All right. Okay, once this is done, click back. You also want to update the image into Airtable as well. We're going to create a new POV image table over here, right? So we're going to choose the base, map them manually. The image prompt, we just have to drag over all of them. So the download images over here, image URL would be JSON web content link. So we're going to test this step over here. Okay, once it's done, we're going to update the Airtable as well. So you can see we do have all the reference link to drag over. For the Airtable, we're going to create a new field in the POV image tab over here, right? So what we're going to have is the image prompt would be from the image prompt over here, right? We have the image prompt over here. Drag this and paste this in. Image URL would be from our Google Drive. We're going to drag over the web content link so that we can actually download this file later on to generate our videos. POV scenes, we just have to choose the POV scenes folder. We're going to make sure that each individual image is actually linked to the sync. So this is super important for the record ID to match. So we want to find the POV scenes that we have created for each of them. We're going to go into loop scenes, drag this over and paste this in. And then similarly, we want to add a square bracket on the outside as well to make this an array. So why is this important is because if you go back to Airtable, we want to make sure that each image is connected to the correct scene. We don't want to have this image connected to the second scene or the third image connected to the fourth scene as well. This makes sure that it's connected correctly throughout the whole Airtable. Okay, and then the last one is the POV main, and this is where we're going to make sure to get the POV main record ID from the Airtable node over here. Drag this and paste this in, and then we want to put the square bracket on the outside as well, and we should be good to go here. And then the final one is update Airtable. So notice from our first agent, you can see over here we just want to make sure to match the correct scene. Okay, and then we want the status to be image generated. Now let's test out this specific workflow and see how this works. So we're going to test the image agent now. Go back to Airtable, go to automations, right? And we're just going to test this step by clicking onto run a script, test action. Okay, coming back, you can see it's now running perfectly for us, and it will generate the 7 different images for us and update into Airtable. And there you have it, your POV image agent. Alright, and there you have it. Going back to Airtable, open up your data. You can see this new field has been added in over here. We have all the images. If you click into them, we will download the images directly. And then if you open this up, you can see the image that we have created. Amazing. Open this up. And yeah, we do have the images that we have generated. So same thing here, if you're actually unpleased with the image, this is where our modular system actually helps us a lot. You can actually redo this whole system again, delete them, right? Change your POV main back to scenes generated, delete the images, and the agent will actually generate the image for you once again. And once it's done, this will actually trigger our next agent, which would be the video agent to generate the videos for us. Okay, now coming to the POV video agent, I hope you actually understand how the system works now. The rest of it will relatively be about the same for the initial part, so I'm going to run through them a bit more quickly. You can see it's usually a webhook, and then from there we actually trigger the whole workflow. And then the difference is that it's only going to be passing through a video generation process, if not it's a sound effect generation process as well. Alright, so now let's go into our video agent. Right, and this video agent is where we're going to generate the amazing, beautiful videos for us. So you're going to start off with the very same thing as well. We're going to have a webhook over here. Okay, and we're going to copy this specific link, go back to Airtable, make sure that this link is now in the generate videos automation. We're going to open the code, right? Open the code over here. Make sure to paste this link over here. Okay, finish editing. Make sure the trigger is also set for status is image generated and POV images is not empty. Coming back to n8n, same thing, we're going to get images over here using the Airtable node. This time status is image generated instead. Okay, and then the if node would be JSON status is image generated. Right, you can see the similarity over here. Same thing, get image URL. This time, we're going to choose from POV content. This time, we're going to choose from the table POV images, and the record ID will be JSON ID. So let's test this out and see what happens. Similar to scenes previously, we do have all the images and all the record ID over here. We can run through them so that we can actually use them to generate our videos, okay? Press back. We then go into loop images, same thing, batch size 1. Okay, get image for each scene. So you're gonna play this, right? And you can see we do have the image URL for each scene this time. And this is what we're gonna use to generate our videos, okay? The record ID, you can see over here, is the same. To drag over from loop images, paste this in, make sure to add in the square bracket on the outside. And the base will be from POV content, the table will be POV images, okay? All right, now we have this, we're gonna create our video prompt generator. We open this up, we're gonna give it some information. It's gonna have the scene description, the theme, and the tone and mood. We're gonna give it these 3 information to create the prompt for us. So you just have to drag over all of this from the previous view, okay? And this will be from the Airtable view earlier, right over here. Drag this over, and I want it to generate a video to animate this specific scene to life, okay? And then for system message, open this up. We're gonna tell it that it's a video prompt creation agent, right? Its task is to create a concise prompt under 50 words that instructs the AI to provide a video with a clear first-person perspective, right? And then we give it some instructions, emphasize first-person POV, indicate visible body parts, include scenes details, theme and tone, and maintain visual styles. The input that it's gonna get, and then the output that we want from it, which would be to return the generated prompts in the following JSON format, the prompt, and insert detail image prompt over here. And then over here we also have some examples below to showcase what we want as an output. Require specific output format, okay? And then we want to structure output parser. We want it to have a prompt as our final output, and the model will be using Queen as well. All right, let's play this and see what we get. Okay, perfect. You can see there is a prompt for our first image over here. Okay, so once we have the prompt, we're gonna generate the video, and this time we're gonna use Runway. Runway is an amazing video generator, so we're gonna use the API from Runway for this specific generation. Of course, if you want to use any other video models as well, you can also search them up and just replace the API with the other models, and it will work exactly the same for this specific system. So that's what makes this system really scalable and modular for any other types of video generation as well. Now in Runway, we're going to go to dev.runwayml.com. Okay, we're going to have to create our API key, and same thing, we do have to add in some credits, right? Once we have our API keys generated and we have some credits, we're going to go into this specific page, which is the documentation page for the Runway API. Okay, we're going to find the API reference, right? And we're going to use this curl over here, right? The model we're going to use is Gen 3A Turbo, which is about 25 cents per video. All right, and so we're just going to copy this curl over here, go back to n8n, find a HTTP node, import curl, paste the command in, and then you should get something like this. Right, same for the credentials. What I like to always do is to create a generic credential type. We're going to choose header off. We're going to create a new credential. Okay, so create a new credential over here. We're going to call this Runway. The name, we're going to go back to the Runway API. You can see they want it to be in authorization bearer API key. So very similar. Go into n8n, authorization. Okay, I'm going to type in bearer, expression, and type in your API key, and you should be good to go. Okay. All right, from here, you can see below, we do have specific headers. I want to make sure this is name X Runway version 2024-11-06, right, the latest model for now. And the send body, JSON type, specific body field. The first parameter is prompt image. This is where we want to put in the URL of the image we want to animate. So we just have to go into get image for each scene and find the URL and paste this in, all right? The second one is prompt text. This is the prompt for animating the image. So we're going to look for the prompt that we have created from our video prompt generator agent and paste this in. Name, the model will be Gen 3A Turbo, and depending on which model is the latest, when you're watching this, you can change that as well. Ratio is 7681280. This is for us to get the Rails ratio. We're going to connect many different 5-second scenes to generate our final video, all right? And once this is done, you just have the test step and you'll be able to move on to the next step. I'm going to quickly run through the rest of it. So the next one you want to do is to have a wait node, right? I'm going to set the wait interval to about 60 seconds to maybe 2 minutes. Now this is important because video generation do take some time, so we don't want the workflow to crash along the way. We're going to give a buffer of about maybe 60 seconds each time we generate a new video for us, so they can load perfectly and upload them into our Airtable. And next thing I want to do is to create another HTTP request node, and it's for us to get the video that we have generated. So the method will be get. The URL will be api.dev.runwayml.com/v1/task, and then we want to have the JSON ID over here that we have generated from our previous HTTP node over here, okay? And then from there, we want to make sure the authentication is set accordingly as well. And we want to have these header parameters X runway version, make sure it's the same as the one generated, okay? And then the next node is the download video node. Same thing, we're going to have a get method. And this URL would be the JSON output from the previous node over here. And then we're going to upload the video and then upload it into Airtable. Same thing, the file name, get image item JSON name, get image for each scene. The input data field would be data from the previous node, and we want to update it to our Google Drive, which would be the POV video folder over here. All right, go back to n8n. And lastly, you want to make sure to update Airtable as well. So you want to create a new record in the POV video section. Go to data, videos over here. You're going to create new fields for this video, right? And so the video prompt would be from the video prompt generator, the video URL, the POV main, as well as the POV images. Make sure to link them accordingly. Same thing, the record ID with the square bracket as well, okay? Okay, so to show you how this actually works, we're going to run this specific node. I'm going to run it once to show you the whole workflow and how I actually map them accordingly. Now that we have all the fields mapped up, we're going to test out this video agent now and see how it works. And so the last field we want to add into this video agent is this update Airtable node. Right, same thing, we want to update the POV main node. We want the ID to be matched and the status to be set to video generated. And so once completed, we should be able to see this status change to video generated. We have all the videos generated over here, as well as create a new scene over here as well. Right, previously we have tested one, so we're going to delete this. I'm going to restart this whole process and get 7 videos generated for us, and we're going to see how this works. So let's delete this previous field that we have tested earlier on, okay? Go back to POV main, make sure it's okay. Alright, now it's good. Go into automations. Okay, we're going to test this automation. Test action over here. Go back to n8n, press back, and we're going to test out our video agent. Test action, and you can see it's running now. And by the end of this, we should be getting 7 videos generated for us, as well as an update to the Airtable status. So let's let the magic happen. Alright, and now that it's done, let's check out our Airtable. Go back to data, you can see all of these videos have been uploaded. Status have been changed to video generated. And let's check out videos. If you click into any one of them, you get to download them, and you should see the video. So it's pretty cool. Wow, okay, this is kind of like warping video, pretty interesting. But yeah, you do get the video created for you, right, in different formats. So you can see over here, the next one, and you can see another POV video, pretty cool, right? So there you have it, all the videos uploaded into Airtable, and the video agent is completed. So we're just left with one more agent before we render all of them together, and this is the sound effects agent. And now sound effects are pretty crucial to make the POV video come to life, so I will be generating all the sound effects using AI as well. I'm going to run through a node all the way to here, so we get to see the mapping of all of it for us, and then we're going to run through them in the tutorial later on. Okay, after running through the workflow at least once, we'll be able to see the mapping of this whole workflow as we run through each node one by one, so it's easier for you to understand. Similarly, we're going to start off with a webhook as well. I'm going to open this up, HTTP post, copy this new URL this time, go back to Airtable, where I'm going to find generate sound effects over here, add in the new webhook to this specific code, and then the record needs to match. Videos generated and POV videos is not empty. All right, go back to n8n, same thing over here. This would be status equals to video generated, this time from the POV content POV main list. This is to get the record ID of our video. The next one is a if node. Same thing here. JSON status has to be videos generated. Okay. Get scenes. Right, we're gonna get the scenes from POV content this time, and we're gonna use the scene description to generate the sound effects for us. Split scenes, right, we're gonna split up the scenes once again. Okay, copy this from the POV scenes over here and paste this in. All right, and then loop over scenes, you know what to do, batch size 1. All right, and then get scenes for SFX, right? This time we're gonna create another Airtable get record, and we're going to get the record ID, which will be from the POV scenes over here, and then make sure to add in the square bracket on the outside. Okay, you have the output, which will be the description for each of the scene, and we're going to use this to generate the individual sound effects. Right, and then we're going to have our SFX prompt generator. Same thing, we're going to connect it to Queen, and we're going to give it a user message. He's going to get the scene description, the theme, and the tone and mood as well. Okay. For system message, open this up. This time it's a sound effect agent. Okay, its task is to generate sound effects for us. And I do have some examples of sound effects prompts like creaking doors, soft footsteps, distant dripping, so on and so forth. So you will know what to create for us. The output prompt will be something like this over here. Right, perfect. Also, you need to make sure it has required specific output format, structured output parser here to help us. The prompt, insert the detailed sound effects prompt here. Perfect. Okay. Now we're going to go into generate SFX, right? This time we're going to use 11 Labs, and 11 Labs is an amazing model for sound effects and voiceovers for AI. So we're going to go into 11 Labs. We're going to create an account over here. Okay, make sure you have an account, and make sure you do have the API keys. So you just have to find it over here. Okay. And then once you are done with getting an API key, we're going to go into the sound effects API documentation, and we're going to find sound effects, post, create sound effects. We're going to copy this curl over here, go back to n8n, open this HTTP node, import this curl, paste this in, okay, and then you should have something like this. Similarly, we can remove the header, and then we're going to add in our own authentication type over here, generic credential type, header off, create one for 11 Labs. You go back to 11 Labs, you can see the API key will be xi-api-key and the API key. Right, so to add that in, you just have to type in xi-api-key and then type in the value of your API key. And then once that is done, we're going to go down, send body will be turned on. Right, body content type JSON. We're going to use the field below. The text would be JSON output prompt, and this is the prompt for our sound effects. The duration will be 5 seconds. And so by now you should be able to see how API works. And if you go into 11 Labs, right, you can see over here, usually for any application that you want to use, you can just have to follow something like this over here. You can see the text is usually what it says for the prompts. And the information here is how the API key works. Make sure you use this as reference for any other future applications that you want to use. And once it's done, when you play this, you would get something like this. The output would be data, file extension in a binary format. And you know the drill. The next one is to upload it into the Google Drive. Just to give it a file name, I make sure that it's the name of the video once again, which would be this Dawn of the Desert Nomad. Paste this in, underscore the scene number, right? So you can see this is the example of what you will get. And then we want to make sure to put it into our sound effects folder. Okay, and then the operation is upload. And we want to update it to our table as well. Open this up. You can see over here, you want to update the base. The table will be POV SFX. We're going to create a new table, right? And then we're going to add in the prompt, which would be from our generate SFX over here. You're going to drag in the prompt, paste this in. The URL would be from the Google Drive link. Once again, web content link, right? I use web content link because it automatically downloads the content for me to use for other generations and other parts of my workflow. And POV main would be the record ID of the main file. Once again, very important. You want to make sure it links to the correct file. Okay, and then POV scenes, you want to have the record ID as well for scenes. And at the end of it, if you go back to Airtable, If you look, we run through one example earlier on. So you go to sound effects, you should have something like this, linked to the correct scenes, the correct main file, the URL over here as well. So we're going to delete these, and this time we're going to do all 7 of them in one go. Okay, so how do we do all 7 of them in one go? Of course, we're going to make sure the final node is completed, right? Update Airtable, we're going to update the record content main. The ID would be the record ID, right, from this POV file over here, this record ID. And then we want to have the status to sound effects generated. Okay, and now let's run this sound effects agent and see what happens. Test workflow. Okay, we're going to go back into Airtable, go into automations, make sure this is set correctly. All right, and then we're going to test action. Okay, and now it's running, and let's see the magic happens once again for us. Alright, perfect. Now it's completed. Let's go back to our Airtable. Open this up. You can see it's uploaded the sound effects for us, and the status is sound effects generated. Go into sound effects over here. Alright, we can open up a few of them. You can see we do have these sound effects created for us. You can see this is the sound effects. Amazing. We do have all the necessary materials for us to generate our final render video. Right, we do have the scenes, the images, the videos, and the sound effects. And so the last agent in our production system will be the render video agent over here, right? And this specific render video agent will render all of them into one final video for us for production. So for this render video agent, we're going to use a tool called Creatomat, okay? And Creatomat is an amazing tool that helps us create templates for our videos. So you just have to go into Creatomat over here, and we're going to create a template for the video that we want. So I've already created a template, so I'm going to run through with you very fast, but you can also create your own template as well. So I'm going to open this up, okay? You can see over here, I do have an editor below, and you can see these are the files that I have created. So I do have a format where I want it to be sort of like a text over here to sort of showcase the POV format, right? So I've created 7 different texts for the 7 different scenes, okay? And the 7 different texts will be used for the different quotes that we've created earlier on, right? And then 7 different videos, which are all spanned of 5 seconds over here. And I'm adding the animation of the blinking eyes. You can see over here the blinking eyes animation for each of them, okay? And then I have a track, which would be the sound effects over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 as well. So the important part for each of them is I want to make sure that they are dynamic, so these can be used for automation workflows, okay? And then for all the settings, you can actually set up over here. So depending on what you like, you can have the font to be in different sizes and so on and so forth, all right? And so to create your own template, you can add in different fields as well using the AI image over here, or text, any other files that you want. And to upload videos and sound effects, I use the upload file function over here to add them in. And once I get the template sort of similar to what I want for the final product, what I'll do is to click use template, and it will actually give me a full code that I can copy over into n8n later on, okay? And how to do that is to click use template, click API integration, and you will get a full code over here, right? And I just have to copy this curl, and I can use this later on, right? So we're gonna go back to n8n now. I'm gonna show you the render video agent real quick. Okay, so what I want to do is firstly to also have a webhook node. I'm gonna run through this once so they can actually see how it maps accordingly to each node. Let's play this once, all right? You can see it's running. And over here, you can see from the top, it's actually gotten the scenes from our Airtable. And then you'll get the videos from our Airtable as well, okay? And then you'll get the sound effects from the Airtable. What's gonna happen here is merge it, and then it will render the video for us. And then we do have to wait a short moment. Okay, and then it will download the file and upload it to Airtable. Right, so let's go into Airtable and take a look. You can see over here, now it's set to materials upload, and the final render video is over here. Let's open this up and let's see what we get. Open this up and you can see this is the final video render. We do have everything pieced together, so that's pretty cool, right? The text over here, the video, the sound effects, and the POV animation. Yeah. Alright, amazing. So how do we actually do that? Let's go through the whole workflow now. Okay, starting off with the webhook link over here, we're going to copy this, go back to Airtable, go to automations, and we're going to render video, and just make sure this webhook link is connected to the code over here. The record has to match these conditions. Status is sound effects generated, POV sound effects is not empty, scenes are not empty, and POV videos is not empty. This is to ensure that we have all the files required to generate the videos. Once this is done, we're going to have the Airtable node over here where we're going to search for the status, which is SFX generated, very similar to the other agents, right? An if node over here. And then from here, we're going to connect it to 3 different sections, right? What we want to do now, instead of generating a new video or generating new scenes or new sound effects, we want to get all the information that we have created earlier on from our Airtable, right? And so this is where storing in Airtable really comes in handy, right? We want to just retrieve all of them from here, as well as all of them from our Google Drive over here, all the images and files created in the folders. Okay, so coming back to n8n, right, we're going to create 3 different records over here called get record. And the first one would be getting the record from the POV scenes, and the record ID will be from Airtable over here. I'm going to drag this and paste this in, right? So we want to get all the scenes from this specific video that we have generated at the end. Same thing here, we're going to have the same thing for videos, right? But this time from the video list, we're going to get all the records from the POV video list over here for this specific video as well. And lastly, for sound effects, we want to get the same thing as well, okay? And then we're going to split them out, right? Each of them, we're going to split out the scenes because that's what we want. We're going to split out the videos, right? We're going to get from the previous node. We're going to split up the videos over here, and then we're going to split out the SFX as well from here. SFX, drag this and paste this in. Okay, once we get that, we're going to get the record for each of them. You can see over here now how this works. We're going to get record from the scenes, so we get the scenes description, and this can be used for the captions for our videos. Same thing here, we're going to get the records from videos, right? So we can get the video prompts, we can get the video URL, which is important for us to use for our video as well. Lastly would be sound effects, which is we're going to get the sound effects URL from the previous node as well. Okay, and then what we're going to do is to merge them together because we need to be able to map all of them accordingly. So open this up, we're going to merge the few. We're going to choose combine, right? Combine by position, and we're going to choose number of inputs 3, right? And then that's where we're going to get all the fields all merged together. And so because we split them up, we do have 7 different items, and to be able to map them, we do have to make them into one specific item, right? So to do so, we created a code node. Now, not to worry, this is still a no code automation tutorial, right? So I actually asked ChatGPT to create this code for me. I want to be able to make all of them into one specific field so that I can map them over. So over here, I use a JavaScript code created by ChatGPT, okay? You can see how it works. I want the certain fields to be able to map to Creator Mate for me to create my videos. The first one I still want is to actually still have the record ID, because along this workflow, we do need the record ID to make sure that we can update the correct Airtable later on, okay? So I have this field over here, output main record equals to item JSON POV main 0. And that's actually mapping to POV main 0. If you actually take a look over, yes, over here, right? So you can see over here, item JSON POV main 0 is to actually get the record ID from POV main. And what I actually do over here in this syntax, by saying output main record ID, I've actually created a record ID called main record ID, which is the record ID for the Airtable. And this so that we can actually link it back to Airtable and upload it into this specific tab over here, okay? Next up, we want to have items for each item index, because we do have 7 items split for the scenes, the videos, as well as the sound effects. I'm going to add in each of them one by one. Output scene I, which is for the different scenes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, is the description, right? Which is the scene captions that we have created earlier on. Same thing for sound effects, which is a URL for the sound effects that we have generated. And lastly, it's video, which is video URL, which is the URL for the videos. And so At the end of it, we will get an output like this. We can see video 1, the URL, video 2, URL, sound effects 1, sound effects 2, scene 1, scene 2, all the way to scene 7 and video 7, right? And that's all we gotta do to map them into our Creator Mate to generate the videos for us. So remember when going to Creator Mate earlier on, take a look over here. When we say we use template, right, and we choose the API integration, we just have to map all of them into the URL over here to generate a video in the exact template that we want, right? So if you go back to n8n, I'm going to find a HTTP node once again, okay? And then from here, we're just going to import curl, go into Creator Mate, and we're just going to copy this curl over here, and we're going to paste this in, right? After we paste this in, we will have something like this. Same thing, we do want to create a credential for Creator Mate. Open this up, authorization, and then type in your API keys over here, okay? From there, we will have something like this over here, which is the JSON output, okay? We're going to open this up, right? You can see over here, this is where I link all the different sources that I have created earlier on, right? So SFX1 source, you can see over here in Creator Mate, it's actually referring to the first sound effect, right? And that's where I connect it to the first sound effect file over here, and same for the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seven, as well as the video URL. I'm going to map them over, and then I'm going to map the text over as well. Okay, and once this is done, we're going to close this. We're going to close this as well, and we should be good to go. And once you play this, you'll be able to render the video. I'll set a wait note as well, because rendering does take some time. So we set it to about 2 minutes to be safe, so that the render is completed before we download the video. Okay, and the next note will be a HTTP request to get the video. So the method is get. The URL will be json.url, which is the URL from the rendered video that we have created earlier on. And over here, you can actually preview the video. If you click view, you can see this is the video that we have created earlier on. Amazing. So once this is done, same thing, we're going to upload to Google Drive. Right, we're going to search for POV render file this time, and then give it a name. And I'll give it the name as the record ID this time around. Okay. And then I'm going to update it to Airtable. So update Airtable this time instead of upload. I'm going to choose the ID, which is the main record ID that we have created from our code node earlier on. If you scroll down, you can see over here in the code node, we do have the main record ID, right? And then we're going to use the final render video as the Google Drive created link, web content link over here. And the status is materials uploaded. And just like that, you will have a final video generated for you like this. All right, perfect. And all of this will be stored inside your Airtable over here, and your video generation system has been completed. And so you have been testing this out a lot in this tutorial, but once you're ready for it to be in production mode, you can actually turn this on to active, right? And then for all the webhook link, you just have to change this to production URL. Okay, replace all the automation links over here with the production URL link. If you open this up, right, replace this with the production URL link. Okay, and then you just have to turn all of this on. And once that's on, you automatically run all of the agents without us having to say anything. For example, once the ideal agent has sent the example to us via Telegram, once you've approved it, right, what's going to happen is all of this agent will start getting to work. The scenes agent will run its scenes, and once it's done, it will automatically trigger the image agent, and then it will trigger the video agent, and then the sound effects agent, and all the way to the render agent, and all of these will be created for us on Airtable. Now once it's completed, the next step I want to do is actually a manual step from our end, right? So you can see over here, this is set to materials upload, but let's say we're actually happy with the final video that we have generated. All we gotta do from our end is just to change the status to ready to upload. And this by itself is set to trigger the final agent, which is our publish video agent, which will help us publish this video into all the different platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. Okay, same thing here is that you're gonna go down to the final part of our workflow, which is this publishing agent. Now, I've actually created a previous video on how to create this whole publishing agent. If you want a detailed guide on all the APIs, do check out my previous video over here where I show you step by step on how to connect the APIs to each of these different platforms. But now coming back here, once you're happy with the video that's generated, we also want them to be automatically published, right? We're going to create this new agent with a first node, which is a webhook node as well. open this up. I'm going to copy this link, go back to Airtable, make sure to add into our final automation for published video. Okay, run a script, open this up, and make sure to add in the URL over here. And then for the trigger, it's going to be when status is ready to upload and final render video is not empty. So this is so that we have a video to actually upload to these different platforms. Coming back to n8n, we're going to search the record over here. And I'm going to have a publishing agent which will generate all different descriptions for us for Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. And then it will actually create this output in a structured output parser like this, where we have Instagram description, YouTube title description, Facebook title and description. Right, from there it's going to download the video for us, and then it's going to send it to YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook, and then publish the video for us at the end of it. I'm going to test out this workflow to show you how we can get our final video published to all our different platforms. So now coming back to Airtable, we're going to test this action. Alright, and this should trigger our publishing agent. And now it's going to post the video for us onto YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook with the description created by the publishing agent himself. Alright. Okay, now that it's done, let's check out our Facebook page to see what happens. Let's refresh this. Okay, let's go back to our page. You can see over here the new video that we have just created has been uploaded with a description created just for it. And let's go into Instagram to see it as well. Let's refresh this. Okay, let's go into our Instagram page, and you can see the new video has been uploaded here as well with the description as well as the hashtag. Amazing. And then on YouTube, we're gonna have the final video generated as well. Let's check out our test page, and you can see over here we do have the final video generated for us with description and title as well. And there you have it, a full AI agent team that works for you in every single part of the video production, from scripting, generating videos, generating sound effects, all the way to publishing the videos for you. And the possibilities are really endless from here, and you can use this template to scale up and actually do other types of videos that you want to create for yourself as well. Alright, fantastic. You have completed your very first modular video system. I hope it's been a great experience for you so far. Remember to take breaks along the way and do look back if there are any details that you have missed out. But of course, I hope this opens up your mind into how video systems can be different and effective as well. And talking about effective, we're going to move on to our very next system to create a unique podcast style video. Right, you can see these baby podcast style videos are also blowing up on the internet all the time. Right, so in this next system, I'm going to show you another unique way of generating a different style of video, like this baby podcast videos, using different tools as well. And from this example, you can also see how the different AI tools can help you generate different types of videos and transform your workflows in different manners. So if you're ready, grab your coffee and let's get right into it. Baby podcast videos like this have been popping off and getting lots of views, and even top creators like this are creating baby videos for themselves as well. And so today we're going to learn how to build your own AI agent system that allows you to generate baby videos like this for any creators that you like, for your own channels, or to even do it as a service for other businesses and creators as well. So let's get started with a demo of how this actually works. You can see over here in my AI system, I do have 4 sections. The first one is to script the video from TikTok, and then the second one is to generate the baby images. The third is to generate the baby videos from the images. And lastly is to automatically publish them into all the different channels such as YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook as well. Okay, so let's see how this actually works. Let's go into the very first section first. All right, scraping the original video. All right, let's say we want to do it for someone like Alex Hormozi. We want to be able to convert all of the videos over here into a baby-fied video of himself, right? So what we want to do is to be able to scrape the information of this user account, and then we want to scrape all the audios from the TikTok account itself, and then I want to create a baby image and ultimately create a baby video from each of these reels. So let's test this out and see how this works. What I'm going to do here is to press play for the first part of my workflow, which is to scrape the video, right? So if I click this, you can see I do have a form over here, and I just have to paste in the username of the creator. And so the username is A Hormozi for Alex Hormozi. And then we're just going to choose a character image that we're going to use to babyfy. Okay, so let's say for Alex Hormozi, we want to use this image, right? And then we want to babyfy using his face and create baby videos for him. Okay, so what we're going to do is to open this, right? And we just have to upload. So once that is done, the workflow will run, all right? Let's give it a while. All right, now it's completed. Let's check out the Airtable. You can see over here, we do have the username of the account. We do have the character image. Open this up. You can see this is the image that we uploaded. Okay, and then we do have the original videos over here, right? If you take a look here, you do have all the original videos, right? We do have the audio, right? Let's open one of them and play to hear it out.
People think they need to learn more when really they just need to do more. You're not going to learn how to ride a bike by reading 10 books on how to ride a bike. You just get on the bike and then you fall and you realize.
Right, very cool. So we do have the audio from the TikTok account as well. So once we have that, right, what we're going to do next is to generate a baby image and then change it to baby video. Okay, so in my Airtable over here, in this system, I don't have to do anything for the status. All I gotta do next after getting the audio as well as the video URL of each of these videos, you can take a look here, is that we're going to convert them into baby videos, right? So let's go back to the n8n platform, okay? Let's run the second system, which is the generate baby images system. So let's play this out. Okay, now that it's done, let's check out Airtable again. You can see we do have the prompt for the image over here, and then we do have the baby image generated for this specific video. So let's check this out. So this is actually pretty cool, right? This is Alex Hormozi as a baby. So now we got to change that into an audio and we are done with our final file. Let's go back to n8n and we're going to run this specific system now to generate the baby video. So let's play this. Now that the video has been generated, let's check this out. You can see over here. Let's take a look. Let's play this.
People think they need to learn more when really they just need to do more. You're not going to learn how to ride a bike by reading 10 books on how to ride a bike. You just get on the bike and then you fall and you realize that you got 2 pedals in, and then you do it again, and then you do it again, and eventually you look up and you're like, holy cow, I'm actually riding this bike. Because
right, super cool, and the quality is actually super good as well, right? So now that we've completed this specific part of creating the video, what we're going to do next is we're going to upload them into our different platforms. So over here, I do have a publishing agent team that's going to upload the videos into YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram as well. So let's play this and see what happens. All right, perfect. Let's check out our social media platforms now to see if we've gotten the video posted. Okay, so let's check out our Instagram account. You can see this is our test account, and you can see the baby video has been posted with a specific caption for it. Take a look. This is the video that we have generated.
You're not going to learn how to ride a bike by reading 10 books on how to ride a bike. You just get on the bike and then you fall and you realize.
Right, pretty cool, and we do have it on YouTube as well. Check this out.
Do more. You're not going to learn how to ride a bike by reading 10 books on how to ride a bike. You just get on the bike and then you fall and you realize that you got.
Very cool, and we have it on TikTok as well. Check this out.
Really, they just need to do more. You're not going to learn how to ride a bike by reading 10 books on how to ride a bike.
Well, right? A different caption. Okay, very cool. And so that's the full system that we have generated. If you go back to n8n, you can see in this demo, we have managed to firstly scrape the original videos from the TikTok account of a creator that we want, right? For example, we could get it from this creator like Alex Hormozi, or any creators that you want to create specific videos for. And then the second part is that we actually generated the baby images in our system. Take a look over here in Airtable. We have created a baby image of the creator that we want to babyfy. And then afterwards, we generate the baby videos, right? Take a look over here. We do have the baby video. And lastly, we uploaded the video into the different platforms like YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. And we changed the status to uploaded, or you can see over here, TikTok, YouTube, as well as Instagram. Okay, and so today we're going to run through how I built this whole system and how you can actually use it to create your own babyfy video without having to code at all. So let's get right into it. Before we get started, all the blueprints are in the link in the description below, so do download them to follow along more effectively. Okay, so we're going to start off with the very first part, which is the Airtable. We're going to run through how this Airtable works, what we need in this Airtable for the system to work. So coming back to Airtable, the first thing we want to do is to have the first table over here, which is the creators table. Right over here, I do have 5 different fields. The first one is the username field, which is a single line text. But this is where we want to store the username of the creator that we want to use to babyfy. For example, if you take a look over here, it's a Hormozi for Alex Hormozi, right? So later on, the AI is able to scrape the specific videos from this specific creator that we want to babyfy. Right? Following that, we want to have a field for the character image. And this is the character image that we want to use to babyfy for this specific creator, right? And then we're going to have a link to the original videos table over here. And then we have a field called created time, okay? And one called last modified time. The field type is also last modified time. And then we want to have a record ID field. So to do so, you just want to create a formula field, and then you want to have the formula be record_ID. And that's all you need to do for the very first field, and our system will automatically update this for us. The second table that we have over here, okay, is the original videos table, right? What I've done here, I've started off with the first field, which is captions, right? So I'm going to use the captions from the video of the creator that I have received, right? All the captions over here for each of these different videos, okay? And then what I'm going to do is later on utilize these captions to create prompts as well as captions for our baby fight video, right? So this will be a single line text. The second one is a video URL field, right? This is where we're going to store the different videos that we have gotten from TikTok as reference. The third is the audio URL field itself. This is where we want to be able to retrieve the audio that we've gotten from the creator's TikTok account so that we can actually use their audio to generate baby fight videos. Following that, we want to have a prompt section. This is the prompt to generate the baby images for us, and then a URL for baby images, another URL for baby videos, okay? And then we want to have the status section, right? For the status section, we want to have the first one, which is status. And in status, we want to have a couple of fields. The first is pending, the second is image generated, the third is baby fight, and the fourth is uploaded, right? So each time, as you can see from our demo earlier, if it's set to pending, it will actually trigger the next workflow to generate the images, and then it will trigger the next workflow to generate the baby videos. And once it's completed, we can then generate the final system to upload the videos for us onto our social media platforms. Of course, we want to be able to keep track of whether the videos have been posted. So we would have a YouTube upload section, a TikTok upload status, as well as a Instagram upload status. So this is for us to know that the video has been uploaded onto all these different platforms. Okay, and that's it for the Airtable. Okay, after you have created this Airtable section, what you want to do next is to create an API key and give access to this Airtable for the AI system to upload the information here. Okay, so we're going to go into airtable.com/create/tokens, and over here you want to make sure to have this three scopes: data record read, data records write, and schema base read. Okay, and then you want to give it a name. And then you want to give it access to your base, which would be baby podcast over here, or any name that you have for this specific table itself. Once that is done, when you click Save Changes, you will get an API key, and we're going to add that in n8n very quickly. Let's go into n8n right now, and let's start off with the very first part of the workflow, which is to scrape the original video. So let's take a look over here at what we have created, right? If I were to click Test Workflow, okay, you can see I do have a field to ask me for information. So let's say I type Alex Hormozi. If I choose the character image, I just have to upload the image I have over here, okay? And what this does, allow me to actually upload this information into my Airtable. So once I click Submit, this system will run, okay? And then once it's done running, we're gonna run through each node specifically to show you how they work. Okay, now it's completed. Let's understand how this works. Open up the first node over here. You can see in this form submission, right, what we have done so is to create a form where we want to call it TikTok Scraper, and we're going to scrape the latest videos of your favorite creator on TikTok. We give it two different fields. The first one is the username of the creator, which is text. We want to say, make sure to copy the exact creator username here. The second field name is character image, and we want it to be a file type, and we allow multiple files. Okay, what this does is that it will upload the creator username and the character image over here. And this is going to be used as reference for the next few nodes to be able to generate all these different fields over here, okay? Okay, and for the next node, we're going to upload the file to Google Drive. So after the user have uploaded the character image, like let's say for this one that we're going to use to Babyfy, we want to upload it to Google Drive so that we can reference it better later on to use it to Babyfy for our images. Okay, so you want to be able to connect your API to Google Drive. So what you're going to do there is you're going to go to console.cloud.google.com, okay? Over here, you want to create a new credential. You want to create an OAuth client ID, application type web application, give it a name, and then you want to authorize the redirect URL. And how do you find this, right? If you're using the cloud system or your own, is to go into this Google Drive node, create a new credential, and you want to copy the OAuth redirect URL over here. Okay, go back to console cloud. Paste that in over here. Okay, once you have pasted that in, create your new credential, and then you will have a client ID and client secret for that. Okay, after you're done with that, you want to go into Google Drive, search for that. Okay, go into Google Drive API, and you want to enable that. Okay, and once that is done, After keying in your client ID and client secret, you should have your Google Drive account connected. They will prompt you to log in and make sure to connect to the account that you want. Now, if you're a test user, you also want to make sure you enable this specific settings. So go into OAuth consent screen, okay, and then you want to go into audiences and make sure to put in your email over here to gain access to your Google Drive, right? This is important if you're not a business account using the Google Drive API. Okay, once that is done, come back to n8n. Make sure to connect it to the folder where you want to upload your character images. So I've created one just for the character images that I want to use. Okay, from here, I make sure the operation is uploaded. Input data field name would be character image because this will be from the previous input here. You want to drag this and paste this in, right? And then you want to give it a file name. So I give it a file name for the username of the creator. So I drag this and paste this in just like that. And I'll have something like this, okay? And then that's all you got to do, complete it, and the file will be uploaded to Google Drive. Once you have that, you can take a look over here. That's where we get the character image file over here, right, in Google Drive. Next up, we want to update Airtable, right? So after you've uploaded it to Google Drive, you want to connect to your Airtable credential, which you have gotten from previously over here, okay? And then you want to connect it to your base, which is Baby Podcast. The table is creator, right, this specific table. Okay, and then you want to give it a username, which would be from the form, on form submission. Drag and drop this username over here, drag and drop, okay? And then character image, you just want to drag and drop this as well. And that's where it will be uploaded to Airtable. After you have uploaded the creator information, the next thing you want to do is to script for TikTok videos and then upload the information into the original video section here as well. So how do we do that? Is we're going to use something called Apify, okay? So Apify is an application that allows you to connect to many different APIs like TikTok Scraper, Instagram Scraper, and so on and so forth. And you do have a free usage of $5 per month for the free account, so you can test it out and try it out, and it's more than enough to get started. So what you want to do is to create an account first, and then you want to search for actors, okay? And then you want to search for TikTok Scraper by Clockworks/TikTok Scraper. And in this specific scraper, it will be pay per event. So you pay per number of scrapes that you're going to do for using this specific scraper, all right? And then you're going to click into API, go into API endpoints. You're going to find run actors synchronously and get dataset items, okay? We're going to copy this and we're going to go back to n8n, open the next node. It's a HTTP request node and the method will be post. This is for us to use the specific API from Apify. We're going to paste in the URL and the API that we've gotten earlier. So just paste this in over here and you should be good to go. This URL has your API key as well at the end, so make sure to not share it with anyone else, okay? After you have updated that, over here you see we do have a JSON body, right? You can keep it as it is from the template I've provided. But just to help you understand, we want to be able to scrape the profile from the user account that we have gotten, right? So you can see previously we've gotten the specific username of the TikTok creator account. Okay, you want to paste that in under profiles. That's why you got to make sure that the username is correct, because if it's the wrong username, you will be scraping from the wrong account. Okay, and then you can change the number. Let's say results per page. For example, this could be 100 is the number of videos that you want to scrape from this TikTok account. And the profile sorting will be the latest. So it will take the latest 100 results. And then I set it to, let's say 7 days. So this will be the latest videos from the past 7 days. So you can change this as well if you want to scrape for, let's say, last 30 days or even more. And then it will generate more videos for you. You can see over here in Airtable, in the past 7 days, we do have like 18 videos. So that is a lot of videos, right? Okay, so once that is done, this will be what you use to scrape TikTok for all the information. Okay, then we're going to get the audio itself, right? For all the different videos that we have scraped, we want to have the audio file from the video so that we can actually use it to babyfy and create our baby videos. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the previous node. I'm going to drag over this specific field play URL, paste this in, and this is the audio file that we have gotten from each TikTok video that we have scraped. Okay, and then after we have gotten it, you can see over here.
People think they need to learn more.
Right, this is the audio file, right? Make sure that this is available. Once it is done, I'm going to download the audio into Google Drive as well. Now this is important because the audio that you have scraped from TikTok Scraper on Apify is temporary. You have to upload it to Google Drive to use it before it actually expires, right? So the next note I'm going to do is to upload the file again. I'm going to give the file name, which would be author user underscore JSON ID. This is for me to understand which file I'm getting. So if you take a look below as a preview, it would be the username of the creator as well as the JSON ID for each of this file, okay? And then make sure to set it to a folder where you want to upload all these audios into. Once that is done, you're going to update Airtable as well. So we're going to have a create record, and then we're going to set the base to be baby podcast table original videos, and the value to send, you want the caption to be the caption from the TikTok scraper. Going to get audio, right? You do have the text over here. So we just have to paste this in, and then the video URL will be the TikTok video that we have scraped previously. So go into get audio over here. Just want to drag over the web video URL, paste this in, and then the audio URL would be from Google Drive instead, because that's what we're going to use to create our baby videos. So if you go into the Google Drive node, the last one, we're just going to drag over the web view link, paste this in. And there you have it. The videos will be uploaded into Airtable. And you can see over here, we do have all the video URLs from TikTok. Take a look.
People think they need to learn more.
This is our reference. And then we do have the audio URL, which is in Google Drive. Take a look here as well. Perfect. Okay. Now that's done, we have completed the scraping process. And then all we're going to do next is to go into the next part, which is to generate the baby images. Okay, so similarly, I'm going to play this once, and then we're going to run through each of the nodes one by one to understand how did we actually build this system. Okay, now that's completed, let's check this out. If you go back to Airtable, you can see over here for the second video, we do have the baby image generated, right? Take a look. Another baby image for our video. Okay, so what this does is it will generate baby image for us. You can either generate a new baby image for every single video if you want, or if you don't want to do that, you could just copy this and change the status to image generated, so that you can keep the same image for different videos. Okay, but for this example, we have generated a new image for the second video over here. All right, so let's go back to n8n to see how this works. The first node I have is a schedule trigger node, and this is to schedule this specific trigger either by clicking test tab, or we set it by a trigger of intervals of days or months or minutes. So it's up to you on how you want to schedule this specific trigger. Secondly, we're going to go and search records. We're going to have an Airtable node, which is to search records from the base baby podcast, and the table will be from original videos. And the status will be equals to pending, so that we can find the videos that would be pending, so that we can generate the images for them. And then you can go back here, you can see the limit I set to 1, and I did not return all. And this is because I want to showcase the example of how we generate for each of them. But if you click return all, it will generate a new image for every single video out there. So you can do that as well if you want to automatically generate for everything over here. But for test purposes, if you want to keep it generated one by one, I will set this to only returning to the limit of 1. Okay, and then I sort it by status. It will be from the very first video to the very last video one by one. So you can see over here, that's why we actually generated the image for this specific video instead of the others below as well. So it will go down in a sequential manner all the way down, and then it will go down from here as well, okay? And then once that is completed, we're going to go into the next node, which is the AI agent node. So now to generate the images that we want, we need an AI agent to create a prompt for us. So I'll have an AI agent node over here. Open this up. You can see for the prompt, I give it video caption, which will be from the captions from the original video. This is what it's going to use as reference to generate a different type of baby image for each video to sort of create that element and tone for it. And I give it a system message, which is the instruction. I tell it its role is an expert image prompt generator, specialized in creating photorealistic prompts for generating a baby version of a given creator or person. I give it a task, which is a short, catchy title of 2 to 4 words max that captures the essence or vibe of the baby image generated. Right? I want it to be a highly detailed, vivid image prompt. I give it some requirements as well, such as the subject should be a baby or toddler version of the provided person, with facial features and profiles recognizably similar but stylized to look cute and age appropriate. And I also want a baby to be seated in a professional podcast studio desk with a high quality microphone in front of them. Now you can always change this depending on how you want the image to be like. I'll give you a couple more examples as well, like the setting, the podcast studio setting, and some example input and output. So you can take a look over here. This is the video caption, and then the output would be a JSON format. Now, why did I set a JSON format is because I want 2 different output fields from this agent. The title is to tell me what kind of baby image is creating for this specific creator, right? It can be a determined toddler, or it could be a shy toddler as well. And then I want a prompt, which I'm going to use to generate the baby image for us, okay? And how we're going to do so is to make sure to set required specific output format. And if I go to output parser, you want to make sure this JSON example is paste over here as well. And then at the end of it, we will have 2 different fields that we can use and map them accordingly. Okay, go back. We also want to connect it to a chat model for this agent to work. So what I'll use is Open Router. I'll go into openrouter.com, create an account, make sure to have some credits, and then you can select a variety of models over here. That's why I like Open Router, because I can use different models with this same API key. Okay, go back to n8n, make sure to update this, add in your credentials and your API key over here, and then you want to choose your model. You can choose 4.0 mini or any other models as well. So to keep it simple, I'm just going to use 4.0 mini for this example. Once that is done, we're going to get the image from Airtable. So this is where we're going to get the original image as reference right over here. Okay, I'm going to choose from the creator table. The record ID would be from this specific node. Paste this in, and this is for us to know that it's from this specific creator over here. All right, you can see every single video is actually linked to the specific creator. And if I open this hidden field, right, I've actually created a few from the previous creator Airtable over here. If I insert right, I actually link to another record, right, and actually link it to the original videos. You know that these different videos are from this specific creator, so you can also use this system to create for other creators as well. Okay, we're just going to hide this. All right, and coming back to n8n, this should be enough for us to get access to the specific image that we want for this specific creator. Okay, and then the next field we're going to do is to download the file, right? We want to choose the URL, which would be from character image. You want to paste this in, and we're going to get the file. Right, this is the original file. After downloading that, we want to create the baby image, and that's where we're going to use GPT-4o image generator, because I think the quality is actually pretty amazing. And so we're going to go to platform.openai.com, make sure to add in some credits, and then you want to create a new secret key over here. Okay, go back to n8n. You're going to open this up. Make sure that this is a HTTP request. The URL is api.openai.com/v1/images/edit. Make sure to create a new API key under header of. Name this authorization, and you want the value to be bearer. And then you want to paste in your API key over here. Right, so if I paste that in, you have the full API key, and then you just rename this to OpenAI. Okay, I'm going to close this because I already have it over here. So once it's connected, we will send a body, and then the image that we're going to use to edit would be from the previous field over here. And then we're going to give it a prompt, which would be from our agent. Okay, so you can see over here from our agent, we want to send the prompt over, paste this in, and then the model would be GPT image 1. And once that's completed, you will see something like this, which means the image has been generated for us. And then you want to convert the file, so you just want to keep this as it is, view, and you will have the baby image over here. Perfect. The base 64 input will be taken from the OpenAI API, so I'll just drag this and paste this in. And lastly, once we have the baby image, we just have to upload it to Google Drive. Open this up. Okay, give it a file name. So I like to use the reference from my previous notes. You can see over here I've gotten it from get original image. I take the username, paste this in, which would be a Hormozy underscore, and then I would put in the type of baby that we have generated, which would be from here. Paste this in, and this is the adaptable baby version. Okay, and then we just want to upload it into a folder that we have created. And once that is done, make sure to update Airtable as well. So we're going to set the base to baby podcast, table original videos, and the ID want to match it to the specific field, right? So it's important to make sure that we don't upload the image to other specific videos as well. So where we're going to get this is to go into search video, drag and paste this ID over here. And then the baby prompt, we want to use it from the image prompt agent, paste this in. Baby image would be from the latest node over here, and then we're just going to choose web view link, paste this in, and that's all you got to do, and change the status to image generated. Press back and you're good to go. Go into Airtable, and that's where we have gotten this new image for the baby as well as the updated status. So once we have completed this step, we now have the baby image as well as the audio file. All we got to do is to piece them together to create our baby video and upload them onto our social platforms. So now let's go into creating the baby video. Going back to n8n, we're going to go into the third part of the system, generating baby videos. So once again, let's test this out, and we're going to run through the node to see how this works. Okay, now it's completed. Let's check out what we have gotten. Go back to Airtable. You can see the new baby video has been generated and status have been changed to babyfied. Let's take a look. All right, let's download this. All right, and there we have it. Open this up. Let's take a look at what we have gotten. Play this out.
Plans are bullshit. I'll give you a quote from one of my executive bodyguards. So he's had a bunch of people die next to him, and he was in combat and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, what's the one biggest thing that changed about your worldview from having all these people who are so close to you just die tomorrow, like overnight? You see them and the next day they're blown up. He like thought for a second. He was like, plans are bullshit. Guy's like, yeah, man, I'm gonna be out you know, in 2 weeks after my 4 years.
Cool, very cool. We do have the full video, and this is a 1-minute video, so that's pretty cool. Right, okay, let's go back to our n8n and see how did we actually do this. So we start off with a schedule trigger once again, right? And once that is completed, we once again search for the status to be image generated. This is for us to find the videos that we think we could start creating the baby videos for, okay? And so you can see I actually set return all because we only have one right now. But once again, we do have more videos that actually has the images as well. It would actually auto-generate for every single one of them. But we just want to do it one at a time for now. Okay, and once that is completed, we're going to go into the next node, which is the voiceover container. Right, this is where we're going to use a tool called Hedra to help us generate these videos. So let's check out Hedra. Hedra is sort of like an AI video generator that's able to help us generate lip sync videos that is pretty high quality. I think it's one of the better quality AI video generator out there. What you want to do is to create a new account, and you do have 300 credits to get started for the free version. So you can try that out. And of course, if you want to generate more, you can pay for the different versions as well. Once you have that, we're going to use the API key to generate these videos for us. So go back to n8n. We're going to start off the very first one is where we need to put the voiceover into a container so that we can use it to generate the videos for us. Sort of like we have to upload the voiceover as well as the baby image into Hedra so they can actually combine them together for us. So you can just get this from my blueprint, right? And you want to make sure that the method is post. The URL is api.hedra.com/webapp public assets, okay? And then you want to connect to your Hedra API key. So how we're going to get that is to make sure it's header off. Okay, we're going to go back to Hedra and we're going to find profile. You're going to go into API. So we're going to take the API key over here, okay? Copy this. And we're going to go back to n8n, create a new header off over here, create a new credential, okay? You want to paste in your API key, and then you want to have the name be x-api-key, and just name this Hedra. And you should be good to go. Once again, I'm going to close this because I already have it over here. All right, and then you want to send over the body, which would be this JSON format. And what this does is that we're going to give it a name, which is the file name that we upload for our audio file, and then the type would be audio. So you can see over here, once this is completed, to understand how this works, we have uploaded our audio file into a temporary container in Hedra so that you can use it to generate our baby videos later on. You can change the name to whatever you want as well, such as audio 1, or you can be the user audio as well, right? It's up to you. Now that's completed, we're going to go into the second part, which is to download the voiceover. Right, this is for us to download the voiceover from Google Drive so that we can use it in our container over here. Right, so we're going to search for the URL from our previous node. You can see this is the audio URL that we have gotten earlier on, right? So we're just going to drag and paste this in, and we want the operation to be download by URL, and just view this.
Plans are bullshit. I'll give you a quote from one of my executives.
This is the audio file, right? So that's good. Okay, once it's completed, we want to upload the voice over to Hedra, right? So we just want to make sure this is post. The URL would be api.hedra.com/webapp public assets. And then you want to paste in the JSON ID. You can find this over here. Drag and paste this in, okay? And then same thing, make sure your authentication has been set over here to your Hedra API. The body would be form data, the parameter type, and the n binary file. The name file and the input data field name would be data, because we're getting it from the binary file over here for our audio. Once this is done, we have completed uploading the audio file. We need to next upload the image file, and then we can generate the videos. So what I'll do is just copy these 3 nodes over here, paste this in, and do the same thing for images, right? Once again, create an image container. You're gonna set a JSON this time for the name for the image. I can name it baby image, and the type would be image. Once you've created a container, same thing, you want to download the image. This time we're gonna get the image URL instead of the audio over here. Paste this in. View it. This is the baby that we're going to start babyfying and creating our videos for. And then we want to upload the image. Same thing, make sure the JSON ID would be from the image file. Paste this in. And now the image has been uploaded into Hedra. Okay, so once you have completed that, we want to next generate the baby video. Open this up. The URL this time would be public generations, right? To generate the video, the method is post, okay? And then we're gonna send body JSON type. Open this up to see what this looks like. Okay, over here you can see the type would be video. Just to help you understand, the AI model will be Hedra model. Okay, you can see the code over here. And then the start keyframe ID would be the image that we have uploaded. So to get this, we want to go into the image container over here and just drag the JSON ID and paste this in. And then we want the audio ID to be the voiceover we want to use for this image. So we're going to go into voice over container, and just drag the ID and paste this in. Lastly, we want to have a text prompt to help us make the video generated even more realistic. So we're just going to use the prompt that we have created for the image for this video itself. We can find it in the Airtable over here and just drag over the baby prompt and paste this in. Resolution, you can select 540p or 720p. So if you want a highest quality, 720p can be set here, but it will use up more credits. Aspect ratio, we want it to be 9:16 for our reels as well as our shots. And then duration ms, I'm going to set it to 5,000. And once you play this note, it will actually generate the video. So you can see over here, the generation has started. It takes a while to generate videos like this because the quality is pretty high as well. So I'll create a wait note afterwards, and then you want to set a wait amount of time. So I'll set it to 2 minutes, and sometimes if the quality is higher, it might take longer. So what you want to do is you could also up this to, let's say, 5 minutes as well. And then once that is completed, you should have the URL over here and it should say generated, right? How I actually do this is to use a get HTTP request, and then I want to set the URL to be api.hedra.com/webapp/public/assets type video and ID equals to the JSON asset ID, right? You want to drag this and paste this in. And then the credentials, make sure to connect to your Hedra API as well. And then you should have something like this. You should have the URL of the video. And then we want to download the video, okay? Once again, another HTTP request, you're going to use the method get. The URL would be the JSON asset URL over here. Paste this in. Make sure to connect your Hedra API as well. And then you want to make sure to set this option settings. You want a response. To have the response format would be file, okay? And then you want to put output in file, so they can have a file output for the video. And if you click download over here, you would get the video as well. And lastly, we want to upload it to Google Drive and update Airtable. So this is quite straightforward. We just want to give it a file name, and then we want to upload it into our drive. And then we want to update Airtable over here. So we're going to select the base, which would be original videos over here. And you want to update this field with the baby video. So we're going to go back and we're just going to update and match the ID, which would be from search baby. And we want to use this ID, paste this in. And the baby video would be from the latest link over here, web view link, paste this in. Change the status to babyfied, and we are good to go. And that's how you get the baby video created and uploaded into Airtable. Perfect. And once you've reached this stage, you have the full process set up, from scraping videos from a creator on TikTok to generating babyfied videos for them. And then you just have to let the system run automatically to generate all these baby videos for you on autopilot. And that's it, your baby generation video. Now, of course, just another add-on bonus for you guys. If you want to also auto-publish these videos into your different social media platforms like YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, that's where we're going to go into our final AI agent system, which is this publishing agent team that I've created earlier to upload our videos onto our social platforms. Now, to really understand how I built this system, you can check out my previous video over here where I actually run through how I set up all the different API keys for this specific system. So do check that out to understand how to build this publishing system for yourself, okay? But just to showcase to you guys how this actually works, I'm going to run through the notes very quickly to show you how I built this. So let's test this workflow and see what happens. Okay, once it's completed, let's check out our social platforms. You can see over here at YouTube, we do have the latest video uploaded.
I'll give you a quote from one of my executive bodyguards. So he's had a bunch of people die next to him and he was in combat and all that kind of stuff. And I was like,
very cool. And let's check out Instagram as well. We do have the video uploaded.
Quote from one of my executive bodyguards. So he's had a bunch of people.
All right, and we do have it on TikTok as well. Okay.
I'll give you a quote from one of my executive bodyguards. So he's had a bunch of people die next to him and he was in combat.
All right, so how do we do this? Let's go back to n8n. Okay, you can see I have a schedule trigger node over here once again. And this time I'll search the record. I'll make sure that the status have been changed to babyfied. Okay, after searching the records, we want to have a publishing agent. And this agent will actually help us generate different captions for each of these different platforms. So how do we actually create these captions, right? Go back to n8n. You can see over here I have the publishing agent. Okay, I'm going to give it the input text field, which would be the caption from the original creator. And I'm going to give it a style tone. I'm going to call it Boss Baby for this specific example. You can of course change it to what you like. And then I'm going to give it a system message over here. Okay, it's a set of instructions. I'm going to tell you to create descriptions for the different social media platforms. I'm going to give you information about the input that is received, such as the text that we have given, our captions and descriptions that can use to create its own unique captions for the baby video. Okay, and then I tell it some platform specific output requirements, right, such as Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. And then of course I want it to have a JSON output format so that it can generate these different descriptions for these different platforms. Okay, Once that is done, I want to make sure the output parser is set to a JSON format as well. And then I want to give it a large language model. I connect it to GPT-4o mini for this example. Okay, from there, I'm going to download the video from the Airtable. Right, you can see over here. I'm just going to drag over the final baby video link and paste this in. Okay, you can view this.
Plans are bullshit. I'll give you a quote from...
Okay, so we do have the baby video downloaded. And then we're going to upload it to Cloudinary. And this is where I'm going to connect it to Cloudinary to upload my video for cloud hosting so that I can post it onto Instagram. And afterwards, I actually connected it to these 3 different agents. The first one is the YouTube agent. You just have to connect your YouTube credentials, okay? And then you just have to connect your title as well as the description over here from the previous publishing agent, right? Paste this in and you're good. And then I'll update the status on Airtable to set YouTube into upload, right? I just have to find the ID from search record over here, paste this in and we're good. Make sure it's from the original videos table as well, right? So this is where you can see the YouTube status have been set to uploaded. And then we're going to do the same for TikTok as well as Instagram. For TikTok, I'm going to connect it to a API publishing service called upload-post to help me post these videos onto TikTok. Right, make sure to connect my credentials to it, the upload post credential, and then of course update the description here as well from the AI agent over here. Drag and paste this in, okay? And then same thing, update the status for TikTok to upload it. And then now for Instagram, the same thing. I would create a container using the Meta API to upload my video. I'll also select the description from the AI agent. Okay, paste this in. And then I'll give it a wait note, 60 seconds. And then I want to post it to set to media publish to post the video onto Instagram. And then of course, update the Instagram status as well. And then I will merge the notes itself to receive the status from these 3 different views. And then I want to make sure that this tree has been set to uploaded. So YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok has been set to uploaded before we update the final status for the baby podcast over here to uploaded. And that's how we get the full system completed. So of course, I've run through this section pretty quickly, but to really understand how to connect the API to each of these specific nodes for the publishing agent system, once again, do check out my previous video over here where I run through deep dive into how I set this whole system up. And then you just have to update the API specifically for this system to upload your baby videos onto your social media platforms, okay? So you can see I've actually created this publishing agent previously, and then now I actually connected it to this baby video, modify it and use it for this specific system. And you can also do so by connecting this publishing system or this baby video and modifying it to create different types of videos for you as well. And so there you have it. This is your full baby podcast video system to convert all the way from scraping videos for you to generating baby images and finally generating baby videos for you to upload onto all your social media platforms. Alright, congrats. I hope you enjoyed this specific workflow, and I'd love to see the baby podcast videos that you have generated from this specific workflow. Now to this very specific point, we have been generating short form real content, right? But the idea of content automation systems is that we don't want to be restricted to just one type of content or one type of videos. We want to cover everything in content. We want to be able to generate different types of systems based on what we want, such as the very first research content agent that we have generated earlier on. And every type of content systems can actually be useful for us to build our content empire. And so the next system that we're going to create is the long form video example. And of course, you've seen these top 10 styles videos generating lots of views all the time, right? And so in this next example, we're going to learn how we can actually build a long form video as well. It doesn't always have to be short form, and there are many different ways that we can generate different types of videos for us. So let's get right into it to generating our long form video system. Let's go. Top 10 videos like this have been one of my favorites over the past couple of years, and it has been generating millions of views. And so I thought, how cool would it be to create channels like this as well, right? So I've decided to create my own team of AI agents to help me generate such videos. Check this out. So you can see from here, I do have the full team of AI agents built in n8n for me, right? I do have the main script agent, the music generator agent, voiceover agent, image agent, the render video agent, as well as the YouTube agent as well. So all of them will work together, and at the end of it, it will actually create a video like this over here. You can see.
Welcome to the skies of the unknown, where AI dreams of cities floating among the clouds. Let's get right into it. Starting with number 10, we have the shimmering city of Etheris, a metropolis that glows with neon lights and hovers above vast storm clouds. Next up in 9, Cloudhaven, a serene city built on a series of interconnected floating islands where residents travel via sky bridges and airships.
right? So at the end of it, we actually do get a full top 10 video generated from scratch, all the way from script writing to voiceover to generating the video and posting it onto YouTube. And so today I'm going to run through a view step by step on how this whole workflow works so that you can build your own AI agent team to create long form videos like this for you as well. Okay, so to start off today's agent build, the first thing we need to have is our storage space. And when it comes to storage space for this AI agent, we're just going to have two main things. The first one would be our Airtable. This is where we actually store all the information about the videos, such as the scripts, the image, the voiceovers, as well as the description and video idea. And then from there, we also need to have a Google Drive where we're able to actually store all the different files for us to use for our final render video. You can see over here, I have named it image top 10, music top 10, rendered video top 10, and voiceover top 10 as well. So how are we going to build this? The first thing you want to do for the Google Drive is to really create a folder in your own Google Drive, and you just want to name it, let's say video materials, and then you want to create 4 different folders. The first one for the images, the second one for the music, the third for rendered video, and the fourth for voiceovers, right? And then from there, you want to make sure that anyone with the link can actually view all these materials so that the automation will be able to use the files later on, right? Okay, once this is done, we're going to go into Airtable, and this is where we're going to create the whole backbone of our automation workflow, all right? The first thing we need to do is to have this specific main table, okay? And in this main table over here, the first thing I want to have is the video idea field, right? It is a single line text, and I'm just going to keep it as it is. The second thing I want to have is a description, which could also be a single line text, right? These two fields is where we're going to have the AI generate the video idea as well as the description for us. And later we're going to run through each of them step by step to really show you in real time how it actually works and how we actually generate the video from scratch. All right. Next up, we have the script section. How we're going to create this simply, we're just going to right click this. Okay. We're just going to insert right, and then we're going to link to another record. Right? This is where we can either link to another table that we have created, or you can create a new table called scripts. Okay. So over here you can see it's linked to scripts, and I want to allow linking to multiple records, right? And then following that, we also want to have the next one, which is also linked to another records. And this is where we're going to create this image table, okay? And same thing here. You can either do it by right-clicking this and then insert right. You can create link to another record, and then you can create a new table called images, or you could also create the table first and then link it there right away, okay? And then we're going to go into the next few tables later on, but let's finish this up first. Same thing here. We're going to link to another record, and we're going to call this voiceovers, and this is where we're going to store all the voiceover files for us as well, okay? And then from there, we also want to have a BGM link. This one will just be a URL field, okay? And we're just going to name it BGM, all right? This is where we're going to have our music for our video. Lastly, we want to have a final video link for us to store the final video, which is what we actually saw earlier on in our YouTube channel, right? Where we have the final video generated for us. Now coming back, we also want to make sure to have 2 drop-down fields, right? Open this up, you can see the drop-down field we want to have as single select. Okay, we're going to name the first one YouTube, and then we just want to have a option uploaded or empty. Right, this is for us to know whether the video has been uploaded onto YouTube later on, and to use this as the trigger point. All right, on top of that, we need to have this status, and this is the most important one. This is what we're going to use to trigger each part of the process, from generating a script all the way to generating the final video. Okay, so open this up. It is also a single select field. We're going to call this status, and then we're going to have a couple of fields over here. The first is pending, second is voiceovers generated, music generated, images generated, render, ready to upload, and completed. Right, you can see from here in my n8n workflow, I actually do have all these different agents, and so later when we will actually trigger them one by one, where the video idea agent and the main script agent will first create the idea and the script first, and once that is done, it will prompt the voiceover agent to create a voiceover, and then the music agent, and sequentially the image agent, and then finally using all of the files to render the video and post it onto YouTube using the YouTube agent. All right, so coming back, we just want to make sure we have all of these fields, and you can just color code them as well. And then we want to have a created time field. This is for us to keep track of the data, right? So we just have to find the created time field that is found in Airtable. Okay, save this, and then you want to have a last modified time field as well. And lastly, we want to have a record ID field. And if you have watched all my other tutorials, record ID field is quite important for us to be able to track the video that we are generating or any information using Airtable. What you want to do is to go into record ID. You want to search for formula, and then you want to type in record_ID bracket. And this is all you need to do to get the record ID for each field. Perfect. Once this is done, we're just going to go into scripts, and this should be created earlier on. Okay, in scripts, we do have a couple of fields. The first one we want to have is the scene number. So we can use auto number over here. And you can see over here, I have actually 12 scenes per video. And this is what I actually set for this current video, but you can definitely increase it to a different amount based on how long you want your video to be. And then we want to have the script over here. This one is a long text. Okay, I call this English because in future videos I definitely want to translate it to other languages as well, but for this specific video we're going to keep it as one language, right? So in this specific part we just want to have a long text field to hold all of the scripts that we will be generating using our AI. All right, and then we want to have a lower third, where a lower third is what we're going to use for the top 10 video styles. So you can see from the video that we have generated, you can see there is a lower third with the different top 10 ideas, right? So this is sort of inspired by all the different top 10 videos out there, how to introduce all the different top 10 concepts as well. Okay, so we're going to use this lower third for rendering our video later on as well. Right, we do want to make sure to link it to the other fields as well. So same thing here, right click this and you want to insert right, link to another record, right? And then that's where you're going to choose the main. When you link the main record all the way here, you would have this specific field, right? And this is important because we want to make sure that this specific set of scenes is actually linked the main idea that has been generated in the main table, right? So that we don't actually mix up the different scenes and the different images that we use later on. And that's why linking to another record is quite important. Okay, from here, you want to make sure to link it to the images record as well. So same thing, right click here, insert right, you want to link to another record, and then you want to link it to images over here. Right, this is important so that we can actually link all of these different scenes to the different images that we're going to use for each of these different scenes. We don't want them to be mixing up and we will not be able to get the videos that we want. Okay, and lastly, we want to link it to voiceovers as well. So pretty straightforward here. Going to images, same thing here, scene number. This time the difference is that we want to use a formula because we want to connect it to the scripts, which will be the main thing that we use to connect to all the different images that we generate, right? And so you just have to set the formula as this specific bracket over here and just write this curly bracket and scripts in the center, and that's all you need to do. Perfect. Okay, and then it will actually just connect it directly. The interesting thing you can see about this image section is that if you take a look, there is actually 2 images for each of the scenes. If you take a look at our video earlier on, what we want to do is actually to have 2 specific images for each voiceover, so it's more dynamic and more exciting. And so you can see back in the Airtable, we do have this other field called part, and I'm going to give it as a number field. Right, what I'm doing here is that I'm numbering it 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, right? This is what the AI is going to do later on for us, such that these 2 images is actually for the first scene, the next 2 is for the second scene, and so on and so forth. So that makes it a little bit more dynamic. And this is also, once again, the reason why I like to use Airtable to store my information and help me do my automations, as it is pretty robust once you get the hang of it, and you can actually do many exciting things as well to make it more comprehensive for your own use cases. All right. Okay, and moving forward, same thing here, we want to have an image prompt, okay, single line text. This would be used to generate the images, and we want to have image URL, a URL link, and this is linked to script and linked to the main as well. Perfect. Okay, lastly for the voiceovers, quite straightforward, scene number. Same thing here, the formula will be connected to the scripts section, okay, and then the URL, which is a URL link, the main, which will be connected already, so you don't have to do anything. And if you have connected from the script, it should also be shown here as well. Now you can actually hide these 2 sections as they are not necessarily that important, but you can just keep it here as well if you want to use it as reference. Now to follow along this tutorial more effectively, I do have the Airtable template and all the other resources linked in the description below, so do download them and you can use them right away. Alright, now let's continue this section. We've completed the storage part of our video, having the folders ready as well as the Airtable ready. The next part we want to do is to start off our automations, building our agents to actually help us generate the final video. Okay. Now to build all the different AI agents to do the work for us, we're going to use this platform called n8n, which is a perfect system to create AI automation workflows, right? Building AI systems without having to code at all. And this is actually a very powerful system that I like to use to create all kinds of different automations for me, right? Okay, and so let's start off with this overview of the workflow. Over here, we do have 6 different agents all together, right? The first agent we want to create is the top 10 video ideas plus main script agent. Where you can see over here in this system, I do have 2 agents. The first one is the top 10 idea agent to generate the ideas for us. And then the second one is the script writer to generate the script for us as well. And the scriptwriter will also generate the lower thread for us that we can use for our final video later on. The second agent we want to have is the music generator agent. Now for every amazing video, we do want to have a beautiful background music. So the music generator agent would generally just create a wonderful soundtrack for us to use for our video. And this is actually catered to all the different styles for us, fully AI generated. So that is actually pretty cool. Thirdly, we want to have the voiceover agent, right? What's important for a video is to actually have fantastic voiceovers. So we're going to have the voiceover agent to use 11 Labs, which is a very powerful software to generate the different voiceovers for us for our video later on. And afterwards, we have the top 10 image agent, where it's going to be the bulk of the scenes to actually help us present the idea out into our video, right? So this is super important, and this image agent will help us do all of that as well. Moving on, we do have the render video agents. So once we have all the files stored in Airtable, we're going to pass all of them to the render video agent, who is then going to help us render the video together and create the final product for us. And once we are satisfied with the final product, we can actually prompt the YouTube agent to publish it onto YouTube for us with a specific description and title catered to this video. And so amazingly, every single part of it is actually done by your AI agent, and all we gotta do is to answer a prompt from Telegram. I'm gonna show you right away how I actually do so. Okay, we're gonna start with the very first agent over here, which is the video idea agent. Right, coming in, you can see, okay, I'm going to start off with a schedule trigger node. So to add any of these different nodes, you just have to click plus button over here and search for the node you want to add. So I'm going to search for schedule trigger, and I'm going to start off with this schedule trigger node, right? This allows me to test out the workflow by clicking test, or I could also schedule it for a time each day. For example, it could be a manual trigger per second, or it could be per minutes or per hour or days as well, right? This allows me to have a new video generated every single day sent to me for all of these agents to generate daily videos or even hourly videos for me automatically, right? So once I have the schedule trigger, I'm going to have a AI agent node to follow afterwards. So you can see over here, this AI agent node has 2 sections. The first one is the tool, and the second one is the output parser. And the third section is actually the model that we're going to use here, which would be Quinn for this specific agent. So let's break down on how we actually do so. Okay, so let's open this up and see how an agent works over here. Okay, let's take a look at this. All right, the first thing we want to take note is the user message, and the user message is what we actually tell the agent. We're going to set it as a standard message over here for this automation. So what I'm going to tell it is, please generate a new unique top 10 content idea following the instructions provided and return in JSON format. Okay, JSON format is a format that we're going to use a lot in this automation workflow because that allows us to structure the content in a specific format that we want to easily map it and create our rendered video later on, right? So, and then we're just going to turn on this required specific output format, all right? And then we're going to add in an option called system message. This is the most important part of the AI agent. It's sort of like the instructions to instruct what the AI agent is supposed to do, right? This is like the instruction settings for the AI agent. For example, this is an idea agent. We want to customize it to only create ideas for us and not do anything else. So how do we actually do that? I'm going to click expression over here. I'm going to open this. And I'm going to give it firstly the role, telling it that it's an AI that generates ideas for top 10 ranking videos based on a niche of top 10 AI imagined cities of the future. Okay, this is basically an idea that I have in mind for this specific agent. Now, if you want to create other types of top 10 videos as well, you can, let's say, change this to top 10 cities of the world or top 10 phenomenons of the world or any other things that you want to have as well, okay? Once you have that, right, I'm going to tell it a task. This is basically the instruction on what it needs to do to generate a perfect idea for us. First, I'm going to tell you to use the search Airtable tool, which I've connected to it to retrieve the current ideas that have already been created in this database. Right, so what it's going to do is it's going to scrape our database over here and make sure that it doesn't repeat the ideas that we have already created. Okay, and from here I give it some information on why it should do so, and then from there I'm going to ask it to generate a new unique idea for us, right? Based on what has not already been used, generate one new top 10 video ideas that fit into the niche. right? The format, I want to make sure that it starts with top 10. The goal is to create a topic that's engaging, mysterious, and has a strong visual storytelling potential. It must work across languages, and this is so that we can maybe in the future translate it to other languages as well, or make it a global content that everyone can actually see and relate to. And then from there, I want it to also include a brief one-line description of why this topic is intriguing or worth watching. And then following that, I actually give it some examples to make sure it kind of understands what is the kind of outputs that we want, right? So you can see over here, there's a couple of examples like this title, Top 10 Floating Cities, the description from cloud scraping towers to ocean hovering platforms, or even this top 10 AI generated cities that could exist on Mars, and the description as well, and one more example. Lastly, I'm going to give it an output format, and this is what I talk about as in JSON format. You can see this bracket over here. This is basically how we actually write JSON format. And what this does is that I actually give it two different fields. The first one is title, the second is description. And so by asking it to give us the final output in JSON format, we're able to then receive both the title and the description in two separate fields that we can map into, let's say, our Airtable or any other areas later on without having them to be meshed together as one specific text. And this is super useful for automation, right? So we want to have the title and the description that we can actually then use to pass to our other agent later on to write the scripts for us as well. Okay, following that, I also give it some notes and tips on what it should think about when generating the idea for us. Okay, and so that's all we have for the prompt. Close this and we're good to go. Okay, and so you can see over here, once I've set required specific output format, I do have an output parser, the tool, the memory, and the chat model. Right, and for this automation, we don't really need the memory, so we just need to put in a chat model, which is sort of like the brain for this agent, the tool, which is for us to use to scrape the Airtable, okay? And then we want to have a output parser, which is the exact format that I've mentioned for the output. So if you open this up, you can take a look over here. You can see the structured output parser has this JSON example. So the output itself would exactly be in this specific format. Okay, let's finish this agent up first. I'm going to show you how this works. Next, I'm going to connect it to a tool, and we're going to connect it to the Airtable tool, okay? And I'm going to set the operation to search, the resource to record, and the base ID, I want to connect it to my Airtable over here, okay? Okay, so if it's the first time connecting to Airtable, what you want to do is to go into airtable.com/create/tokens, right? You want to create a new API token, give it these three specific scopes. The first one is read, write, and schema-based read. And then from there, you want to give it access to your base, which would be top 10 videos from me. All right, once that is done, copy the API key. Make sure to add in your credentials, create a new credential, and then add in your access token. And then you should be good to go. All right. And then from here, you want to connect it to the Airtable. So you can search from list, or you can use the code over here as well. So how do I find this specific code, right? I go into Airtable, and you can see from here, I do have this specific code over here. You see, right? You can copy this. Okay, copy this code over here, and then you go back into n8n, paste this in, and then you have the base ID. Okay, and then for the table ID, you can just actually copy this second field over here. You can take a look, and this should be the table ID. Go back to n8n, and you can paste this in. You can see it's the same, right? And how do you know that? If you click into the other tables, you can see the table ID actually changes as well. That's all we got to do if you want to do it by ID. If not, you can actually use the list as well. Okay, and then from there, once that is done, you want to click return all, and this is for us to actually search the Airtable. And so the AI agent will actually be able to use this tool to search the Airtable based on the instructions that we have given it. Lastly, for all the agents, we do need to give them a brain, which is the LLM that we're going to use. So I like to use a tool called OpenRouter, right? If you go into openrouter.ai, you can just create an account, make sure you have some credits, and get your API keys over here in keys, right? And then you can choose many different models that you can connect to your AI agents. So it's up to you to decide which one you want, and you can see the price over here as well. So some of the models that I like to use could be ranging from Queen or GPT-4o or any other different models like DeepSeek. And you can actually use different models for different agents within the workflow as well. So that is the flexibility of it. So I really like to use this. So once you get the API keys, we're going to move back to n8n. Okay, you're going to connect to the Open Router node over here by clicking onto the plus button from the chat model section over here. Okay, once you've done that, you're going to open this up. You're going to connect it to the model that you want to use. And then make sure to connect your credentials. So you just have to create a new credential, add in your API keys as well. Okay, you only have to do it once and you're good to go. Perfect. Now that we have this, I'm going to play this once. I'm going to show you what happens. You can see it's running. and use the Airtable to search the Airtable record. All right. And then it's going to give us the structured output. You can take a look over here. It does have the title and the description for us in the format that we want. And this is what I mean by using the JSON to create the format that we want. All right, perfect. Now I'm going to add in the Telegram notes over here. And so to quickly run through what this does is that I actually want it to send the idea to me on Telegram, and then I'll decide whether I want to approve it or not. Right, so this is something fun that I can actually add in that you can make your agents do, so you don't actually have to come into this n8n platform all the time. You can just communicate with it on a daily basis via Telegram, and you can schedule the agent on when you want it to actually send you these new ideas on a daily basis. So that's actually pretty cool. Right, so how do we do this is you want to create a new Telegram bot, okay? And then you'll find this node, which is send and wait message, okay? Which is a human approval Telegram note, right? And from here, I'm going to connect it to my Telegram bot. So to create a new credential, you need the access token. How you want to do so is you want to go into botfather, right? And botfather over here will be able to help you create a new bot by typing /bot and just follow the instructions, and you will get an API key for a Telegram bot. And you can see there's one I created over here that will give me the different ideas every day, and all I got to do is to approve or decline them. All right. From here, you want to make sure to connect it. And once that is done, you want the resources to be message, operation send and wait for response. You can see over here, send and wait for response, okay? And then the chat ID, right? This is where you want to get the chat ID from the Telegram bot itself. So how I like to get the chat ID is to create a new workflow, okay? And click plus, search for the Telegram node, click Telegram, and we're going to have on message trigger, okay? And then we're just going to test that. We just have to talk to our Telegram bot, say hi. All right, you can see from here, we do have the chat ID. Zoom in, copy this, right? You do have the chat ID, and then you can actually paste it into your workflow over here. Open this up, and you can paste it over here, chat ID, right? And that's all you gotta do. And then next up, I'm gonna give it some instructions in the message section. This is something that we can do to make it fun and exciting for it to tell us about the different ideas that it has on a daily basis, right? So just have to click expression, okay? And I wrote, hey boss, here's your fresh top 10 video ideas for the day. Hit me with your thoughts. So I decided to make it fun and exciting when it's actually communicating with me via Telegram, right? And I'm gonna have the title over here and the description over here. And so this web mapping comes in from our JSON output. I'm just gonna drag this over and paste this in, and I'll have the JSON output title over here. Same, I'm just gonna drag the description over here, paste this in, and there I have it. Perfect. Okay, once this is done, it will send the new idea to me via Telegram. And I'm going to create a approval type option, right? And the type of approval will be approve and disapprove. Approve button label will be this tick button with an approve, and the disapprove button label would be this emoji over here with decline. Right? This allows me to approve and decline with two different options. And then from there, before we continue, right, I create an if node. So if it's true, you actually follow along the top section, and it will actually prompt the script writer to generate the scripts as well as the lower third for us. If it's declined, it will once again recreate a new idea for us until we are satisfied, and then create the script as well as the lower third for us. Okay, so let me quickly run through the rest of the node over here to see how this actually works. Right, the next one I'll do is to have a if node. Okay, I'm gonna open this up, and the conditions would be json.data.approve is true. Let's execute the previous node to see why I use this. Okay, so you can see human approval over here. So it has actually sent me a new video, right? And all I gotta do is to click approve or decline. If I click approve over here, click open and close this. Right, let's go back to the workflow. You can see in the if node, I do have this specific condition, which is json.data.approve, right? All I gotta do is to drag it over from this data over here, paste this in. Here I have it. Okay, right, let's set this to expression is true, right? You actually move in the upward manner, and if it's false, it would actually go down over here, right? And then from here, I actually have another Telegram node, right? This is just to send another message. So let's say once it's approved, I just want to make it more fun. So operation send message. I give it a text saying, you got legendary taste boss. Your top 10 video ideas is locked in. This one's going to be a banger. Stay tuned. Magic incoming, right? Pretty cool. And I want to add in this field, which is reply markup. Make sure to turn it to none. And now add in this field, which is append n8n attribution. Make sure to turn it off so we don't have this message was created by n8n. Okay, and similarly, I'm going to create one for decline as well. So this is another message saying, oof, that didn't hit the mark. No worry boss, bring up a brand new idea for you as we speak. This makes it more exciting for 2 different types of outcomes from the answer that we give to our Telegram bot. Okay, so let's say it's approved. What we're going to do next is to update the Airtable. So we're going to create a new record using the Airtable node. The base once again the same, the table once again the same from this main table over here, okay? And then we're going to go into the n8n. Okay, and continuing from there, you want to map 2 different values over here. The first one is video idea, which is mapped from the previous view. So let's see over here, right? How do we get this? So let's play the previous node. Okay, once we have run it, we have to approve the new idea over here. Approve this. All right, close it. Go back to the workflow. And now we should have the data to map over to this specific node. And you can see over here, we want to drag over the video idea as well as the description. So that's where we're going to get from the agent over here, title. If I drag this over and paste this in, there I have it. Make sure to change it to expression. And same for the description, we want to drag this over as well. And what this does is it's going to update the Airtable over here with the video idea and a new description. Alright, press back, and once that is done, we're going to go into the next agent, which is the top 10 scriptwriter. So I'm going to use a LLM chain. Open this up. You already know it. The first one is defined below. The user message is what we're going to talk to it. And then the chat message over here is system message, which is the role for it. So now I'm just going to run through these really quickly. Once again, you can get access to all my prompts in my description below by downloading the n8n workflow, and you can just read them from there and see how I actually write the full prompt. Okay, so let's open this up. You can see, okay, and the map field is what we're going to use to prompt the AI agent to create a script for us. And from here, I actually give it a instruction where I can see, tell it that it's a creative scriptwriter tasked with writing full structured scripts from intro to outro for a top 10 style video. The niche focus, we can actually remove this because this is not necessary, right? The agent will be able to understand what videos we're talking about based on the instructions given to it. Okay, and then for the task overview, right, I want it to generate 12 sections of the script per video, right? So there's section 1, section 2 to 11, and section 12. The first one is the intro. Section 2 to 12 would be top 10 through top 1 countdown, and section 12 would be the outro. So you can imagine my video will start with an intro, and then I want to have top 10 videos, and then the outro of it. Each script for each section must last exactly 9.5 seconds to 10 seconds, exactly between 24 to 25 words. That is roughly what I want for this specific workflow, but of course you can change it up based on what you want as well. I'm keeping the video to 9 to 10 seconds per scene, but up to you, you can make it 20 seconds or even more as well. And I give it some script requirements, right, such as the intro, what kind of hooks do we need, and the top 10, the top 1, I tell it what it needs to start with, how it should actually start each different scene, with voiceover saying things like starting with number 10, next up in number 9, and lastly for number 1, and so on and so forth. And then from there, I do have a outro section as well, right? So I need to conclude in a thought-provoking way, asking a reflective question to engage user and end with a strong call to action. The second part I want to have also is the lower third text. Right, this is important for us once again to use it for our video later on. I actually tell you to match it to each section, right? The intro, the top 10 to 1, and the outro. And I want to give it a output format as well, which is once again the JSON format, where we'll have the voice over script as a string and the lower third text as a string as well. So we can map all of this into our Airtable later on. Once it's done, I'm going to set it to required specific output format. Output parser, I'm going to have the total format over here. So you can see I do have 12 different groups, right, with voice over script, lower third text. Right, this is what I want from this specific AI agent. Move back. We want to make sure to connect it to the model as well, so we can connect it to the Queen model that we've used earlier on as well. And just to finish up this specific workflow, next I'm going to do is split out, because I have 12 different outputs. I'm going to split out the few, right? So if I actually play this over here, okay, as you can see, I do have 12 different outputs, right? Such as output 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, right? It starts from 0, so it's going to be 12 different outputs. And so what I'm going to do is to split them out so that I can actually map each of them into Airtable one by one. So the end result would be something like this, where we have 12 different scripts, right? Over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, as well as the lower third, each in one different field, okay? And so coming back, we're going to do a split out. We're going to set the field to output, and you can do this by dragging this over and paste this in, okay? And from here, what you're going to do is to press back. We're going to set another node, which is loop over items. We're going to loop this 12 times and get all the 12 different outputs, okay? And then we're going to have this specific node over here from the loop section. It's going to be the Airtable node. We're going to put it as operation create. The base, we're going to choose top 10 videos. Table this time, we're going to choose the script table. Okay, we want to update into the script table instead of the main, and we want to create 12 different new views for that specific video, the second one that we have created earlier over here. Okay, and then we're going to put the value to send. The script would be the json.voiceover.script, which would be the voiceover script we've gotten from our agent. Lower third would be json.lowerthird text, and the last one is super important, the main. This is where we want to connect it to the record ID from the main Airtable. Okay, we can actually get this from the previous note, where you can see over here, one important thing to do is to make sure we put this square bracket over here, right? This is to make sure it's an array, and this helps us to connect to the main table node over here, so that all the different scripts that's generated wouldn't be all over the place, but actually connected to this specific video, right? Okay, so going back, let me show you how this actually works, right? Once that is done, I'm going to have the final Airtable node at done, and I'm going to select the base top 10 videos, the table main, and then the ID would also be once again the record ID from the update Airtable item.json ID. The status will be pending, and this will trigger the next agent to generate the music or the voiceover for us. Now you must be wondering, how do we actually get this specific field for both record IDs mapping, right? So just if you go back, you can see this is the update Airtable 1 node over here. You can see we actually want to use the record ID over here, right? Actually drag it over from the input earlier. Going to this, you can see if I drag this over, here write json.id. But if it's actually a couple of nodes earlier, right, what's going to happen is that to get the same ID over there, right, you can see I have to type in this bracket over here, money sign bracket, and I have to give it a name, which is update Airtable 1, the name of the node, .item.json.id, and that's how I get the record ID from the previous node. Now if I put on this square bracket over here, it's how I actually make it into an array that's useful for this specific node. Okay, once that is done, let's play this out and see what happens. We're gonna regenerate a new video instead. Once we have this full workflow completed, we're gonna redo the whole thing again from scratch, and we're gonna see how it works from top till the end and see what we actually generate from this. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to this. I'm gonna delete the old video, right, and now we're gonna generate from scratch totally and let the agent do the work for us. Okay, and we're gonna test this whole workflow once and see what happens. Test. All right, approve it on Telegram. Approve this. Close it. Continue. Now the script writer is writing these scripts for us. All right, now that it's completed, let's go into Airtable and see what we get. You can see over here, there is a new video idea, a new description. There are all the new scripts created for us, connected to the scenes, connected to the lower third as well. All the lower third generated for us as well in the specific format that we want. Perfect. And finally, you can see the status is set to pending, which is what's going to trigger the next automation, which would be the voiceover agent. Okay, now I'm going to run the voiceover agent once, and we're going to see the results that we get. And then from there, I'm going to run through review how this workflow works to get the result that we want. So I'm going to click test workflow and trigger this. And now the voiceover agent would start working for us to generate the voiceover for the different scenes that we have created earlier on. Let's give it a while. Okay, and if you go into Airtable, you can see the voiceovers are being generated in real time over here. You see a new one being generated each time, and the number is aligned to the scripts as well. If you go into the voiceover table here, you can see the new voiceovers have been generated for us for our video. So pretty cool. Okay, now that it's completed, let's take a look at our Airtable. Okay, let's see if it's actually aligned to what we have. Take a look over here at our scripts. So let's close this first. And this is our newly generated video, right? If you take a look, this first line is welcome to the depths where AI meets the ocean. Dive into the top 10 AI generated cities on the ocean floor. Let's get right into it, right? So let's go into voiceovers. Let's download the first one and let's take a listen to see if it actually matches what we have created earlier on with our scripts agent. Let's play this.
Welcome to the depths where AI meets the ocean. Dive into the top 10 AI-generated cities on the ocean floor. Let's get right into it.
Right, amazing. So that is the AI voiceover that we've generated for each of these different scenes. So how do we actually do that? Let's run through the whole process. Let's go back to the workflow. We're going to start off with a schedule trigger node as well. And then the second node will be a search record node. This is for us to search the Airtable for the records, right? The base would be top 10 videos. It will be from the main table. And then we want to filter by formula and we want to set status equals to pending. Right, remember we set the new status to pending, and this will actually help us find all the videos that are set to pending so that it will generate the voiceovers for us and trigger this workflow. And if the status is not equals to pending, it will actually stop this workflow and it will be triggered again later on whenever a new video has been set to pending. All right, and you want to set it to return all. Okay, and we'll close this. Next one is the if loop. This is for us to continue. So like we said, if the status is equals to pending, it will continue, and if scripts are not empty as well, it will also continue. We want to make sure that it fulfills these two conditions before it generates the voiceovers for us, right? How do we get this field? Once again, you just have to drag it over from the previous note, right? You can see over here, drag the status field over here, as well as the scripts field over here, and paste this in. Okay, press back, and then if it's true, we're going to generate our voiceovers. So as we have 12 different scenes, as you can see earlier on, we want to split them up one by one and generate the voiceovers one by one and save them one by one as well. Okay, we want to split up the field for scripts, and then we want to get the scripts from the second table over here, right there, right? The scripts that we have over here. Okay, and so after splitting the scenes, we want to do a loop, right? We're familiar with the loop right now. We want to loop this as batch size 1. Okay, and then from there you want to go into the next one, which is another Airtable node. We want to get the scenes for the sound effects or the voiceovers, right? Let's change this to voiceovers. Okay, rename this. Perfect. Right, so how do we actually do that? We want to go into operations, get. The base would be top 10 videos. The table would be scripts this time, not the main. We're going to drag over the script field over here, paste this in, right? And what this does is it actually gets the different record ID for each of these different scripts, right? This is how we can actually get the information here that we want to use to generate the voiceovers. You can see over here for the output, we do have the record ID, the created time, the scene number, and then the script for each of these different scripts created for this video, and the lower third as well. So that's cool. Okay, and then moving on, we want to generate the voiceover, and this is where we need to connect it to 11 Labs. So how we're going to do so is, firstly, we're going to go into 11 Labs. You want to create a new account, and you can actually create a free account which should be able to gain access to the API keys as well, right? And you have 10,000 credits to get started, so more than enough for you to play around with. Okay, and from here you want to go into settings, API keys, and you want to create a new API key, right? Remember your API key, as we're going to use it later on. Next up, we're going to go into 11labs.io/documents/API reference. Okay, you want to find the create speech reference. This is for us to create a new speech from tag. You want to copy this curl over here. Okay, curl is actually very useful for us to connect to different APIs on n8n. All right, and we're going to go back to n8n. We're going to import the curl over here by pasting it in, and then you should get something like this, right? So make sure you have this specific fields over here. The first one is the query parameters. You can keep it as MP3, all right? And for send headers, this is actually what we use for the API keys. But what I like to do in n8n to make sure that I can reuse the API keys over and over again without typing is that I create a new authentication, and I call it generic credential type, right? And then I'm gonna use generic auth type, which is header auth, and I'm going to create a new credential, right? If I actually edit this, you can see over here, and the name will be X API key. How do I find this? Go back to the document. You can see the name is X API key. Key over here would just be your API key that you can get from 11Labs over here. So go back to n8n, you want to paste this in, and you're good to go. Okay, make sure you have the output format. Then you want to also have the body, which is JSON, right? And then we want to have a couple of fields. The first one is text, and this is the text that we want to convert into our voiceovers. And so we're just going to get from the previous node, which will be the script, paste this in, and we're good to go. The model ID would be 11Labs Multilingual version 2. You can also try out their different models as well, but we're going to use this to get started. And so one cool thing about 11Labs is that there are different models that you can actually use. So we just use this male version as an example for this video. You can actually clone your own voice or use the different models that they have as well. And how do you find that is to go into 11Labs, go to voices, where you can see there are many different voices here. You can click into one of them.
You got to be careful.
You can click into them and listen to it.
If you don't know where you're going, because you might not get there.
Listen to this one.
I'd rather regret the things that I've done than the things that I've not done.
Right, pretty cool. And if you want to use them, all you got to do is to click use, okay? And you just have to go and find the...
You got to be careful if you don't know where you're going, because you might not get there.
And so to use the different voices, you can go into this page over here, right? And from here you can play and test them out.
Government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from the earth.
Right. And if you like this one, click the button over here. You can copy the voice ID, go back to n8n and paste this in at the end of it. And that will be the voice that you will be using. The cool part about 11Labs is that you can also clone your own voice as well. So if you go into text to speech, press back, you can actually create or clone your own voice as well. And that would be cool for you to use the different voices that you want. All right, and coming back to n8n, once you have that done, once you click test tab, you will get the voice over. So if you click view.
These AI-generated cities are a testament to the limitless possibilities of technology.
Right, so that's the voiceovers that we have gotten from this generation. Perfect. And once we have that, the next thing we're going to do is to upload it into our storage space, which is our Google Drive. and our Airtable as well. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is to have a Google Drive node. Okay, and before we move on, just remember this node over here is the HTTP request node. And this is the specific node that we use to connect to all the different applications that we use on n8n. So we'll be using this a lot for any applications that want to connect outside using their API. And the method will be post, just to make sure. All right, you're gonna create a Google Drive node. You just have to search for Drive and you can click into this. And you want it to be upload file, right? And we want to make sure to connect your credentials to your Google Drive account. So to create a new one, we're going to open this, create a new credential, and you can see over here we do need the client ID and the client secret, and then it'll prompt you to log into your account. So how do we get that? Okay, all we got to do is go into console.cloud.google.com, all right? And then we want to go into credentials. You want to create a new OAuth 2.0 client key. And so from here, what you want to do is to create a new credential, select OAuth client ID, select the type to be web application, okay, and then give it a name, let's say n8n drive, right? And what you want to do is to authorize redirect URLs. If you're self-hosting it yourself, you just have to go into n8n. You can see over here, this is the redirect URL. Copy this, okay? Go back to Google Cloud, add URL, paste this in, and you should be good to go and create a new credential here, okay? Once you have that, you would have the following information, which is client ID and client secret. So just paste them in, log into your account, and you should be good to go. All right, close this. And also the other thing to take note of is you want to search for Google Drive API. Click into this and make sure it's enabled. All right, coming back to n8n. So I actually mapped it from the previous node over here. I actually give it the video idea name underscore the scene number, so that would be the exact file name that I want to use. And both of this would be mapped from the previous node itself. Okay, and then the parent drive would be my drive, and I would have it linked to the voiceover folder that I've created earlier on. You can see over here the voiceover folder. Okay, once this is done, it should upload the file to my folder, and then I want to update and upload the file to Airtable as well. So I'm going to create another Airtable node. The base will be top 10 videos. The table would be voiceovers this time, right? And I want it to create a new record. The URL would be the web content link, right? Make sure it's the downloadable link over here. And this is important because you want to use this for the rendering video later on. And then main would be the record ID from main. So this is how I actually mapped from the previous node earlier to get the record ID. Okay, the scripts would also be the record ID from the script. Right, so you can see from here in generate voiceovers, yeah, over here, right, this is the script record ID. Right, I'm going to drag this over, paste this in, make sure to add the square bracket on the outer end of it, right, and this allows us to connect the voiceovers to each of the scripts. You can see this is for script number 50, script number 51, 52, and make it mapped accordingly. All right, once you have this, you should upload the voiceovers into Airtable. So let's rename this as well. Perfect. Click back. And then once that is done, it will loop it 12 times to give us all the different voiceovers. Okay. And then at the end of it, we want to update the Airtable once again. Okay. Connect your credentials, the base top 10 videos, table main, and then you want to match it by ID. And then you want to match it to the Airtable ID and just update the status to voiceovers generated. Right. And from there, we do have all the voiceovers generated and status voiceover generated. And there you have it, the voiceover agent completed. All right, perfect. Now that we have the voiceovers, the next thing we want to create is the music for our video, right? So the next thing we're going to do is to create our music generator agent. All right, over here, let's run this once and see what happens. And then once again, I'm going to run through with you how this exactly works. Click play. Okay, now that it's done, let's take a look at what we have gotten. You can see over here, status is set to music generated. Go into the file over here. Let's take a look over here. You can see we have the BGM generated. So let's take a listen. Click into this. Open this up. All right, it's downloading. Okay, perfect. This is for top 10 AI generated cities on the ocean floor for our current video. So pretty cool. Very ocean-like. So that's pretty cool, right? Generated by AI for our specific video. Very cool, very cool. All right, that's nice. So let's go into n8n and see how did we actually build this music agent. Okay, coming back, the first thing we do is once again the schedule trigger node, so we don't have to go through that. We can set the time that we want to schedule this specific trigger. Okay, and then check video status. Like this time we want to check it by status equals to voice over generated. I want to make sure that we have the voice over generated before we generate the music. Okay, next one is the if node. Same thing here, status equals to voice over generated, and scripts is not empty, right? Okay, and now we have the music agent, the agent that we want to use to generate the prompts for our BGM, right? Open this up. We're going to have the user message, which would be the video idea and the description. This is what we're going to use as context to create the BGM for us, right? So the video idea would be the top 10 AI generated cities on the ocean floor. The description would be dive into the depths and explore underwater cities designed by AI, where light and life thrives in the most unexpected places. Right, so more than enough for the AI to help us understand and create a prompt for our music. And this time I keep the system prompt pretty simple. I ask you to create a descriptive prompt for a BGM soundtrack for a video that suits the vibe of the story based on the video idea and the description. And the output should be in the following JSON format, returning us only the music prompt, insert music prompt. And to get the exact format that we want, an output parser must be added in, music prompt, insert music prompt. Okay, and you can see the fun part about using OpenRouter, like I mentioned, is that we can use different models. So you can see over here, I can use DeepSeek as the model as well. I can connect it to DeepSeek Chat to generate this specific music for us. Okay, and then following that, we want to connect it to Replicate, and Replicate is where we're going to use our music model. So let's go into replicate.com to see how this actually works. Going to Replicate, you can see over here, this platform essentially allows us to connect to different large language models to generate images, music, and so on and so forth. Okay, so we're going to go into the model for this specific music, which would be this specific model over here. Let's click into this. All right. So this is the model that we want to use for our music generation. Right, you can see over here, what I'm going to do is to click into API, okay? And I'm going to find HTTP, and I'm going to get the curl. Right, like we're going to copy this curl over to a HTTP request to get the API connected. What you want to also do is to make sure to add in credits and also get the API keys, which would be from settings over here, API tokens. And then you want to get the API tokens over here to connect to Replicate. All right, once that is done, we're going to go into n8n, create a new HTTP request node, open this up, import curl, paste this in, and you should have something like this, right? Make sure the method is post, the URL is api.replicate.com/v1predictions. And for authentication, once again, we're going to turn off the header authentication that they have given us through the curl, and we're going to create our very own. Select generic credential type, header off. We're going to create a new one. We're going to call it Replicate. Okay, open this up and you're going to see the name will be authorization. The value will be your API key. Okay, once that is done, move down. We want to have this specific field set for us. The first one would be the prefer field, and the value is weight. The body would be the JSON body over here. Okay, this is where we get to map our inputs over. Okay, so open this up. You can see over here the version, we just keep it as it is. It should be coming from the curl. And then the input, the prompt would be from the output from the music agent over here. Drag this over, paste this in. And then duration is how long we want the soundtrack to be. And so for this specific video, I want it to be 2 minutes. But of course, if you want it to be longer, then you want the soundtrack to be longer as well. And the longer the soundtrack, the more credits you use. And so I'm going to keep it as 120 seconds for now for a 2-minute soundtrack for my video. Okay, once I generate this, we do have to give it some time as well. If you go into Replicate, you can see over here in your dashboards, right? It actually takes about 7-8 seconds to run the model and total of 88 seconds. We don't want the workflow to continue without having the final output generated. So what we want to do is to put a wait node over here, okay, this wait node, and I set it to 3 minutes so that after 3 minutes, it's guaranteed that the music would have been generated so that we can move on in this workflow without any errors, okay? And then from there, another HTTP node, open this up. I'm going to type in this same URL, but I'm going to drag over the ID, which is from the wait node, right, from the generated music over here, paste this in at the end. This is how we can actually download the BGM soundtrack and use it later on, okay? The rest, we'll keep it as the same, so you can just duplicate the HTTP request that we have gotten earlier on over here, duplicate this, okay, and then change the method to get, and the rest you can just keep it the same. All right, and then you should have an output like this, which allows you to have the information inclusive of, and you should have an output like this. And the most important one is this specific output information, which is the link to our BGM URL. All right, and then from there we want to get the binary data so that we can upload it to our Google Drive and update our Airtable. So over here we're going to use another HTTP request node. Okay, open this up and we're going to set the method to get, and the URL would be from the output over here. Drag this and paste this in, and then once you run this, you should get something like this where you can test view it, right? If you view it, and once you have this, very straightforward, upload it to Google Drive, open this up. Okay, we're going to look for our new folder, which is for music over here. The file name, I would map the video idea name _bgm.wav, right? This is a file format I want to make sure that it can be used perfectly. All right, once this is done, click back. And we are going to update Airtable. Okay, and same thing here, make sure to map it to the ID, right? So we want the JSON ID from script ready 1. Let's take a look over here, script ready 1, right? We want to get the ID, which is the ID for our video over here, record ID. Okay, and then we want to upload the BGM music, which would be from the web content link. See over here, make sure it's the downloadable one so that we can use it for the rendering later on. And then the status, music generated. Okay, and there you have it. The music agent is completed and we have generated our music. Now all we got to do next is to generate the images, and then we're ready to render and upload it to YouTube. Fantastic. Okay, now let's go into our image agent. This time let's run it once, and similarly once it's done, we're going to run through the workflow and explain how this actually works from top to the end. All right, let's test out the workflow and let's let it run. This is going to take a while, so let's give it a while and then we're going to come back to this after it's done. All right, now that it's done, let's take a look at the Airtable to see what we have gotten. Status is changed to image generated. Awesome. Look into images. Let's take a look over here. Just close this one. Where you can see we have generated all the images over here. Let's open one of them to take a look. All right, let's see what we have. Amazing. This is definitely ocean, so pretty cool. All right, so you can see we do have the image prompt as well, and for each scene we do have 2 images like we mentioned, like what we want. So we do have 24 images. Pretty cool, all linked to the same exact video, which is the AI generated cities underwater, right? Is that the one? We do have the AI generated cities on the ocean floor. Amazing. And we do have all of it linked accordingly as well to the scripts as well as the prompts. So how do we actually get this, and how does the AI agent for image work? Let's go back into n8n. Let's take a look. Alright, firstly, we do have a schedule trigger node, so we don't have to go through that. Same thing here, a get scenes node, which is the search record node for Airtable. Status this time is music generated. This is what's going to trigger the image agent to work for us. And then we're going to have a if node, right? If JSON status equals to music generated, that's all we need. Okay, perfect. And then split scenes, right? We do need to split the scenes, and we want to use the scripts to generate all the images for us. The field to split out is scripts. Okay, same thing here, loop scenes, batch size 1. Okay, and we're going to retrieve the scenes for the image agent to generate images for us. So we're going to search for retrieve scenes, which is Airtable record get. Base would be from the top 10 videos, table from scripts, and then the record ID would be from the script itself. So the output would essentially be each of the script for each of the scene. Okay, once we have that, we're going to loop them one by one and generate 2 images for each of these different scenes. So how do we do so? Right, firstly, we're going to have the image agent this time around. Right, we're going to give the user message, which would be the script and the video idea. That's all the agent needs. Okay, and then for the instructions, we're going to open this up. I'm going to tell it that it's an image prompt creation agent specialized in generating detailed stylized image descriptions from video scripts. Right, these prompts will be passed to an AI image generator to depict scenes for a top 10 style YouTube video. We give it a task where it needs to generate 2 concise image prompts under 50 words each that represents 2 distinct literal beats described in the script. Each prompt must be fully self-contained and vividly describe the specific subject, location, and moment described, as if it was a single freeze frame in a cinematic scene. Okay, and each prompt we give it some rules, right, such as using precise literal elements, describe the subject, settings, activity, or emotion, as well as the time of day or lighting, apply a consistent visual style across both prompts, cinematic, anime, watercolor, oil, or painting, and then use rich style terms like warm sunset glow, etc., and avoid vague placeholders, right? And the important part is the output format over here. So we want it to return us in a JSON format with two different prompts. The first one is prompt 1 and prompt 2. This allows us to generate two different images for each of these different scenes. And over here I give it 3 examples as well so that the AI understands what we want. So you can see if we do have this input script, right, the lost library of the Himalayas, we do have prompt 1, which is the adventurer in orange jacket climbing snowy Himalayan peak at sunrise. And then prompt 2 could be something like ornate hidden library inside stone cave. We can see over here inside stone cave, golden scrolls stacked in wooden shelf in the hidden library, right, sunlight streaming through ceiling cracks, right? I give it 2 more examples as well. So this is just an idea that each scene should generate 2 prompts for 2 images to depict the scene itself. Okay, once this is done, same thing, I connect it to a model, and the model would be Queen this time around. And then you want to have a structured output parser, which will be prompt 1 and prompt 2. Very straightforward, very easy. Once that is done, we are going to generate the images, okay? And we're going to run through the flow twice. So I want to generate image 1 for the scene and then update it to Airtable, and then generate image 2 for this specific scene, upload it to Airtable, and then run through the next scene one by one. So in this case, I'm able to get 2 different images for each scene. And from this example, you can actually expand this. If let's say you want 4 images, 5 images each scene, you can actually expand on this specific workflow as well. And so coming here, one of the reasons why I use a modular system over here to generate each part separately is that it's easy for me to expand this specific workflow and actually modify it, right? Whereas a lot of examples online that you guys see are generated at one flow, and each time you make a mistake, you have to repeat the whole thing again. But in my system, we can actually modify each specific component and actually expand on them to different styles and add in different input and outputs as well. So over here, we're going to generate the image using a model from Replicate as well. So Replicate is amazing for our music, but it's also amazing for all the different models that we can use for image generation and so on and so forth. So a little bit like OpenRouter, but for all the different models for image generation and other use cases as well. Okay, so for this example, we're going to use this model called Minimax Image 1. Okay, you can use different models if you want, but we're just going to use this to get started, as this model is pretty cheap at 1 cent per image. So we can generate as many images as we want at a very low cost. Okay, so we're gonna go and look for the API once again. We're going to copy the cur from HTTP, copy this over, okay, copy this, go into n8n, create a new HTTP request node, import cur, paste this in, right, you know the drill. And you should have something like this. Same thing here, we want to remove the authentication header, make sure it's connected to Replicate that we have created earlier on. The URL, you want to make sure it's Minimax Image 1 predictions. So this is the image model that we're going to use. The header parameters, prefer weight. The JSON would be the input that we want to give it, right? So you can take a look here. The prompt would be from the image agent over here, prompt 1. So this is the first one, we're going to give it prompt 1. The second time later on, we're going to give it prompt 2 for the second generation. The aspect ratio would be 16:9, which would be for a long form video. Very straightforward, very easy. And we run this, we should get output with the image over here. Okay, right, once we have that, we are going to download the image. So you're just gonna have a get method using HTTP requests, and then you're gonna drag over the output over here, drag this over and paste this in. Okay, and then you should have the image over here. You can view it to preview the image. Beautiful. All right, once this is done, we are going to upload the scenes to Airtable, right? So we're gonna open this Airtable, right? What I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna give every first image of this scene a tag of number 1, and then for every second image would be a tag of number 2 in the file name. Okay, same thing here, upload it to your file. You want it to upload to the folder images top 10 this time around. Okay, and I give it a file name, which would be the video idea underscore the number of the scene, which could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 all the way to 12, and I'm going to give it a constant 1. You can see over here, this is the preview. Top 10 AI generated cities on the ocean floor underscore 50 and then 1. Right, okay, perfect. And once we have this, we are going to update the image into Airtable as well. So we're gonna set the value. We have have the part, which would be 1. The image prompt would be the image prompt earlier, right, from the image agent over here, right? We're going to take the prompt 1, paste this in, image URL, which would be the JSON web content link for the images. Script would be the script from the loop scenes. This one is the record ID. Once again, if you remember, right, if you go into loop scenes over, let's see, over here, right, you want to use the record ID from scripts to make sure it's actually linked to the specific scene, right? So drag this over and then give it a square bracket, and then the main would be from the if node. Go all the way back here. Okay, you want to execute a previous node, and then you'll be able to drag this over. Make sure to get a record ID from the main file, and then make sure to give it a square bracket as well. This allows us to map it correctly, and then we should have output like this, whereby we add in the image URL and connect it to the script, the prompts, the scene number accordingly, right? If you take a look at Airtable, this is what it looks like. Over here uploaded, we do have number 1, and it's connected to the first scene over here. We have the image prompt, we have the URL, we have the script, which is connected to the first scene as well, and then the main, which is this specific video over here. So everything is connected nicely. We're going to do the very exact same thing for the second image. Okay, going back to n8n, okay, you can see over here, same exact flow, copy this, paste this again. The only changes would be the prompt that we're going to use, okay? If you scroll down here, you can see the prompt would be from prompt number 2, okay? And then download the image, same thing over here, download the image, upload the scene. This time we're just going to change it to number 2, okay? And we're going to update the image in Airtable as well. This time we're going to set it as part 2, right? So we do have part 1 and part 2 uploaded. And after completing this, we're going to complete the loop and update Airtable as we know it, match the ID, record ID, status, change it to images generated, make sure it's the base for top 10 videos, and the table would be main. And once that is done, we do have our image agent completed, and you do see all of the images, all 24 of them generated for this specific video. So that is amazing, isn't it? And there we have it, our image agent generating the images for us. And you can see how we can actually expand on this specific agent from here, right? We don't only have to follow and generate one image, we can actually play around and do even more with it, okay? Alright, and so we have all of the resources completed. We have the images, we have the voiceovers, we also have the BGM, as well as all the lower thirds. Now we gotta render the video together, and this is where we're gonna use a tool called CreatorMate. Right, let's go into CreatorMate over here. Where you can see CreatorMate is a pretty amazing rendering tool that I like to use, where you can create different templates and use it as an API for different videos that we want to render. So let's say for this top 10 video, I do have this specific template over here. Right, you can actually create your own template as well by logging into CreatorMate, and you have some free credits to start off to play with. You do have about 50 free credits to play with, so you can try it out as well. All right, from here you can see I do have a couple of things created. This is my template, right? I do have the images, the effects that I want, so I sort of create this template over here that matches the top 10 styles, right? And how do I do so is to actually add in different files over here and add in different text over here to create this template. Right, you can play around with this. I do have all 12 voiceover files over here. If I open this, expanded, you can see voiceover intro 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 outro. Right, this is where I want to map my voiceover later on to create the final rendered video. Okay, and then make sure to name them accordingly as well, so we can map them accordingly. I do have the intro as well, right? Take a look at this intro. For each of these views, I do have 2 images. You can see intro 1, image 1, image 2, 2 images for each part, each scene. Right, I do have a lower third, which would be what we use from our lower third generation earlier on. Okay, so you can see over here, lower third, right? And I have a shape to sort of create the design that we want over here. So we kept the design pretty simple just to showcase this example, but you can definitely expand and make it even more dynamic to your use cases. Okay, and then I have 12 of them as well. And then finally I have a last track, which would be for BGM, and that would be for our BGM track. Take a look over here on the right side, you do have all the different information, right? So let's say you click into one of them. What you want to do is to make sure that the settings is set to dynamic, and dynamic allows us to use this template for API and actually modify it, right? So once we have this template, if it looks cool to you, right, we're going to use this for our API. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click use template. Once I'm done with that, by clicking API integrations, I will get something like this saved over here. This is what you're going to get in the resources, link in the description below. So do download that. You can copy this curl. You can see over here, you can add in your API key right over here. And this is all the template sources that we have. You can see all we gotta do is to update them and map them into the images that we want to use. So if you know how mapping works on n8n, you can see this is the JSON they're going to be using later on. They're going to map it to all the different images and voiceovers and BGM that we've created earlier on to create the videos that we want in a dynamic style. So this is the render template that we're going to use. So later on, we're just going to copy this curl and I'm going to paste it into n8n. Okay, go back to n8n. Let's go into our render video agent this time. Okay, and we're going to play it once, right? Same thing here. We're going to play it once. We're going to see the final output and I'm going to run through with you how this exactly works. So let's test this out and let's run this. All right, now that's done, let's check out our Airtable and see what we get. Okay, going to Airtable, let's take a look at the main table. You can see it's rendered. Right, we do have the final video. Let's download this and let's take a look. Okay, let's play this and see what happens. Click play.
Welcome to the depths where AI meets the ocean. Dive into the top 10 AI-generated cities on the ocean floor. Let's get right into it. Starting with number 10, we have the underwater metropolis of Atlantis AI, where AI algorithms recreate the legendary city in stunning detail. Next up in 9, the algorithms have designed a city of bioluminescent structures, glowing with vibrant colors in the deep ocean's darkness. Coming in at number 8, we have the underwater city of coral caverns, where AI has created a network of intricate tunnels and vibrant coral habitats. Number 7 on our list is the submarine sanctuary.
Alright, and there we have it. Of course, we can further optimize this, but this is sort of the result that we have gotten using the template that I've shown you earlier on in the exact format that we want. Alright, so now let's run through how this agent actually did it for us. Okay, so let's go into the workflow. We're going to start off with a schedule trigger once again, and this time we want to make sure the status for the Airtable search record is image generated, right? Okay, once this is done, we have an if note, status images generated, okay? And then we're going to go into 3 different sections. Right, what we're going to do here is that we want to retrieve all the lower thirds, right? All the lower thirds description, all the images, right? All 24 of them, and all the voiceovers, combine them together and then map them into our creator-made template for us to render the video. Okay, so same thing here. I'm going to split up. The first one is split up the scripts, right? The second one would be to split up the images, right? The fields to split up is images. The third is the voiceovers. This allows us to get the record ID for the voiceovers, the scripts, as well as the images separately. Now let's go into the scripts first, right? What I'm going to do is to get record, I'm going to get the record ID for scripts, and you can see over here I do have each of the scripts. But what we really want is the lower third, which is the information that we can use for our video earlier on, right? So from here, we're going to go into images as well. The same thing here. We want a record ID to be json.images, okay? And then for voiceovers, we're going to do the same, this time for voiceovers. And then we're going to add in this custom node, right? Not to worry, this custom node will be used for the images, right? And why is that so? Because the images, we do have 2 different images per scene, right? And so having 24 images, if we use the merge node later on, we might not actually showcase all of them. What we're going to do is to group each of the images per scene into 1 item each, so that we have 12 items, each item with 2 images, and then we can connect them perfectly together to render the video, right? And so if you open this up, right, I actually created this JSON code over here. You can copy this from my workflow in the template as well. Cancel that. And so over here, just understand the script, right? What I did is to actually group them together, right? I actually created this code and I grouped them together such as image URLs 0 and 1. This is for this specific scene, right? So I grouped them together and we'll be able to use them later on in the merge node, okay? Once I play all of this, I'm going to create a merge node. I'm going to select combine by position and I'm going to give it the number of inputs 3, okay? Once that is done, you can see over here, I will have 12 items, right? 12 different items that looks like this, right? It has the lower third, it has the image URLs 0 and 1 for each scene, it has the record ID, you also have the URL for the voiceovers. Okay, if you take a look at the JSON output over here, this will return everything. So I'm going to change the page size to all, okay? And you can see over here, if I zoom in, I do have, let's say for scene number 50, you do have all of the information over here. Here we have scene number 51, you have the image URLs, 2 of them, the URL for voiceovers, the scripts, the lower third as well for scene number 52, all the way to scene number 61, right? That's all we have. So we have all of them over here. Perfect, okay? And this is what we want. Now that we have that, we want to create another code so that we can get the output that we want to be passed into our Creator Mate. Remember earlier on, we have created this specific curl, right? We want to map them over into the render platform so that we can render the video out perfectly with the correct input, right? So let's go back to n8n. I'm going to create another code node, right? So I've created another one over here in JavaScript, and you can copy this over as well, where you can see what I did is to create a constant. I want to pass over the BGM. So I actually mapped it to the node earlier on to get the BGM file. I also want the record ID as well as the name. So I have actually put 3 of these in, okay? And then I want to return for each of the group item, the lower third, the image URL, as well as the voiceovers. And for image URL, I added this. I can get both images as well, okay? And lastly, I want to return them all together in one specific output, right? JSON, BGM, record ID, names, and scenes grouped. This allows me to map them over perfectly. Right, so you can see from here, if you look at the output, click into schema, what we're going to get over here is you can see all of them all together, right? You can see scenes 0, lower third, image URL, 0 and 1. This is for the very first scene, and then the voiceover URL. This is just what we need. And then we remove all the non-essential information. Same for the next scene as well, lower third, image URL, voiceover URL, then the lower third, image URL, voiceover URL accordingly as well. Okay, and if you look into the next node, you kind of understand why this is actually quite important. Right, so once we have this, I'm going to create another HTTP request node, where we're going to copy over the curl that we have gotten from Creator Mate for our template, okay? And then open this up. We should get something like this. Right, once again, you want to make sure to connect your API, header auth, create a generic credential type, call it Creator Mate, okay? Open this up. You should get something like this, authorization, and the API. Okay, and you take a look at the JSON body over here. Open this up. You can see this is where we map over all the different information. Right, not to worry, it might look scary, but it's actually quite straightforward. Okay, so these are all the names that we have for the render video file that we have created earlier on. Right, you see the template that we have created over here. You can see these are all the file names that we have over here earlier on. You can see voiceover intro. We're going to map it to the first voiceover that we have created, and same for the rest of the files, right? So coming back to n8n, how we're going to map it is, let's say BGM over here. We're just going to drag this and paste this in, okay? And same for everything else, right? So that's what the code does for us. You can see it has actually put all of them into one specific schema. So we can drag and drop each of them easily over here. So you're just going to drag and drop all of them accordingly, and you should get something like this. You can see BGM is connected to BGM. Background 1 is the first image. Then this is the lower third text, right? The first image, intro, and then this is the intro image 2. You do have the next one, and so on and so forth. So we have mapped it accordingly perfectly. And once that is done, if you click enter, it will actually generate the image for us. Okay, same thing here. We do need a wait node because rendering the video does take some time. So I give it, let's say, a wait amount of 3 minutes. Okay. Once that is done, we're going to download the video, right? And we're going to use a HTTP request get node, and then URL will be json.url, and that's where we get the video.
Welcome to the depths where AI meets the ocean.
Perfect. And that's all we got to do. And then we're going to upload it to the file. We're going to upload it to our folder, render video. The file name would just be the main title name that I'm going to use it. Okay, and that's all we got to do. Upload the file, right? Once that is done, same thing. We're going to update the Airtable and upload it to Airtable as well. So we're going to choose the ID, which is the record ID over here, right? And then we're going to have the final video, which is the web content link from downloads over here, okay? And then the status, we change it to rendered. Perfect. And once this is done, we do have our video uploaded into our Airtable, ready for posting over here. Perfect. And the only thing we need to do left is to actually prompt our YouTube agent to help us upload this video onto YouTube. And then we will have our full system generating long form videos for us. Okay, so before we start on the YouTube agent, what we got to do is to go into our Airtable. You can see the status is rendered, right? And this is the only thing we need to do is to give it an approval, right? And so if I'm going to change this status to ready to upload, this will trigger the YouTube agent to post it to YouTube, okay? So once I change that, I'm going to go back to n8n. I'm going to test out the workflow. I'm going to test this workflow here. And the YouTube agent will now help us create descriptions and title and publish the specific video onto YouTube and update the Airtable. Let's give it a while and let's see what happens. All right, perfect. Let's go into Airtable. You can see it's now changed to uploaded and the status is now completed. Okay, let's go into our YouTube channel, test channel. Let's refresh this, okay? And you can see we do have this new video that is being uploaded, right? Let's check it out. Okay, so we do have the title generated for us. We do have the descriptions, and let's go into the video link.
Welcome to the depths where AI meets the ocean. Dive into the top 10 AI-generated cities on the ocean floor. Let's get right into it. Starting with number 10.
All right, perfect. So how do we do this? Right, let's go back to n8n and let's check out this workflow. Take a look here. I started off with a schedule trigger node once again, and then a search record node. Right, this time we want a status to be ready to upload. Okay, and then from there we're gonna have a publishing agent this time round. I'm gonna give it a prompt. If you take a look at the prompt, it's very straightforward and simple. It is an AI specialized in crafting high-impact viral title and description, specifically optimized for long-form YouTube videos in the top 10 style. Right, you will receive a JSON input containing two fields. The first one is the name of the story, and we'll map this over. Name of the story, and then description will map the description over. Right, it's going to generate a title for us under 60 characters that's viral, SEO optimized, and clearly convey the top 10 theme. We're going to write a description as well that includes relevant keywords, concise overview of the video content, and a compelling call to action, like, comment, and subscribe. And we output a response in JSON format as well, with the title and description for us to map. So very straightforward, and you can definitely optimize this to make it better, but we're just going to use this as an example. Output parser, right? This is the JSON format. You already know this is what we want to output from our agent. Okay, and for the agent, we can use any large language model that we want. And this time around, I'm going to use GPT-4o just to show you that we can use different models within this same exact workflow. Okay, from here, we're going to get the video. So once we are done with generating the description, we want to download the video from Airtable. You can see the record ID would be search record.item.json.id, right? Using the record ID, we want to get the file, which is this final video file, okay? And then we want to download the video. So I'm going to drag over the final video file, and it will have the video over here downloaded.
Welcome to the depths where AI meets.
Right? And so once we have that, we're going to just post it onto YouTube, right? And so over here, we're going to find the YouTube node, open this up. Okay, make sure to connect to your YouTube credentials. Same thing, you're going to use the Google Cloud API. So you use the same credentials, okay? Now what you got to do is you got to go and find YouTube and click into API version 3 and make sure it's connected, okay? And then make sure to connect your credentials over here, right? Same thing here, client ID, client secret, and you just have to log in and you're good to go. Okay, once you have that, you're going to set the resource to video, and then you're going to set the operation to upload. And then the title would be from the agent, right? So if you look into schema, the agent has created the title for us over here. So we want to use the title over here, paste this in. And then we want to have the description created by the agent as well, paste this in. Input binary field would be data, which is the downloaded video from the previous node, okay? And the category name or ID, you can choose whatever you want. So I can choose film and animation. The region code, you can choose whatever you want as well. Okay, and then you can have some optional add-ons as well, right? Such as your description, your privacy status. I can set it as unlisted as this is a test, right? And then you can also set this one, which is self-declare for kids, and I'll turn it off, and many different other options as well, like publish dates, notify subscribers, and so on and so forth. And once this node is completed perfectly, it will show an output of upload ID, and that means it's run perfectly. And finally, we just have to update our Airtable. Same thing, choose the right base and table, and then we select the ID to match over here. And then we just want to change the status, YouTube to uploaded and status to completed. And there we have it. The Airtable is completed as well. And so just like that, you have the full agent team to create long form videos for you from scratch. And all you gotta do is to schedule the time that you want, and it will actually prompt you from Telegram, telling you a new idea every single day. And once you approve it, you will run the rest of the workflow, getting all the different agents to create the video from you and even publish it for you without you having to do a single thing. And so there you have it. Hope this showcased to you the power of AI automations. And this is just one simple example. We can definitely optimize the prompts and make it even better and customize it to different types of videos as well. And so before we end off this video, just to share with you a little bit of the statistics of what it takes to create this video and the potential of it, right? In this video itself, what we actually done is to use a couple of APIs over here, right? For scripting, we use Open Router large language models, which includes models like DeepSeek, Queen, or GPT-4o. And these are pretty cheap models generally, so it costs less than about 1 to 2 cents per generation for scripting, so that's actually pretty cool. Right, for voiceovers, we use 11 Labs. You can actually start off with a free account, and then from there, the credits that we use for this specific video is also not very long, so it's roughly about a couple of cents. And then for music, we're going to use Replicate, and for each generation of the music, it's also a couple of cents as well. Image generation from Minimax, which is 1 cent per image, and so that's about 24 cents for 24 images for this specific video. And a little bit more costly one would be the render video section, which is where we're going to use Creator Mate, and it's about $1.50 for 2 minutes, right? There's a number of credits that we actually use, and of course you can actually play around with it accordingly as well. And lastly, to publish with YouTube, it's free. So the total cost of this video is about $1.60, but I hope this shows you the power of AI, because if you were to actually create the images, the videos, and all of it manually, it might actually cost you a little bit more than that, maybe $50 to $100 or even more, up to $1,000 depending on who you hire as well. But with AI, this is actually the first step towards showing you how we can actually generate such videos, and all we gotta do is to customize the prompts, modify it to make it according to what you exactly want. And we're really in just an early stage, and the cost is only gonna get lesser and lesser while the models get better and better and better as well. So I hope you're as excited as I am to actually explore what we can actually do with AI automations and AI agents. Alright, congratulations. I hope you enjoyed this workflow, and this gives you an idea of a different type of system to build. Now, of course, we've been building a lot of systems that requires manual trigger to generate different types of video content for us. But what if we want to interact with the AI agent in a different manner and let it generate content for us just by chatting with it? And so, in this next example, we're going to create a marketing AI agent system. Once again, content systems are truly valuable when you're actually generating it for your own specific use cases, which could be from video to product generation and so much more. In this specific system, it's going to be totally different from the systems that we've built earlier. We're going to communicate with it purely via Telegram. And via Telegram, the AI agent would be able to create a new product for us, generate ads as well as blog posts, and send all of them back to us via Telegram. And ideally, from this example, it should open up your mind into how AI systems can be built differently, whereby you don't always have to work with it in one specific manner, but you could also cater it to unique ways of communication, just like this one, through Telegram. And your creativity is really the limit. So let's get into this workflow and see how this works. So I've just created the ultimate AI product marketing team that's able to do everything for me, from product design all the way to generating ads for me, or even create amazing blog posts for me like this. Check this out. You can see this is featuring the green loafers that it has actually designed and created for me in a blog post manner, and it sent it to my email as well. So this is super cool because now you can use this AI agent to do all of your marketing tasks for your own products. So let's get into the demo to showcase how this actually works. I'm going to start off by talking to it on Telegram over here. What I'm going to do is ask it, can you create a new product for me, a men perfume in a classy matte gray tone with a very classic gold metal logo on it with the initials BR. The name of the product is Brighton Ray. Let's press enter. Let's test out the workflow and let's see what happens. You can see over here, the product marketing team is now talking to the product designer to generate this new product for us. So let's give it a moment and see what we have get. Okay, it's completed. Let's check out our Telegram, and you can see it's generated this new product for us. So this is our new perfume with the bottle matte gray as instructed. And we do have the BR logo over here. Very cool. It gives us the information as well as the details. And let's check out the Airtable that we have created over here. You can see it's updated the product description, the target audience, the unique selling points, and so on. If I open this up, you can see this is a new product created for us, right? With all the information that we need to actually launch this product into market and the product image as well. So actually very cool, sort of like our own marketing team. So it's not only able to actually generate the new product for us, right? Based off this product that we have created, it's also able to generate ads as well as blog posts for us. So let's see how this works, right? We're going to start off with ads first. So I'm going to go back to Telegram, and then I'm going to ask it, can you create a classy ad post for me for this product? Press enter, test the workflow, and let's see what happens. All right, it's going to ask me some questions first, like what do you want? Yes, the name is Brighton Ray. The description is man perfume. I'm going to ask it, can the header of the ads be something funny like smell like go? Press enter, test the workflow, and let's see what we get from this. It's clarifying the headline that we want for our advertisement, as well as confirming the product itself. So we're just going to go with this and let's say yes. Going back to n8n, you can see now it's asking the ads agent to create the ad post for us this time round. And let's see what we get in a moment. Okay, now it's completed the ad generation. Let's check it out and see what we get. You can see over here we do have this ad copy, pretty cool, smell like gold, exactly like what we want. And we do have some description over here as well for it. All right, very cool. Let's go back to Airtable and we will have the ad copy created for us. So let's check out this section. Right, you can see under our product Brighton Ray, we do have the first ad copy, Golden Elegance, right? The ad caption is smell like gold. We do have a ad description, the image URL uploaded as well. So pretty cool. And we can keep creating different types of ads like this using our marketing agent. Now on top of just ad copies, also create unique blog posts that features our product as well and send it to our email. So this time let's ask our agent to do that for us and see what we get. So I'm going to ask it, can you now create a blog post for me based off Timeless Classic? Let's press enter, test workflow, and let's see what happens. Okay, it's going to ask us some question, once again to confirm the blog post that we want to create. And so let's just say yes, confirm, press enter, test workflow. All right, coming back to n8n, you can see now the product marketing team is talking to the blog post agent team to generate the blog post for us, and it will return it to us in a short moment. So let's give it a while and see what we get. Okay, now it's completed. Let's check out what we have gotten. If we go back to Telegram, it's tell us that the blog post has been generated. Okay. And so let's go into Gmail and see what we have received. You can see over here, we do have a new blog post with a title. Right, we do have some description over here talking about timeless elegance, which is what we want the blog post to be about. We do have the image created over here, pretty cool. It does have some description as well. We do have an image of a person using the product as well, pretty cool. Right, and then we do have another product image of our product as well with some more descriptions. So this is actually very useful if you want to create content blog posts for your product or newsletters to promote your specific product as well. AI would actually help to generate not just the content descriptions, but also the images that would help you feature your product in a unique manner. So that's actually very cool. And you go into Airtable over here, you can see we have all the files actually uploaded. Right, you can see this is for the first blog post we have created for Brighton Ray, our new perfume product. Right, we do have an introduction to it, the header, the image, content, and so on and so forth. And you can copy all of this. You can use them for different posts that you want to create as well. And so today I'm going to run through with you how I actually built this marketing team agent so you can do so for yourself as well using a no-code tool like n8n. And so to follow along more effectively, you can download the blueprints and resources link in the description below. You just have to copy them over, update the API to your own credentials, and use them accordingly. So let's start off with our very first section, which is our Airtable database, to understand what we need to get started with this specific system. Right, for this specific system, I want the marketing agent to be able to upload all the information such as the product generated, the ad copies created, and the blog post created, and link them all together as well. So I'm going to have the very first table in this base, which is product database. This product database is where I store all the products that I'll be creating using these agents, such as the description, target audience, unique selling points, and so on and so forth, as well as the image generated. And this is sort of like the overview database. So you can use this database to generate different ad copies as well as blog posts for each of this specific product. Okay, so the first field I need to have is the product name, where we have the product name of the product generated. We want to have product description as well, which is a single line text. The target audience over here, okay, the unique selling points over here, the key features, brand voice and tone, use cases, customer pain point, product image URL. All right, and the next two fields over here is where I'm going to link to another record. You can do this by right-clicking the field over here, insert right, link to another record, and you want to choose the other table over here. Right, what this does is that it actually links the ad copies as well as the blog posts to the specific product over here. We have them connected nicely to know which ad copy is for which specific product. Okay, so how do we do that? Just to connect the field, right, link to product ads, and then allow linking to multiple records. And the same for a blog post. We just want to link it to the blog post table and then allow linking to multiple records. And the last three fields over here is last modified time, created time, as well as product record ID. And so if I open one of this up, you can see I will have the name, description, target audience, unique selling point, key features, brand voice, use case, customer pain point, as well as the image. Right, these are all useful information for us to generate different types of ad copies as well as blog posts. So sort of like our base information. And then over here for these two sections, because we link it to product ads as well as blogs, it will be automatically updated each time we generate a new ad copy for the product or a new blog post for the product. Right, so how do we actually create these two different tables? Go into the second table over here, you can see this is for product ads. I would have the first field, which would be the ad design, the name of the ad. I have ad caption, which is the caption of the ad that we are generating, a description for this specific ad copy, the image URL, and then last modified time, created time, and ads record ID. Right, to create records ID, you just open this up, find formula, and then you just have to type in record_ID bracket. And then I'm just going to open up the hidden field over here. This is actually to link the product to the ad copy generated for it. Right, and then we just have to set group by fields, and we're going to choose group by product. Right, by doing so, I have this nice field over here where it showcases the ad copies created for each of these products. And then we're just going to do the same for blog posts as well, right? So let's go into the final table, blog posts. I'm going to unhide everything so you can see. Okay, open this. So you can see over here, we do have the first field is blog title. The second one is introduction. This is the introduction of the blog. We're going to have a header, and then we're going to have an image over here. Content 1, header 2, and then image over here, content 2, header 3, image 3, content 3, and so on. Right, so how does this actually work? If I open this up, you can see this is sort of like the structure for our blog post, right? The introduction, and then each section, one header, one image, and one content. I actually organize it this way so that we can just copy and paste this over the Gmail or any of our other platforms to generate a blog post for us directly. Okay. You can see over here, this is where we update all the different details required. And then of course, after all the fields have been created for the blog post, we do have this field that's automatically generated because we connect it to the product database. Right, this would connect every single blog post to the specific product as well. On top of that, we also want to have created time, last modified time, as well as the record ID over here. And similarly, we want to group by the product so that we can have the blog post under each of these products. Once we're done with this ad table, we can now go into n8n to run through the AI automation workflow. You're going to start off with the very first part of it. You can see over here, this is our main agent build. All right, we can go into the first section over here. This is where we're going to chat with our agent. The second part is the main agent that we are speaking to at all times. And this is sort of like the product marketing team agent, right? In this case, we will only communicate with it and not communicate with any of these other agents over here. And then it will give us a response, right? Following that, we do have the next section, which is the brain, which is what the agent is going to use to communicate with us. And this specific product designer, this system that we've created to generate new products for us. And then we also have the next tool we're going to use is search product to be able to search for the products that we have from our ad table. We want to have an ads agent as well to create ads for us. And lastly, a blog post agent team to generate the blog post for us. So not to worry, we're going to run through them one by one so that you understand better how this whole system works. We're going to start by creating a Telegram trigger over here because we want to chat with it via Telegram. So to do so, we're going to go into Telegram and we're going to create a new bot by chatting with bot father over here. Okay. Once you search out bot father, you're going to type in /start, okay, and then you're going to type in /new bot and just follow the details to create a new Telegram bot for you. Once you've done so, it will actually give you an API for the Telegram bot. So you want to copy that, okay, you want to come back here, open this up, and you want to connect your credentials, create a new credential, and add in the access token for your Telegram bot and name it accordingly. Once that is done, you want to remove this specific section, okay, and then you want to test the workflow. And what you can do is you can start off with something like /start, and then you will have some outputs like this. Right, this is for you to get the Telegram ID over here that you want to use. Okay, you want to copy this, and you want to just update all the different Telegram nodes that we have created over here with the specific field ID. And same for the final field as well. You want to update the chat ID accordingly. And I do have this JSON field, so you can just keep it just like that, and it will showcase the same chat ID that you have for your specific chat. And so let's come back to this section to see how I structured this specific part. The next node I have is a switch node, and this is so that I can actually receive both voice file as well as text file from the Telegram chat. Okay, I'm going to open this up. The first one I'm going to have is the JSON message voice ID. I actually gotten this from the previous node by sending a voice message to the Telegram trigger, and then I'm going to output it as voice. If it's actually a message text, which we have gotten from the previous trigger, then we'll output it as text. This is so that the AI system is able to understand whether is it a voice message or a text message. And then from there, if it's a voice message, it will follow this specific path to download voice and then transcribe the audio and send it to our product marketing team. Right, open this up, you can see you will get the file from the voice message, okay, and then you transcribe the audio for us over here. And this is where you need to connect it to the OpenAI credential. And how you're going to connect to your OpenAI account is you're going to go into platform.openai.com. You're going to create a new account. You're going to go into API keys. You're going to create a new key and update some credits to this account. Okay. Once that is done, you're going to go back to n8n. You just have to create a new credential and then paste in the API key over here and you are good to go. Okay. Once that is done, we're going to close this. And you should be good for the transcribe process. Below, you can see over here, we want to have an edit field, and this is where we're going to set the text to json.message.text, okay? And you can just keep it as it is. Once it's completed, you will have the section that you can chat with this specific Telegram node. What we're going to do next is connect the main marketing agent for this specific workflow. Right, we're going to create a marketing agent node over here. Open this up, okay? And then the prompt would be the JSON text from our Telegram chat. So you just have to drag this and paste this in. Okay, so once it is done, you're going to give it a system message, and I'm going to tell it that it's a product marketing lead AI agent. So over here, I have a system message, which is sort of like an instruction for this agent itself, right? And then I want to define the tools that we have created for it. So if you go back, you can see we do have it connected to the product designer, the search product tools, the ad agent, as well as the blog post tools, right? So there are 5 tools in total over here. So if you go back, I just want to define them according to the names, where you can see create product is to create a new product for us, okay? And then search product is to search for existing products in our Airtable, right over here to either generate new ads or new blog posts for us. Create ads is to prompt the ad agent to create ad copies or image prompts for us. And then create blogs is to talk to the blog post team agent to generate blog posts for us. From there, I'll also tell you information like using the think node to help with reasoning, and I give it some instructions over here as well. Once again, you can read the blueprints to further understand how I actually designed this prompt. Once it is done, this agent needs to connect to a chat model, memory, as well as the tools, right? Over here in the chat model, we want to connect it to GPT 4.1. And how I connect it is I'm going to use something called OpenRouter. I'm going to go into openrouter.ai over here. Okay, I'm going to create an account and I'm going to give it some credits. And then after putting in some credits, you're just going to get your API key. Okay, and after you've gotten your API key, you want to go back to n8n and make sure to update accordingly. Create a new credential and connect your API key over here. And then from there, you can select the different models that you want to use. So there are many models over here. And for this process, I want to use GPT's latest model 4.1. Okay, so you just have to find OpenAI/GPT-4.1. All right. And you're good to go. The next one is a think node. This is a node that is from n8n. This is so that the model is able to think. So the think node's main purpose is to help the agent utilize this to think better so that it's able to give us a better output. Ask you to use this tool whenever it needs to think to give us a better output. And then following that, you want to connect it to a simple memory node over here. And the session ID is defined below. The key would be the chat ID from our Telegram chat. And this memory node is for it to be able to have context of our previous conversations so that it's able to chat with us accordingly on Telegram. You can see from our previous example, it's able to continue conversing with us from top till the end because it has the context of each of this specific chat. And once this is done, you are done with the brain section. Okay, and then the last one you want to do here is to have a response node. We're going to use a send message Telegram node. Open this up, make sure the chat ID is the same. Okay, and this part over here is where I'm going to send over the output from the product marketing team agent. So you can see over here, this is the output that he has generated and he's just going to reply us with that. And then we have this additional field, append n8n attribution. This is so that it doesn't reply us with the text saying this message was generated by n8n. And once it's completed, we have the very first part of our marketing team agent, right? We are able to chat with it. And then we have the agent created, the response, as well as the brain. Now we're going to go into the second section, which the other agents and the tools it will use to help us generate all these different copies as well. Okay, so we're going to start off with the simplest part first, which is the search product tool that we're going to use for Airtable. So this specific tool itself is to search for existing products over here to generate ad copies as well as blog posts for us. So we're just going to connect it to the Airtable node. Okay, and then to add the credentials, you just want to go into airtable.com/create/tokens. You want to give it this 3 scopes: data records read, data records write, and schema base read. Okay, and then I want to give you access to your specific base. And for my case, it's product database. Okay, once that is done, we're just going to save changes and we'll have an API key. Go back to n8n and you just have to update your credential and then paste in your access token. And then the base, you want to make sure it's from product database, table, from product database, and then return or defined automatically by the model. This is so that the model is able to search for any products that we have generated earlier on to use as reference to generate the different ad copies for us. Okay, once this is completed, we're going to create the next node, which is the get product node. Okay, over here, same thing, you're adding your credentials, and then the base would be product database, the table, product database, and the record ID, we can just set it as defined automatically by the model. And once this is completed, this agent is now able to use these 2 tools to search for the products that we have existing in our product database. So let's test it out to see how this works. I'm going to click test workflow, go back to Telegram. Okay, I'm going to ask it, what products do we have right now? Okay, you can see it's now searching for the products and it's going to reply us with the information received from it. Okay, let's check out Telegram again. You can see. So we do have 4 products, right? Brighton Ray, which is a luxurious man perfume. Nylon, which is a vibrant neon green loafer. And then a box tee as well as hybrid shoes. So very cool, and you can see how the agent actually utilized this for us. Okay. All right, and so following that, right, how do we actually connect to the other 3 agents that we have created over here? What I actually do is to use a node called call n8n workflow 2, right? This is to call other n8n workflows, which would be for our other agents. You can see over here, the first one for create product is to call this specific workflow over here, right? So I'm going to connect it to the workflow named W152 product designer, as you can see over here. And then I'm going to give it workflow inputs. The first one is product name, which would be defined by the model. So this is where the marketing team agent is going to decide what product it's going to get from the Airtable. And this is how the main marketing agent is going to get the product name from us and then pass it to the create product agent to create a product for us. Same for product description. You want it to be defined automatically by the model. The description is description of product to be created. Okay, and I'm going to give it a main description saying that you just have to call this tool to create a new product. Okay. And same thing for the other 2 agents, right? I will also connect them accordingly, right? And I'm going to choose the workflows this time for the ads agent over here. And then I'm going to give it product name as well as description. And I call this tool to create new ad copies for products. Lastly, the blog post agent team. Same thing over here, this time just connecting it to the blog post agent team over here. And once that is done, this agent is now able to call each of these different tools each time it needs to do a different task for us. And so let's go into the very first tool, the product designer, to see how we actually design this. And so because I've set this node to when executed by another workflow, it will only be running in the background every time we call this tool. So to know whether is it running or not each time, you can click executions. And you can see these are the different executions that we have created earlier on to generate a new product. Using the demo example that we have done previously to create the perfume product for us, let's run through this specific workflow to understand how this works. If I open up the first node when executed by another workflow, you can see it actually passed the information from the product marketing team agent over here to this specific agent workflow, right? Giving it a product name, Brighton Ray, for the perfume that we want to create, and the product description, the man perfume in classy matte gray tone, right? And over here, to get this information, I actually make sure that the input data mode will be defined using field below, and I will input 2 different fields, the product name as well as the product description. Once that is done, in this specific workflow, I have 2 agents. The first is the product creator, right? This is who we're going to use to create products for us. If I open this up, but I actually give it the user message, which would be the product name, pasting this over, and product description. I just have to drag these 2 over, just like that, okay? And then for the system message, you can see over here, I tell it that it's a product creator AI assistant, right? It will have an output that includes description, target audience, unique selling points, key features, and so on and so forth, right? These are all the information that we want over here when we generate a new product. From there, I ask it to give us a JSON object as an output. Right, this is so that we can actually get all of these different outputs as different fields. so that we can map them accordingly to Airtable one by one. And once that is done, giving it an instruction, I make sure to have an output parser with the specific JSON format so that you can see the output is actually all the different fields that we've requested earlier on. All right, and then we want to connect it to a chat model as well. So same thing, you can just use open router and you can choose the different models that you want. Okay, after the product creator has generated all the different informations over here, what I actually did next was to have a product designer, another AI agent node, right, to generate the product prompt for us to design the image that we want. And so I gave it some inputs as well for the user message. I can drag over all the outputs from the product creator, such as the product name, description, and so on, right? I paste this in so you can see the results will look something like this, right? This is where the designer will know the information about the product it's generating an image prompt for. And then same thing, I give it a system instruction, this time to let it know that it's a product designer. I give some description like focusing entirely on the product itself, specifying a plain and neutral background, and this because I want to have the main image to be used as reference to generate other ad copies or blog posts as well. So a plain and neutral background will be the best for using it as reference. I give it other descriptions as well. And I have an example input and an example output over here, right? And this output is also in JSON format. And this is the prompt for the product that we're generating. You can see over here, right? These are the descriptions to then use the GPT-4o model to generate the image for us. Okay, once it's completed, same thing, the output parser has to have the product prompt and then the detail prompt over here. So at the end of it, you would have an output that looks like this, which we can then pass to the image generator to generate the image for us. Okay, once that is done, we're going to create a product image. So once again, you need to use the OpenAI key that we have generated earlier, right over here. Copy the key, okay, open this up, and then you want to create a new header auth, and the header auth would be OpenAI. Let me just show you how this works by going back to editor. Open this up, create a new credential. You want the name to be authorization, and then the value to be, we're going to expression bearer space, okay, and then you want to paste in your API key, right? And that's all you need to do, and you will have the API key connected. Okay, once this is done, let me go back to execution and show you how this works. Open this up. I actually connect it to the URL openai.com/v1/images-generations. I use the HTTP request node instead for image generation here. And setting the method to post, this would actually prompt the image generator to generate the image for us. Okay, make sure the credentials are connected. And then the body over here, you can see, this is where I actually give it the information, like the model would be GPT image 1, which would be the 4o model. Okay. And then the prompt would be from the previous designer over here. I just have to drag and paste this in, okay, drag and drop. And then the name n is 1. This is the number of images we want to generate. We're just going to keep it as 1. The size would be 1 to 1, 1024 times 1024. And at the end of it, after doing this, you would have data generated for your image. Once that's done, we have to convert the file as well. So if you click into this, convert to file, I actually converted the file into an image. So if I click view over here, you can see this is the perfume we have generated with the plain background. Okay, and so that's because the previous image generated from the GPT-4o model is a base64 string. So you just have to drag this over, data o base64 JSON, right? Drag this and paste this in, and then you convert it to data, which would then be an image file over here. And once it is done, we just have two sections very quickly. We just want to reply Telegram. So I make sure to connect it to my credentials, have the correct chat ID, and I give it a caption like saying, hey, your new product, which is the product name, right? I just have to drag this over from the product creator. Okay, paste this in, has been created, right? Here's a new product. And over here, I give it an expression, right? Here's a new product. I drag in the product name from product creator, and I give it a description as well. And I say, hope you like it. And so this is so that the agent is able to reply us in this specific manner when it generates a product for us. Check this out. Right, this is what it's done for us previously. Right, here's a new product. Hope you like it. That's all you gotta do for replying in Telegram. And I want operations to be send photo as well, because I want the product image to be sent to us on Telegram too. So set the operation to send photo, and then you want to select binary file so that you can actually send this specific data over for us, right? Take a look. Okay, and that's all you gotta do for Telegram site. Besides replying us on Telegram, we also want to update the Airtable base, right, with a new product. So after getting all the information for us, we're going to upload the product shot to Google Drive first, okay? And to do so, you want to connect it to your Google Drive API, firstly by going into console.cloud.google.com. Okay, you want to create a new project, and then you want to create a new credential over here. Create credential, OAuth client ID, application type, web application, give it a name, and you want to add any authorized redirect URL. You're just going to open this up, and then we're going to go back to editor first. You want to open this up, okay? You want to create a new credential, copy this redirect URL, and then you want to paste this in over here. Once you click create, you will have a new API key, and that's where you want to paste your client ID and client secret over here. Once that is done, it will prompt you to log into your account, and make sure to log into the account that you want to upload your file to. Let's close this. And once that is done, you also want to make sure to give it access if you're using a basic Gmail account. To do so, you want to go into OAuth consent screen, and then you want to go into audience, and then make sure to give access for test users for your email so that you can gain access to this specific API. Lastly, you want to make sure to turn on Google Drive API. So search for it, click into that, and make sure to turn this on as well. Okay, and you are good to go. Once that is done, we're going to go back to executions to see what we have gotten from our previous results earlier on. We're going to upload product shoot over here. I'll then want to upload the image we have created into our Google Drive. So the input name would be data, the resource is file, operations upload. The file name I'm going to get from the product creator. So if you go back, I'm going to drag this and paste this in. So I have the product creator name, right? So this will be the file name, which is the name of our product, Brighton Ray. And I'm just going to create a folder for product images. So you can just put it to the specific folder you want to upload your images to. Once that is done, you would have uploaded the image into your Google Drive. And then we just want to update Airtable so they can store all the information there. So we're going to have another Airtable node. Make sure to connect your credentials, okay? And then the base would be product database, the table product database, and just map all of these fields accordingly by drag and drop. So we're going to go into product creator over here, and then just drag this, paste this in, drag and drop for description, audience, unique selling points, and so on and so forth. Lastly, for product image, you're just going to drag and drop from the upload product shot over here, drag over the web view link, and there you have it, all the information updated for the newly created product, and you have something like this. And yeah, so that's how you actually get the product created from the product designer. So I hope this helps you understand a bit of how we actually generated the product for us. And the coolest part, again, once you can see, is that this is actually executed by our main agent, the marketing team agent. So it will actually prompt the designer to design and create for us, and then reply us with all the different information, and sort of making this like our own AI marketing team. All right, so the product designer is done. We're just going to run through the ads agent and then the blog post agent team similarly to help you understand how do we actually get the ads created and the blog post created for us earlier on. So let's go into the ad generator this time and see what happens. So let's click executions again to see the previous execution that we have generated. This is the execution that we have used to generate the previous ad copy for ourselves, which is the Smell Like Gold ad copy, right? So how did I actually design this? Firstly, we want to have it executed by another workflow. And we want it to also, once again, be product name and description, right? You can see this is the product name, the description for the ad copy. And the header, Smell Like Gold, is what we actually prompt the agent to do for us earlier on. And then we're going to have a product owner, right? The product owner is what I actually designed to search Airtable to make sure it gets the information for the product so that the ad creator can create the ad copy for us. So you can see over here, the product owner is connected to the search product node as well as the get product node, right? This is to search the product database for the products. So it's just an Airtable node, records, resource is records, operation is search. The base and table is set to product database, and then you just want to return all. Okay, and then we have a get product node over here to get products. So same thing here, we just have to change the operation to get. And the record ID is defined automatically by the model. I connected it to Open Router as well for the model, and then I'll give it a structured output parser, which is to return the product name, description, and all the other information for the specific product we want to create an ad for. Okay, this is super important so that we don't create ads for the wrong products, right? And then for the prompt for the agent, we're going to check this out, right? I actually give it information like the product name, which is from the marketing agent earlier on over here, right? So you can see I dragged and paste this in. So once you have that, it's going to use its Airtable tool to search and get the product. and I'm going to ask it to give me the output in the format that I want over here, the JSON format. And then at the end of it, you have all the information over here for the product we want to generate ads for. You can see this is for Brighton Ray, the perfume product. Once this is done, you just want to pass it to the ad creator, right? Open this up, and we're just going to give it all the information, which is the name, description, and so on. And you just have to drag and paste this in to get all the information. And this is a preview of what the agent will get from the product owner, right? And we want to require a specific output format as well. This time, this guy is an ad creator, and it needs to create 4 different outputs for us: ad design, ad caption, ad description, as well as ad image prompt. And these are the 4 information that I wanted to use to generate the ad copy for us. I gave it some examples as well and a JSON output. Okay, and you can take a look over here and then connect it to our output parser, right? And you can see the final output would look something like this, right? Ad design would be golden elegance, ad caption smell like gold, the description for it, as well as the image prompt for the ad copy that it's going to generate for us. And so you should kind of know the next step already. You need to download our product image first to use as reference, and then use the OpenAI model to generate the ads for us. All right, so we're going to have a download file node over here, and we're just going to pass over the URL for the image from the product agent, right? Paste this in, and you can view this to see that this is the specific product we want to create ads for. And then we're going to pass it to the OpenAI node once again. You can see this time we're going to use the URL, which would be for image edits, right? We want to edit the image and not generate a new product. And then we're going to pass it some information like the first one, which will be for the image, which is a binary view from the downloaded file, right? View over here. So we're going to name it image. The input data field name would be data. The parameter for the prompt would be from the image prompt agent. So if you go back to schema, you can see over here, we just want to drag and paste the image prompt over. And then for the model, same thing, we want it to use GPT image 1. And from there, it's generated the image data for us. And we just have to convert it to a file, right? Drag and drop this, and you will have the ad that we have generated earlier on over here. Okay, and then the next step is quite similar. You just have to reply Telegram, this time to send the photo, right? So this is the very same thing. We just have to change the captions to here's your ad copy, and I add in things like the ad design, the ads caption, as well as the ad description. And at the bottom, same thing, I want to upload the file to a different folder. So for the file, I'm going to choose from the ad creator, and I'm going to copy the ad design and paste this in. And so for example, this ad design is called Golden Elegance. I'm just going to paste this in, and I'm going to type _ad. So it's easy for me to search for the file when I go back to my Google Drive folder, and choose the folder you want to upload the ad to. Okay, and then you want to update Airtable over here. Right, you want to choose the base. Once again, database, this time the table will be product ads. And this we're going to create a new record for this specific new ad that we have generated. Right, the ad caption, description, URL, and the ad design. So if you go back to n8n over here, right, the operation is create a new record. The value to send would be from the download file node over here. Drag and drop ad design, captions, descriptions, and for the image URL, it will be from the last Google Drive node. Drag over the web view link. Okay, and the last section is super important. This is so that we can connect the ad copy to the correct product. So if you go back to product owner, okay, it has actually received the information for the product, right? You want to drag over the product record ID and then add a square bracket on the outside to make it an array. Okay, see over here, the square bracket. And this is important so that when we update the new ad information, it's actually connected to the product over here, which is Brighton Ray and not the other products. And this is how we get all the ad copies all under this specific product. And just like that, our ad agent is completed, generating ad copies for the specific products that we have created in this marketing team. All right, and coming back, the last agent we want to cover is the blog post agent team, right, to create blogs for us. Okay, so going into our final workflow, you can see over here, right, we have the blog post agent. And how I actually do this is there are 3 sections to this. The first one is to generate the blog outline, right? So this is where the product owner will once again search for the product, and then the blog post agent will create the outline for us. And then we're going to generate 3 images for us, right? You can take a look in our blog post, right? We do have 3 images for the blog post, the first one, the second one, and the third one, right? This is for our template that we want to generate. We want to create and send a blog to our email and reply us on Telegram. So let's go into executions to see how our previous workflow works. You can see from Telegram, previously we asked it to generate a blog post for us, right? We want it to generate a blog post for us based off Timeless Classic. And after we have confirmed the information, the main agent has now prompted this blog post agent to generate the blog post for us. So if you open this up, you can see the product name is Brighton Ray, right? And the theme this time is Timeless Classic. And they also give it some information like focus on how Brighton Ray evokes classic elegance, suits all occasions, and appeals to sophisticated men. Very cool. And same thing, we want to have the product name and description sent over here. Okay, and then we have the product owner is going to receive the product name and get all the different outputs for the specific product. And this is how we can use this as reference to generate the blog. And next up, we have the blog post agent, which is slightly different. Open this up. You can see the user message. I've given it all the information for the product once again, as well as additional user requests if there are such things, right? Such as like the theme of it, right? So you can see over here, the theme is Timeless Classic that we want. And then we're going to give it a system message. This time we're telling it that it's a creative blog post AI assistant, specialized in writing casual lifestyle focused how to wear or how to use style blog posts. This is what I find effective for product blog posts, right? And then its task is to generate a blog post with the following structure and output format, catchy lifestyle related blog posts with some examples. And then we want to maintain the brand voice and tone provided, right? Keeping the style approachable and engaging, and avoid rigid SEO jargons, right? We want to focus on storytelling and lifestyle relevance. And then we give it a output format, which is a JSON view. We want it to have the blog title, introductions, as well as the section. And this is important because we want to have 3 sections for our blog post, right? Section 1, content, as well as the images. And then same for section 2 and section 3. And then we want to have 3 different image prompts for it to generate the images for us. Okay, so the example input would be something like this, all the information about our product. And then the example output would include the blog title, sections, as well as the image prompts over here. And we have to give it a output parser with all the following information that we want. And you can see on the right side, this is where we get all the output that we want from this agent. Right, we have all the header, the content, and so on and so forth, right? So actually pretty cool, right? It has the image prompts as well generated. And so once you reach this section, the blog post agent actually generates all the information we need for our blog post. The last thing we need to do is just to convert the image prompt into images and then paste them together to give us the final blog post that looks like this, right? And so how we're going to do that is we're going to go into the second part, which is just to generate the images for us. First thing first, we're going to download our reference image once again. We're going to get it from the product owner, and then we're going to view it. Make sure this is the reference image, right? Download from Google Drive. And then we're going to run through it 3 times to generate all 3 images. So you can see, because we do have 3 different image prompts over here, okay, we want to create an image for each of them. So we're just going to repeat this 3 times. We're going to have the OpenAI node, similar to the ad agent previously. We want the first data to be binary field, image, input data field name, data, and we want to give it the first prompt, okay? So you go back to schema, and give it the very first prompt over here and paste this in. And the model will be GPT image 1. And then we want to convert the image. Okay, and you can see the first image over here. And then we want to upload the file, right? Give it a name, and then we can number it. So I underscore this as the first one. Upload it to a Google Drive, okay? And then edit fields. We're going to set this image link to image 1, right? This is so that we know that this is the very first image for our blog post. And we just have to repeat this step 3 times, okay? The second one would be for the second image prompt, number 1. And the third one would be for the third image prompt over here, okay? And once it's done, we'll have the 3 different images. And then we just want to merge them all together to use it to generate the blog post for us. So we're going to use a merge node, and then the mode will be combined by 4 positions. We want the 3 links for the images, as well as all the content information gotten from our blog post agent, right? Blog title, introductions, and so on. So once we connect them all together, we're going to have the final agent to piece them together as a HTML file to send to our email. All right, let's check this out. Open this. Okay, you can see this agent will now have the blog title, introduction, header, image, text, and so on, right? All the information required for our blog post. So actually, you're good to go over here. You just have to copy this, and a writer can just piece this together in a Word document, right? But let's say you want to send it to an email directly. Right, what this agent is going to do is going to convert it to HTML so that it's going to look like this in an email post. So coming back here, you can see, right, I tell it that it's an expert HTML content generator, AI assistant. You'll receive all the information like block title, introduction, and the 3 sections. And then its task is to generate a complete HTML document string. So I give it some instructions as well, some instructions on how to create a good HTML format. Okay, and then these are the examples input field you receive, and then the expected HTML output structure. This is a structure that I have created earlier on that you can just copy and paste. Okay, and all you gotta do is to make sure to update the information accordingly. Like the title would be the JSON output block title over here. The body would then include the block title 1, the introduction, and then for each section you want to make sure to map them accordingly, such as header, image, and the content over here. This will embed everything into a final email to send to ourselves. And I want to make sure that it only returns the HTML content and no additional text, so that we can actually get the final blog post to look exactly the way we want it, like this. Okay, and go back, you can see the output is a complete HTML file. And then I will just send it via email, connect it to my Gmail account. Same thing here, you just have to connect it to your Google Console API. And to connect it to Gmail, just to make sure that the Gmail API is enabled. Okay, go into Gmail API and enable this. All right. Once that is done, you just want to send it to your own email. So replace this with your own email, give it a subject, and the subject I would choose from the blog post agent over here, which would be the blog title. The email type, I would set it as HTML, and I'll give it the output, which would be the HTML format over here. I can give it a random name such as blogger to give us an example. You can see over here, blogger. Okay, and then I want to make sure to append n8n attribution, turn this off so it doesn't send to us with the this email is generated by n8n. Okay, once that is done, you will be able to get the blog post sent to your email just like that with the images embedded. So pretty cool, right? And of course, you also want to reply Telegram. So I'll tell it that the blog post has been generated with the blog name, as well as asking it to check out Airtable and your email for the full blog. Also, we're going to update Airtable as well. So we're going to have an Airtable node. The operation is create, base would be product database, table would be blog post, and you want to update the information accordingly, like the title, introduction, header, image link, and so on, right? So update all of them and you'll get something like this, right? And of course, like we have mentioned, the most important thing is to make sure the record ID is connected to the main product, right? So you have to go back to the product owner over here. Make sure to drag the product record ID, paste this in, create a square bracket, and you're good to go. And once that is done, there you have it. You have your final agent in this marketing team, which is to generate blog posts for us. And just like that, we have a full system that allows us to talk to our marketing team agent via Telegram and generate products for us, add copies, or even blog posts for us. And it's just one example of this marketing team system specifically for product creation. You can definitely add in video creation and so much more as well. So I hope this showcased to you the power of content automation systems being built with tools like n8n. So do check that out. So once again, do try out this marketing team agent and let me know what you think. Alright, congrats. I hope this workflow really opens up your mind, and this is really one of my favorite workflows so far because it's super useful for myself and it's super intuitive just to communicate with it via Telegram. Now, of course, we've generated blog posts and ads. Can we also use Telegram to generate video ads for us as well? And so in this next example, we're going to do exactly just that. We're going to generate high quality video ads just by chatting with it on Telegram. And so let's get into the ads generator agent and see how this exactly works. Let's go. So I've just created the ultimate AI system that allows me to generate videos like this on autopilot using Google's latest video model, VO3. You can see over here for these Yeti Vlog Live videos, these are generating millions of views, and the quality is actually pretty good with the voiceovers as well. So let's take a look at this one.
Finally meeting Bigfoot Vlogs, my favorite vlogger in the wild. I never miss a episode. You the best. So do you think
so
you
it's
could
actually super high quality. You can see the animals actually talking, and it's really super amazing. Check out this other video that I have generated as well. Take a look over here, a reporter in the storm, and let's take a look at how this plays out.
This storm is relentless, but I, Pharaoh Menes, will survive this tempest with the strength of the ancients.
And it's super high quality, and the voiceovers and every part of the video is actually all generated in one go. Alright, so let's start with the demo to see how my AI agent works. So I'm going to chat with my AI agent via Telegram. Over here you can see I've created a VO agent for generating videos for us. I'm going to start by asking it, hi, what can you do for us? Click enter. Okay, now that it's run on the back end, let's take a look in Telegram to see what happens. It says that it can generate new videos for us, search for ready videos, as well as post videos for us. So pretty cool. And we're going to start off by generating a new video first. So I'm going to say, I want to generate a new video. Click enter, execute workflow, and let's see what happens. Okay, so now it's asked us some questions, right? Like what's the name, subject, context, and so on about the video that we want to generate. And so I'm going to just give it some input of what we're looking for. I'm going to paste this in. So we're going to have a subject, which is a bear reporter doing a report in the scene of a typhoon storm. And we're going to try to see if we can make this video actually valuable for brands as well, right? So let's say I'm promoting an umbrella product called Umbrio. We could also add that into the video as well. So I'm going to click enter and let's see what the AI agent replies us. All right, so now it's asking us some more questions like what title we actually want, the context, and so on. So I'm just going to tell it, you can decide for me. And we're just going to see what the AI agent has decided for us. Okay, so now it's given us the final name and the prompt. Right, you can see over here the name is Bear Reporter in the Storm. The prompt is a brave bear reporter standing amidst a raging typhoon. Right, pretty cool, and it does have some voiceovers as well, and that's the value of Google VO3, right? It's able to generate the voiceovers within the video as well. So over here you can see it says, don't let storm catch you off guard. Umbrella is here to save the day, right? Exactly what we want to do for this specific video, to talk about the umbrella as well, using an AI generated bear to really push the limits of video generation with AI, right? So let's say we like this, we can say, yes, generate the video for me, okay? And let's execute the workflow and see what happens. You can see now the main video agent is thinking, and it's now going to call the view video agent to generate the video for us. So let's give it a moment and see what happens. Okay, it's now calling the view video agent, right? Our view video agent over here, and this agent is going to generate the video for us and return it for us. So let's give it a short moment and wait for the final video to be generated for us. Okay, now it's completed. Let's take a look at what we have gotten. It's generated a video for us. Let's take a look.
Don't let storms catch you off guard. The Umbrio umbrella is here to save the day.
Alright, so super cool. The video has been generated. It is the bear reporter in the storm, and it also talks about the Umbrio umbrella. Pretty cool, right? And this video is also updated into our Airtable. So you take a look over here, we do have a new video generated. Bear reporter in the storm, we do have the prompt, we do have the video link, as well as the status being set as generated. Let's check out the video over here. Okay, let's download this video. Alright, let's check out the video and let's hear the audio as well.
Don't let storms catch you off guard. The Umbrio umbrella is here to save the day.
That is actually pretty cool, using a bear for an advertisement video for an umbrella, right? So actually that's one of the great potentials of what we can actually do with this new video generator model. And what's even cooler than that is, from here, once we're happy with the video, we could also use this system to actually ask it to post the video for us just by chatting with it on Telegram. Right, so all I gotta do is to go into Airtable. Okay, and let's say I like this video. I'm going to set the status to ready to post, and now it's going to help me post to TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. So check this out. I'm going to say, can you post the video for me? Right, so now it says the video bear reporter in the storm is ready to be posted. So I would say, yes, do post it. Okay, now let's give it a moment, and we're going to see our video being posted onto our social platforms in a very short moment with captions as well. So you take a look at over here in the workflow, and now our main agent is calling the posting agent. As you can see over here, it's going to help us post onto YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. And then it's going to update the Airtable for us over here. So you can see now it's uploaded onto YouTube, and it's going to update the status for Instagram and TikTok as well. And once it's completed, the status over here will be set to completed. Okay, now it's completed. Let's check out Telegram once again. You can see it's telling us that the video has been posted onto TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. And that's it. Right, super cool. So let's check out our social platforms and see what we have gotten. Okay. Let's take a look over here. You can see this is the Instagram account that we want to post on. Right, we do have the video. We do have a unique title as well as hashtag for the product as well. Super cool, right? Generated all by AI. Take a look.
The Umbrio umbrella is here to save the day.
Phenomenal. And let's check out our TikTok as well. See?
Storms catch you off guard. The Umbrio umbrella is here.
And we do have a different caption as well for this. And then over here, we do have a title as well as a different caption as well for a YouTube video.
Don't let storms catch you off guard. The Umbrio umbrella is here to save the day.
Cool. And let's check out our Airtable this time. Over here, our Airtable has been updated and the status has been set to completed, uploaded. Right, so super cool, right? I mean, if you think about it, this is a super effective system. Videos like this are now currently generating millions of views on TikTok And beyond that, beyond just creative AI videos that you could generate for yourself and your own brands, you could also do videos like this for selling products or creating creative content commercials for businesses as well. This could be a phenomenal system that could help you build up your own business, to sell your own products, or to build a content system for other businesses as well. And all I got to do for this specific system is just to chat with my AI agent on Telegram, and it will automatically create a new video for me and publish it onto my social platforms for me as well. And so today I'm going to run through with you guys how you can actually set this up for yourself and how I actually went about building these whole systems. So to follow along more effectively and gain access to the blueprints for this system, you can click the link in the description below to get all of them. Alright, so now once you have downloaded the blueprints below, I'm going to run through with you how I actually built this system and how you can actually use it for yourself as well. Okay, we're going to start off with the overview of what this system composes of. So you see over here in n8n, I do have three main agents, right? The first is the main video agent, which will be chatting with us on Telegram. The second one is the video generator agent. This is a system that allows me to generate videos. And the third is the posting agent, right? And so how this works is that I will communicate with the main agent on Telegram, and it will call the necessary tools, such as searching the Airtable or calling the video agent or the posting agent to post the videos for us, all right? And then of course, from there, we would need to have an Airtable, which would be what we use to store all of the videos that we have generated, that we can check out the status and upload it into our social media platforms. Okay, so let's start with the fields we need for this specific Airtable. Right, in this Airtable, I'm going to have only one table, okay? And I'm going to have the first field, which is the name for the videos generated. And then the second field would be a long text field, which is for the prompts for the video generated. So you can take a look over here. This is where you can keep track of the prompts for each video. And then we want to have another field for the video links. And this is linked to the Google Drive video links that we have generated. A status field for us to trigger the posting of the videos onto our platforms, right? So you take a look over here. I do have just three drop downs. The first is generated, where this field will be automatically caught when the video has been generated and uploaded onto Airtable. The second is ready to be posted, and this allows us to prompt the AI system to post it onto our social platforms. And lastly is completed, for us to know that the videos have been posted onto all the different platforms. Over here I have three more drop down fields. The first is TikTok, and the status is just empty and uploaded, so that we know it's uploaded. And the same for Instagram as well as YouTube. And then we just have three more fields. The first is last modified time. This would be a last modified time field, just for us to know when the video has been last modified. The next one is created time. And then the final one is record ID. And I'm going to use a formula field. I just type in record_ID bracket. Record ID is actually pretty useful for us to identify the exact video file that we want to use. Right, this is actually super useful when our content systems get more complicated. And Airtable is an amazing way for us to actually organize all of these videos that we have generated in a systematic and organized manner. Okay, so after we're done with Airtable, we're going to go into n8n and cover our first agent. You can see over here in our main agent, we have a Telegram trigger where we can chat with it via Telegram, an agent node in the center, and then another Telegram node for the agent to reply us via Telegram. So we're going to start off with Telegram trigger first. We're going to open this up. You can see the credentials I've connected to is my video agent. So what you want to do is you want to go into Telegram and you want to go into bot flutter, right? You want to search for bot flutter and then you want to chat with it. And from here, you want to create a new bot. And to start, I just have to type in /start, okay? And then it will give us all the different commands from bot flutter, right? We're going to create a new bot. Okay, and after creating a new bot, it will actually give you an API key over here. You just have to follow the steps. And once you have the API key, what you want to do is to create a new credential, give it a name, and type in the access token over here. Okay, once that is done, what you want to do is actually to separate this Telegram trigger first, and then send a message over, right? Similar to something like /start. And then from there, you would actually get the chat ID. You get something like this. Okay, and what you want to do is to have the chat ID over here, because it's super important to make sure that the AI is chatting with us via the correct Telegram chat. Once you have the chat ID over here, what you want to do is to firstly go into every Telegram notes and update the chat ID to the specific number that you have. All right, so just to paste this in. Okay, and same for the other two agent, right? Go to the last node and change the chat ID to your specific chat ID, as well as the last one. Open this up and give it the correct chat ID as well. This is so that the AI agent is able to reply us on the correct Telegram chat. Once that is done, next part we have to cover is the main video agent node. Right, so how do we do this is to create a new AI agent node. And for this main agent node, there are three main components. The first is the chat model, second is memory, and the third are the tools. Right? The chat model is sort of like the brain of what the agent is going to use to chat with us. So I'm going to use something called Open Router. So we're going to connect it to a node called Open Router, okay? And before we do that, you want to go into openrouter.ai, okay? And you want to create a new account, put in some credits over here, okay? And then you want to get your API key. Okay, once you have your API key, you can choose the models over here. You can choose the model that supports tool calling, and this is important so that we can use the different tools to call the other agents. So you can see over here there are different prices for each of these models as well, so you can test them out. Right, I do find GPT to be a pretty good model to start, so I would use the GPT model. Sometimes I would try out other models like Queen or DeepSeek as well, so you do have to test it out, and the outputs are relatively different for each of them. Once that is done, you're going to connect to Open Router. You want to give it your model. Right, so over here I actually choose GPT-4o Mini. I'm going to change the name. Okay, and you can choose the other models that you want as well, right? But I think 4o Mini is pretty good for this specific function for now. And it's pretty cheap as well. Okay, once you're done with the model, the next thing we want to connect to is simple memory. This is so that the AI agent is able to retain what it has conversed with us, so that it doesn't have to start a new chat every single time. So very straightforward. You just have to connect it to a simple memory session. Okay, and then your context window length can be just 5. You can set it to higher if you want it to remember more. I just kept it to 5 to start. And then for the key, right, you can see over here, I've actually used a syntax. This is to connect to the Telegram chat that we have previously. You want to find the chat ID, right? And I just have to drag and drop this in, and you have something like this, which is the chat ID of our Telegram chat, so that this AI agent is able to keep track of what it has spoke to us on Telegram. Okay, once this is done, we have 2 out of 3 completed for the main agent. The next thing we want to do before we go into the tools is to cover the prompt for the agent. Right, but to understand that, you can see over here there are 3 main tools that I want this agent to use. The first is the search Airtable tool. This is so that it's able to search the Airtable, right, for the video that has been set to ready to post, so that it can post the video for us. You can also use this search tool to understand what are the videos that we have generated and what are the status for each of them. And then from there, the next tool I have is the Veo video agent. This allows the main agent to connect to this Veo agent, which allows it to generate the videos for us. And lastly is the posting agent tool, where it's able to call the posting agent to post the video for us over here. So if I were to open up this Airtable node, you can see over here I have a specific Airtable node set to the operation search, and the resource would be record. Right, the base would be the specific base that I have created earlier on. Right, you can take this from the template, and the table is from the list videos. Right, so how do we connect to Airtable? Okay, to connect to Airtable, you do need the credentials. You do need the credentials over here. So let's say we create a new credential. You can see there are 3 main scopes that we need to enable for our credential: data record read, data records write, and schema based read. So you just have to go into airtable.com/create/tokens, create a new credential, and you want to add in the scopes: data record read, data records write, and schema based read. And these are all the 3 scopes that's required. And then we're going to give it access to your base, which would be the Veo 3 video base that we have generated. So after you have done so, you will get the credentials, and then you have to add in the token over here, and then you will be good to go. For this specific search Airtable, I want it to only return the videos that have the status set to ready to post. So I add in this simple formula: status equals to ready to post. When I ask you to search for the videos for me, you only return this specific video if I set it to ready to post. Now, of course, if you turn this off, it will return to you every single video out there as well, right? But we're just going to use this to find the video and post it for us, right? That's all we got to do. And that's it for the Airtable node. Now, moving on to the next 2 nodes over here. For the Veo video agent node and the posting agent node, I'm going to use something called call n8n workflow tool. This allows us to call another n8n workflow. Okay, and if you open this up, right, you can see I will select the agent that I've generated, called Veo 3 video generator agent, as named over here. There are 2 inputs that the agent requires from us, and we're going to go into that in a short while when we go through the second agent later on. But you can see over here, I'll set it to define automatically by the model for the prompt and the name. So the main agent can actually generate the name and the prompt of the video that we want to generate to the video agent to generate it for us. Then the description, I just had to set it to call this tool to generate a new video. Very straightforward, and all it would do is to pass the prompt and the name to the video agent for us. Similarly, for the posting agent, what I want you to do is to call this tool to publish ready videos onto social platforms, right? And I'm going to select the VO3 posting agent over here, okay? And then I'm going to set an input, which is post equals to true, right? This means that it will run the system to post the videos for us. Later, when I run through this posting agent as well, you kind of understand how this actually kickstarts the posting of the videos for us. Okay, now that we are done with going through all the notes, we have one final thing to cover, which is the prompt for the main video agent. Right, so essentially the prompt is sort of like the instructions that we want to give the agent to answer us in the specific manner that we want. And so this is a main video agent that's supposed to do the main task of generating videos and posting it for us. I'm going to start by giving it a user message first, which would be from Telegram, right? So I'm just going to drag over the message that we have from here, text, and paste this in, right? Drag and drop this. What this does is that it will pass the message of our chat to this specific agent. But where the instruction comes in is under system message over here. So I'm going to set it to expression, and we're going to open up to see how we actually set up this prompt. So you can see I started off with saying that it's the main video agent, right? Its job is to assist users with video related tasks by understanding their requests and so on. And then I actually define the 3 tools that we want it to use. It is super important to make sure the name of the tools are correct, so it will call the correct tools when necessary. Right, so the first tool is Search Airtable, and I want it to use that to search Airtable to find videos that are ready to be posted. The second is View Video Agent, and it's only going to call this AI agent to generate a new video for us. And this requires the agent to send over a name and descriptive prompt. The last tool that it needs to use is Posting Agent, and it needs to use this posting agent to post a ready video to social platforms. I give it some general instructions as well to make sure that it clarifies the user intent and some questions like it may be asked to search videos that are ready to be posted, generate a new video, and post a ready video. I also tell it to use only the relevant tools for the user request. And I give it a video generation workflow, right? So how it's going to answer us when we want to generate a video. So if you remember from Telegram, it actually asks clarifying questions, and these are the clarifying questions to get the correct prompt and name for the video we want to generate, right? Such as the name, context, action, and so on. And then it will draft the prompt for us, right? Make sure that it's vivid, similar to the example format below. And then it also shows both the name and the prompt to the user for approval before it generates the video for us. Right, if you remember over here, it actually gives us the name and the prompt and asks for approval first. Okay, exactly what we ask it to do. And once it's approved, it will call the View Video Agent with both the name and the prompt sent over to it. And this is an example of what it's going to send to the View Video Agent, the name and the prompt, and this is what it used to generate the videos for us. Right, we also have some instructions on how we actually ask it to post the video for us. So every time it wants to post the video, it will use the Search Airtable node to search for the video that's ready to be posted. And so if you remember the node that we have set, we set the status to be ready to be posted, right? So it's going to search Airtable, and it's only going to find the exact video that will be ready to be posted, and it will pass that through the agent to actually post the video for us. And then it will reply the name of the ready video and ask if the user wants to post. And so for my system, to keep it very simple and lean, I make sure that this agent can only post one specific video at one time. So of course, if you want to expand this, you can definitely change it up as well. But that's what we do for this specific video. And once approved, it will call the posting agent to publish it. And if no videos are ready, you will inform the user and offer to generate a new one. And then of course, the final one is to use the search workflow tool. If the user wants to search for ready videos, it will use the Search Airtable node and return the results to the user. Following that, I have some keynotes as well, which are some final details to make sure that the agent knows, right, what not to do, like never post a video unless it is confirmed via Search Airtable that it is ready, or other guardrails like never generate a video without both a user-approved prompt and a name. And of course, that's it for the prompt, right? Once we have the prompt, our main video agent is set up, and we are good to go over here. Okay, so once we have completed the main agent, the next thing we need to do is to create our View Video Generator agent. Right, this is where we're going to use this to generate the videos for us. And this is where we're going to use Google View 3 model to generate it for us. So to understand how this system works, I'm going to go into executions so that I can use this to take a look at the previous execution on how we generated the bare video that we have over here. Okay, so let's go into the very first note over here, right, when executed by another workflow. this is important to make sure that the input is from the main agent earlier on. So remember, we need the name and the prompt from the main agent, right? So for the first node, I set it to define using fields below, and the workflow input would be name, which is a string type, as well as prompt, which is also a string type. So the previous agent actually passed over the name of what we want to generate, like Barry Potter in the storm, and then a prompt of what we want to use for our video as well, right? So this talks about the Umbro umbrella as well as the brave bear. Okay, and once we have that, we're going to use replicate to generate the video for us. So how do we do this? Is we're going to go into replicate.com, okay, over here. You can see over here in replicate.com, you just want to create a new account as well. And then you want to give it some credits and get your API key. Okay, once you have your API key, what you want to do is to create a new header auth, right? Generic auth type. Create a header auth, okay? And then you want to create a new credential over here, right? You want to go into replicate. Okay, you want to go into API tokens, get a new API key, all right? And then you want to type in the name to be authorization. The value would be bearer. You can see over here, bearer, space, and you want to paste in your API key over here. And just name this replicate. Okay, replicates. And that's it. You're good to go. Right, so once you're done with that, you will have something like this. You just have to update it accordingly. Okay, and then now I'm going to go through you how I actually get this specific model. If you go back to replicate over here, right, replicate is a platform just like OpenRouter that allows us to connect to many different models that could be used to generate videos, sounds, or music, and so on. Right, so over here, we could actually utilize the Google Veo 3 model, right? You just have to go into this specific link, Google Veo 3, and this is where we can actually call the Veo 3 model to generate the videos for us. And how we're going to get the API key for the Veo 3 model is going to API, all right? And then we're just going to click into HTTP, and we're going to find the curl. We're going to copy this, okay? Go back to our workflow. And we're going to have a HTTP request to connect it to the API. Right, the HTTP request node, we're going to import curl. We're going to paste this in. And once we paste this in, we'll get something like this, right? I'm going to remove the field for authentication because I've set our credentials right here already. Right, but beyond that, you're going to make sure you have all of these specific fields. The first one is the header field, which have the name, prefer, the value is weight. And then the body field over here, which is a JSON body, and then you have an input, and the prompt would be this syntax over here, JSON prompt, allowing us to get a prompt from the main agent. So take a look at how this looks like. We're going to go back to execution, okay? And then we're going to open this up, right? You can see, because it's passed over the prompt from the main agent, right? I will just have to drag this in, paste this in, and you can see over here, this is the input, right? The prompt that we have. Right, so you just have to drag and paste this in over here. Okay, once you have that, this prompt will actually be passed through replicate to generate the video for us. Pretty straightforward. This video is actually pretty high quality, and it takes some time to generate because it generates both the voiceover, the actions, and all the different sound effects in the video all at one go, right? And so you do need to have a wait note afterwards to give it some time before the video is generated. So I set a wait note over here for about 3 minutes to generate the video for us, okay? And once this is completed, I'm going to have another HTTP request node. I'm going to name this get video. The method is get. And I'm going to drag over the URL from the get section over here, paste this in. And then for the rest, you can keep it the same, header, prefer weight, and make sure to have your authentication set to replicate as well for the header auth. Okay, once you get the video, you're going to download the video. Right, so we're just going to drag over the output from the previous node over here. You can see we'll have a final link once the video is completed. Drag this and paste this in, and then the method is get, and then you will have the video over here. If I click view, I will have a preview. Check this out.
Don't let storms catch you off guard. The Umbreo umbrella is here to...
All right, so once you have that, perfect. What we're going to do next is to upload the video into Google Drive, and then update Airtable, and then reply us with the video on Telegram. So how we're going to do that firstly is to create a new credential for Google Drive if this is your first time. Right, to do so, you're going to go into console.cloud.google.com, create a new project, And then you want to create a new API key over here, create a new credential, OAuth client ID, and then you want to set the application type to web application, give it a name, and then the authorized redirect URL. What you're going to do is you're going to add in the URL for n8n. So if you go back to editor and I go into the Google Drive notes, create a new credential, you will have a OAuth redirect URL over here. So you just have to copy the one that you have, okay? Copy this, whichever that you have, whether it's cloud or the self-hosting, okay? And then you want to paste in your redirect URL over here, okay? Once you're done with that, you will have a client ID and client secret that you want to paste this in, and then you want to log into your account and you're good to go. Beyond that, you also want to make sure if you're using a test account, you want to go into audience, okay? And then you want to set your email that you're going to log in with under test users to make sure that's approved, okay? And then you also want to search for Google Drive API. You can do so by searching Google Drive API over here. Okay, click into this and make sure to enable Google Drive API so that you can gain access to your Google Drive. Okay, once you have done so, right, I'm going to close this and go back to executions to show you how this works. Okay, I'm going to open this up. You can see over here, right now I have the credentials connected. The operation will be upload. And what I want to do over here is just to upload my video into Google Drive so that I don't lose track of the video. Okay, so if I go back to n8n, right, I'll just set the name, which would be from the previous node, from when executed by another workflow. I'm going to give it the name of the video that we have created earlier on. Paste this in, and then I'll set it to the folder that I have over here. And I'll just set it to upload input data field name is data. This allows us to just upload the video that we have over here.
Don't let storms
Right, so we just upload the video onto Google Drive. Once we are done so, right, we're just going to create a new record in Airtable. Remember, we want to update this Airtable with this new record with the video link, prompt, and the name. All right, so we're going to have this node, create record. Okay, choose the base, view 3 videos, table is video, and then the value would be the name. Paste this in. The prompt would be from the very first notes over here. Okay, drag and paste the prompt in. And then the video link, we're just going to choose from Google Drive, the web view link, paste this in, change the status to generated. And once you're done so, you would have the video uploaded onto Airtable. Okay, and then once that is done, we just want to reply us on Telegram. So we'll have something that looks like this, right? Your video has been generated. So to do so, I just need to get the binary file once again to post onto Telegram. So we're just going to have another Google Drive node, download file. And we're just going to drag over the URL over here from video link, paste this in, drag and drop, okay? And then after downloading it, right, operations download, press back. We're going to reply Telegram by sending video message. Make sure the chat ID is your chat ID. We're going to select binary file so that we can have the video that we have downloaded, okay? And then the captions, I'm just going to set your video, right? And I'm going to choose JSON field name, all right? Paste this in. So it replies, your video, Barry Potter in the Storm, has been generated. Check it out and let me know what you think. And just like that, the video agent has been completed. And that's how we got the reply, your video, Barry Potter in the Storm, has been generated. Check it out and let me know what you think. And the video has been embedded into Telegram as well. And that's it. Perfect. Okay, so once we reach this point over here, you can see we do have the view video agent generated. And now every time the agent calls this specific node, we will be able to generate the videos for us. And just like that, we are able to actually generate the video and upload it onto Airtable as well. Now, of course, the power of content automation systems is really to combine different systems together. So previously, I've actually created a system that allows us to post videos onto our different social platforms like YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. And so in this specific video, I also want to connect it to our specific agent as well. So over here, you can see I actually modified it a little and connected to this specific agent, calling it the Video 3 posting agent instead. So of course, in a span of time, I will not run through how to exactly connect to each of these APIs over here. But to really fully understand how to connect to every single API, I would recommend that you watch the previous video over here on how I actually built this publishing system to set up the different APIs for YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram as well. Okay, So now going to our third agent, which is the publishing agent team, we want it to be able to post the videos for us, right? And so after copying over the template, what I do is I change the front to be when executed by another workflow again. And if you open this up, I want the input system to be post, and the input field would be post, the type would be string. And this is also why we know that when the main agent sent over the message as true, it will actually run our system. Take a look over here. If the input is true, our publishing system will run. If the input is false, our publishing system will not run at all. Okay. And then what it's going to do after that, it's going to search record. So I'm going to connect it to an Airtable base we have created, VO3 video, and I'm going to filter by formula status equals to ready to post. I'm not going to return or, I'm going to set the limit to 1 because we want to post only one video at a time so we don't overload this specific system. But of course, if you want to upload all of them at once, you could also return all of them and it will upload every single video that's ready to be posted. Okay. And then once that is done, I have a publishing agent over here that's going to generate the different prompts for us, right? So if I go into executions and take a look at the previous execution that we have done, right, you can see this publishing agent over here do have a couple of inputs, which I changed to be the name of the video as well as the prompt. And this is taken from Airtable over here. I just had to drag and paste this in. And then for the system message, right, it's just going to help us generate the different descriptions for Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok as well. But for this system, I just want to post onto Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. So I'll just leave it as it is. And over here, I do have the output generated, right? Once I have the output generated, I just have to update the Google Drive note to download it from the URL that we have received over here, right? So I have to drag this and paste this in so it will download the video that we have generated earlier on.
Don't let storms catch you up.
Right, the bear video, okay? Okay, then once that is done, we just have to do one final thing, which is to upload to Cloudinary, right? This is important if you want to actually post it onto Instagram and Facebook. We have to host it onto a cloud platform. And so, of course, once again, watch the other video to understand how to connect to the API. But just to help you understand, what this does is that it uploads the video onto Cloudinary, okay? Once the video has been hosted onto Cloudinary, you will be able to use this video to actually post it onto Instagram later on. The rest of the notes are pretty similar. So the first part, I do have the YouTube agent. This is where I actually get the description for YouTube over here. The title, I'll paste this in from the publishing agent. The description would be also from the publishing agent, paste this in. And then once that is completed, the output will return the upload ID, which means the video has been posted onto YouTube for us. The input binary field would be data, so it can get the video that we have generated. And then similarly, we want to update the Airtable that we have over here. So I will find the Airtable base that we have, VO3, and I'll update the YouTube to upload it. I'll do the exact same thing as well for Facebook and TikTok. So for TikTok, I use a tool called Upload Post because TikTok's API is a little bit more complex. And so that's how it led to this hybrid system. But I'm going to use the Upload Post API to connect it to TikTok. So to do so, you just have to go into uploadpost.com, link in description. And then you can just create your new account. And then you get the API key over here. And then you want to create a new user and connect your account accordingly. Once you connect your account, for this example, I'm going to connect it to TikTok only. Right, and then I'm going to go back and I'm just going to make sure to have my API connected over here. And then I make sure to send the description from the previous view, right? Paste this in. And then the form data would be user. And the value here is my user account created on Upload Post, right? You can see I have this profile called Testo123. So I will use that for the account. Okay, and the rest you can just keep it as it is. Platform TikTok, n8n binary field, video data. And you'll post it onto TikTok for us. And same thing, update the Airtable, right? Updating the status. And over here you can see I'm using the record ID to match the video that we want to upload. And then lastly, for Instagram, I will connect it to the Instagram node, right? You'll create a new container. And then the value will also be from the publishing agent over here, right? We're going to drag over the caption from the Instagram description, paste this in. The media type will be Reels. The video URL would be from Cloudinary. We're going to find the URL and paste this in as well. And then we'll have a wait node because this is what's required for the Instagram API, 60 seconds. And then it will post onto Instagram. And then we're going to make sure the node is the Instagram account, right? This is how we actually connect it through the API. And then we once again update the Airtable node, right? We'll update the base, VO3 video, table is video. And then the Instagram status will be changed to uploaded as well over here. Okay, and once that is done, you want to merge them all together, right, to get the information from all 3 nodes. And then we have a if nodes to sort of make sure that if the few YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok are all set to uploaded, then the status will be changed to completed. One more Airtable node over here, update record, and then we're just going to update the status to completed. And if it's not, it will not be completed. And then, of course, we just want to download the video once again, right? We're going to drag over the video link, paste this in. And after downloading the video, we will reply Telegram. And that's how we get the video. Same chat ID, input binary field data. And then the caption will be your video. And then you want to drag over the name, paste this in. Has been posted onto TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. And that's how we get the reply over here as well. And that's it. That's how we actually got the publishing agent generated over here for us. Okay, so now I ran through pretty quickly for this publishing system, and that's because I just want to showcase how the flow of it actually works. Right, if you really want to build this system, once again, you just have to get the blueprints link in the description below, and do watch my video on how I actually set up the whole system. And the idea of this is actually to showcase to you how you can actually combine different systems together to make it a custom content system just for yourself. Right, so this is just taken from a previous video that I have earlier. I modify a few sections like the first few notes, as well as adding a Telegram reply note over here. And now I'm able to utilize this to publish these specific videos for me. And just imagine what you could do by combining many different video systems together as well to create an even more amazing and powerful content system for yourself as well. And all in all, just like that, I have my full system created for us, with the main agent being able to generate these new videos for us and publish it onto our social platforms just by chatting with it on Telegram. Do give it a try and let me know what you think. Alright, fantastic. Now that you have reached this point, you're definitely a content automation pro right now. With all this under your tool belt, you should be able to now generate different types of content in different manners and different formats in the way that you desire. So to end off this tutorial, I'm going to give you a bonus module, which is a course creation workflow. Thinking out of the box, content automation doesn't mean just creating content for eyeballs. It also means creating content that are useful for you, whether is it within your own organization or to also create course modules for yourself. Basic course modules may take a huge amount of time for you to actually develop from scratch, and it requires a lot of expert knowledge from yourself. And today, there are also companies out there that create systems like this to help you design your own course, which may cost you thousands of dollars. And so in this specific module, you're going to build a system that allows you to chat with it via Telegram and generate a course module specifically for your own specific use case. So if you are as excited as I am, let's go into this course creation module to end off our tutorial with a bang. Let's get right into it. And so all I gotta do is to prompt my agent from Telegram, and through my system, each of my agents will be hard at work creating the final module for me. And at the end of it, you can see over here in my Airtable, after giving it some information about myself using this example of Johnny with expertise, experience, passion, audience, and some of these basic informations, the agents are able to create different courses for me, right, with target audience, pain points, transformation, unique value zone scores, as well as the modules. You can see over here all the modules for each of the course, right, the description, all the sub-modules for each of the course, all the scripts as well for each of the sub-modules. So if you take a look over here at the course overview, if I open one of this, you can see over here I do have everything, right? From the course title to target audience, pain point, transformation, right? The score, the modules, the sub-modules, the full script over here as well. And so essentially all by myself, I've created a full agent system that creates course modules for me from top till the end on autopilot. And the coolest thing about it is this whole system costs only a couple of cents each run. And so today I'll run through an overview of how I did it and how you can do it too. And I do have all the resources linked in the description below, so do download them to follow along more effectively. Alright, so to start, now how did I come up with building this specific agent, right? How did I come up with this concept? So after hearing about this new concept of Digital Products 2.0, where the agents are able to build the whole system for you, I thought perhaps to get started, I want the agent to be able to get some information from me and create full generation modules, sub-modules, and even the scripts all generated for me as well. And so the first system that I create is the Telegram system. Right, I want to be able to interact with this agent platform from a chat interface that I usually use, and Telegram is one of the interfaces that I use often. Right, so I thought, well, if I can just give it a text and it will auto-generate this new course for me and upload it into my database. Right, so the first system is the Telegram system. Next up, I thought the first thing I want to have is the course creator agent. I want this agent to specifically create amazing course modules for me. And basically what it does is also to create scores as well as the main target audience based on the information that I provided it. So it needs to be able to create course ideas that scores high on passion as well as market demand and something that is unique that I can launch into the market. From there, the next agent that I want to create is the module creator. After having the main course idea created, I want this module agent to be able to create all the different modules for me, as well as the descriptions for it. And after creating the module agent, you want to also have the sub module creator to create all the different sub modules for each of these modules, as well as the description within it. Lastly, one of the most important things is to create an outline script. And how cool would it be if the agent could actually create the full script for me as well, from top to bottom for each of these sub-modules. And that by itself creates my full course creator agent team that helps me generate new innovative course ideas from top to the end, just like that. And so before I run through each of them one by one to understand how this actually works, let's go through some of the main things we need to set up for this specific system. The first thing we need to have is, of course, n8n. And n8n is a automation platform that allows you to create AI automations and AI agents using drag and drop no-code tools like building Lego blocks. So I really like this robust interface that is super useful for non-technical developers that wants to create powerful systems without having to go in-depth into coding. The next one I have is Airtable, which is where I store all my course information, the modules, sub-modules, the scripts, as well as the user database, our expertise, experience, passion, and so on. And so what you want to do is to make sure to create Airtable base. You want to have a new base over here. Okay, we're going to call it course creator. I'm just going to zoom in for a better viewing. Okay, so I'm going to have 5 different tables here, and we're going to quickly run through what we want to have for each of them. For the first table, which is the user database, this is where we're going to store all the user information for our system. So what I have is to have the first one, which is a single line text, where this is for our name, and I'm going to call it user. The second one is a long line text, right? This is where we can fill in certain expertise that we have that we think could be useful for the AI agent to help us create the course module. And the next one we have is experience. This is also a long text, right? And then passion, which is also another long text. Audience, this is the type of audience that we potentially want to serve. So who do we actually have a passion to serve or talk to? So another long text. And then this one will be linked to another table. Okay, so this is what I like about Airtable, is to be able to link each table to each other, and it's able to help me organize all of them neatly. Right, so to create this, you want to create a new one called link to another record, a new field, right? And essentially you want to create a new field called causes. Okay, so after we link to this new field, we also want to have a couple more fields here. The next one is created time. Okay, so this is a inbuilt field. You can just search for created time and name it created time. That's all you got to do. Last modified time, search for last modified time, and that's it. And then this is also linked to another table, another record. So you want to create a new field, link to another record, and name it modules. Okay, and then link to submodules as well. So link to submodules, okay, and then script, link to scripts. Okay, now we're going to go into each of the other table to see what's inside. So once you link it up, we want to make sure the first title for the course overview is the course title. Okay, so we want to have a field that's a single line text. This is for us to know the specific course that we'll be generating each time, right? This is our course title. And then we want to have the target audience. Okay, this is also a single line text. Okay, and then the pain point is the next one, single line text as well. We want to know the pain point that our target audience is facing, and the transformation, a single line text. And then the unique value zone is a score system, so let's give it a number as well. Okay, what you want to do also is to link this to the modules table as well. So you want to connect this link to another record and then link it to existing ones, right, where you can select the module table once you have created that. And then same thing here, created time, last modified time, and record ID is super important. Over here, you want to make sure you have your record ID as well. To have a record ID, you just need to use a formula field and type in record_ID bracket. This is super important for us to keep track of where to store the information later on in our n8n workflow. Okay, coming back, let's go into course overview and finish up. You also want to link it to submodules, same thing, link to another record, and link it to scripts as well. Okay, and pretty much it's almost the same for the other tables. You want to start off with the name, which is the module. The description would be long text, the description of each module. Submodules, you want to link it to another record, which is also user. This should be shown once you have linked it from the previous record, so you don't have to recreate them again. You just want to make sure that this is there, so you just want to look through and make sure that you have all these different fields. Created time, last modified time, and you need to have a record ID for each of this table. Okay, same for here. If you've created earlier one, you just need to create a submodule. This is the single line text description. This is the long text description for the submodules, okay? The scripts, and then the record ID once again. another formula. Okay, and scripts lastly, same thing here. If you take a look, we want to have only the scripts, which is a long line text, and then it's also connected to the user as well as the other views. I've actually hidden it, so if you open it up, you can see, if you show it all, we should be able to see all the connected views as well. Okay, now all this should be connected, and then what we want to do next is to make sure we can organize them nicely like what we have seen over here. So if we start off from the user database, we don't have to do anything here. Okay, we can just keep it as it is. For the cost overview, we want to group by one field. We're going to group by the user so that we can see all the causes that is created for a specific user. And for this system, what I actually want to do is to be able to create for different users, so that each time the agent creates, it will create based on the initial information that we've provided it. We don't have to always provide it a new set of information about ourselves whenever we're going to create a new course. Okay, and then for modules over here, you want to hide the fields, or actually hide the course overview field as well as the script field. Don't we need to see that? You can don't hide it as well, it's fine, but I just want to organize it better. And then I want to group by two fields, which is the user, okay, as well as course overview. So you can see after grouping it, you should be able to see something like user course overview. Okay, and then sub modules, you can see I will group it by three fields, and I'll hide the other fields, all the different module fields which I don't really need to see. I just want to see the sub modules, so I will group it by three fields, which would be the user database, which is the username, which is Johnny in this case, right? The course overview, and then the modules. Okay, so you can see it over here for each course. These are the different modules. And then lastly, for scripts, I will group it under each course. So you can see for each course, I do have all the different sub-modules and the scripts generated, right? So you can see the groups are over here: course overviews, modules, and sub-modules. So once again, not to worry if all this is too complicated. You can repeat this whole section again, and you can get access to my Airtable template link in the description below as well. So to download that, copy it over to your own base, and then you'll be able to see the full format of how it works, and then you can take your time to really understand how I structure this whole system. All right, okay, once you have this database set up, you only have to set it up once and the system is good to go. Okay, afterwards, you want to connect your credentials to n8n. This allows us to connect it to our agents to upload into our database. So I'm going to go to n8n, I'm going to go into personal, I'm going to go into credentials. Okay, I'm going to create a new credential. If you see this button over here, create credential, and just search for Airtable API, continue, and then you want to add in your API key over here. So how you're going to find that is to go into airtable.com/create/tokens. Okay, you want to create a new token, give it a name, let's say n8n new base. You want to give it these three specific scopes: data records read, data records, and schema base read. Okay, once you have that, you want to give access to that specific base, and I want to give it access to my course creator base. Okay, once I have that, I'm going to go back to credentials. I'm going to type in the API key created, and that's all I need to do. Save it, and I'm good to go. And so another thing to set up before we go into n8n to build out the whole agent workflow, we want to go into OpenRouter. This is a platform that allows us to connect to many different models out there. Another good thing about creating your own AI agent system is that I know most of you only know about, let's say, ChatGPT, but using OpenRouter, I can connect to all the different models out there, like Queen, like Meta Llama, and I can decide which one I want to use based on the cost as well as the effectiveness of it. And this allows me to test and create the best system workflow that's most cost effective, as well as delivers the best result to me. All right, so what you want to do is to create a new account, get some new credits, okay? And then once you have the credits, you want to get your API keys over here, okay? And then you want to go into n8n credentials, create a new credential. You want to search for OpenRouter over here. Okay, continue, and you want to add in your API key, and you're good to go. Perfect. And now we're completed with the initial setup. All we gotta do next is to set up the Telegram bot, and then we're able to go into n8n to build up our whole workflow. Okay, to create the Telegram bot, where we're gonna interact with the bot itself, we want to go into Telegram. We want to chat with this Telegram bot called BotFather. Okay, you want to type /start, and you will be able to gain access to the manuals over here, and then you just follow the instruction like /new bot to create a new bot. Once you create a new bot, what I want to do is to give my bot some instructions, and you'll understand why this is important later on. So I'm going to go into my bot, okay, type into this, right? And from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose the bot that I've created. So the bot I've created is the super cost bot. And then you want to edit commands, right? So to create a new command, you can type in something like start, and then you give a description, start a new account, or you can say something like create a new account. And then once you're done with that, once you type in this command twice, you can see over here in my bot, I actually have created 2 commands. And if I type /, I will have the 2 commands. The first one is start new, and this is for me to create a new user base, right? Let's say I have a new user, I want to submit information, I will use this command. And then I will type in /existing to create a new course for existing user, right? This is for existing information, and that's all I need for this system. Now don't worry, as I continue along to the n8n agent, you'll understand more on why I need this. But for now, just make sure to set this up, okay? And once that is done, the next thing you want to do also is to go back to bot. You're going to go into bot settings, you want to go into inline mode, okay? And make sure inline mode is turned on, right? This is important, so you can see over here that the user can choose the name, right? Because there will be many different databases from my system, and the user can choose who he is to prompt the course idea generation, all right? Okay, and that's all we need for Telegram, and we're going to start playing around with this very quickly. Okay, now that you've seen the Telegram bot, let's go into our agent platform. We're going to start with the very first one to create new and existing users. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play each system once, okay? And then you're going to see how it works. And then I'm going to run through behind the scenes how this whole system actually runs for us, okay? So I'm going to test out this workflow right now. Click test workflow, okay? And then I'm going to just type in /start new, all right? And here it asks for some information from me, right? This is for creating a new user. So I'll click respond, open link, and I'll have this link over here allowing me to fill up my name, my expertise, skill sets, and so on. So let's say I give it an example. My name is Denise. My expertise would be marketing, soccer, sports, 10 years of competitive badminton, is that how you spell it? Maybe let's go tennis and running, right? Let's say this is our expertise. And then what experience or skill sets do you have, your strengths, right? You can say I have a degree in computer science. What else could we have? We could say 5 years of consulting businesses on advertising, right? Work with Fortune 500 companies. Super random. But let's go into passion then. Let's keep it general. Let's say we are passionate about shows. We're passionate about going deep into deep topics, researching and breaking down complex concepts. Okay, and then what could your audience be? You could say you love to help out new moms, couples, and working adults. Okay, so this is just an example. Once I submit this, right, essentially, if I go back to n8n, it would update and create a new user, and you go into our platform here. You can see a new user, Denise, expertise, experience, passion, and audience. Okay, perfect. And so Denise doesn't have any course right now, and we're able to create a new course for it afterwards. And so all I gotta do then is to go back to this platform, test this workflow again. If I go into n8n, I type in /existing, okay, type this in. You can see over your prompt the second part where it allows me to choose the name that I want. Okay, so how do we actually get here? Let's run through this system. Okay, we're gonna start off with a Telegram trigger, right? And this is so that we can retrieve the information from our Telegram bot. So creating a Telegram trigger node, you can see over here, what I'm gonna do is to add in my credentials. Okay, so you've opened this up, create a new credential. This is where I'm gonna get an API token from your Telegram bot when you're creating it using BotFather. Okay, once you've connected it, you just have to click test step and you'll be able to pull in the Telegram message from Telegram to trigger this whole workflow. Very straightforward. And then next I'm going to create an if node, right? This is essentially, I'm going to have 2 different settings. The first one is start new, which is my very first command. The second one is the message is equals to existing. Right, so this is only triggered when I give it the commands and not when I type random message to this bot, okay? And so after typing this specific command, start new, it will actually move up, helping me create a new user. As you can see, it's stored in my add table. And if I type /existing, you help me select which user I am to generate the new causes for me. So just random ideas. If you want to use this and sell it to businesses, you can use this as a simple platform to help different users generate causes on a request basis, right? So for the if node, you want to make sure that we only accept these two settings. First one is start new and existing. So essentially, if it doesn't have any of this information, like we mentioned, it will not actually trigger this workflow, and no random message can trigger this workflow. Okay, once we have that set, we want to switch into two paths, right? So we have a switch node, okay, and then we have the first path, which is routed on top, JSON message text. Then how do we get this is to drag it over from here, okay? If you go into the Telegram node, right, if you go into message and we're going to find message text, where is it? Okay, we can take it from the node before, if node. How to map things over is just to drag this over, and then you can paste this in, and you can map over the text value, right? And you want to make sure the text value is start new for the first top option, and then the text value is existing for the second option, and I'll rename it output name start new, and for the second one output name existing user. So these are two different paths for us to create for us in this workflow, okay? So same thing here, right? Just to help you understand, throughout the workflow, if you're new to n8n, right, one of the values that we want to use is to be able to route data from one node to another, from one place to another. So if you want to use information like the chat value, right, you want to be able to drag this data over here, right? Just have to use this schema over here. It's very simple, drag and drop. Just have to drag over the text value. Let's see, where is it? Message, the text value here, and then you just have to paste this in. Make sure it's expression, and this format over here will allow you to copy over the information and use that as the dynamic information for our workflow. Okay, once that is done, the first top one is to create a new user. So I'm going to send a new message to the user, okay, and then the chat ID is retrieved from the previous component, okay. So I'm going to type /start again to just show you how that works, right? /start, okay, and then I'm going to test out this workflow, okay, and then it's going to run to this process part, okay. So you can see over here we do have the previous information, right, and then we want the chat ID to be from the previous table, right? Over here, this is the chat ID. Paste this in. This is to make sure that we are communicating on the same chat platform, not communicating somewhere else. And as per usual, make sure your credentials is always connected to the same Telegram bot, okay? And for this one, we're gonna set it as send and wait for response. This is where we have a human in the loop concept. Now, if you have watched other AI agent videos, this is what it actually means. That is that I'm able to answer the agent before I actually move on, and this is super effective and super useful so that I can give it any information or approve or disapprove some of its actions throughout the process. And so over here I want it to retrieve the information for a new user, like our username, expertise, experience, passion, and the audience, right? So I'm going to give it a message first. I'm going to click expression. Okay, I'm going to give it this intro message like, hey there buddy, happy to have you here, and I'm super excited to be creating this ultimate course for you. Before we get started, I'll need some information from you. Okay, and I'm going to give the response type custom form. This allows me to create a form to get information. And the first one I want is the name, so I say the field name would be what's your name, element type, text, placeholder, give it some information like your beautiful name, and I set it as a required field. Second is your expertise, okay. Placeholder would be some information to help him understand, is it marketing, relationships, and so on. Third is what experience do you have, right? Your strengths, your experience, your degree, and it's a text field as well. The fourth is what's your passion, another text field. What topics do you love to talk about, teach, go deep, or spend your free time on? What keeps you up at night? Lastly, who could be your audience? Who do you want to help most? Right, this is a placeholder. And once we have that, I'm going to add in an option. Okay, I'm going to search for append n8n attribution, turn this off, and that allows us to make sure that we don't have the message that says this message was sent by n8n, right? So there you have it, right? Once you have this, you will have the form that we have seen earlier. If I click respond, open this up, essentially the form over here with the text information that we've given. Perfect. The human in a loop concept for us to get information from it. Okay, and then once we have that, close this and go back to n8n. You can see over here, the next one is to create a new user. And all I gotta do is to then drag and drop all the information from the previous node. What's your name, what's your expertise, what skill sets do you have, and so on. So let me just play this once, okay, to retrieve the information. So let's give you a random one, A, submit. If you go into n8n, you can see over here, in the previous input, we will have the information like from data, what's your name, what's your expertise, skill sets, experience, and so on. So I have to drag all this information and just paste them in, and I can map them from Telegram and save them into our error table. You can see over here, there will be a new user, right? So let's keep it as it is. And that's all we have for the top section, okay? Let's go into the bottom section now, right? So let's say we have already created our user, so we want to use the same user to create new causes for us. We want to trigger that new system, right? And so I'm just going to test it out once. I'm going to show you how it works once again. I'm going to type /existing, test out the workflow, right? And you ask for the name. Perfect. Okay, so let's go into the second part. The bottom part, the first one is search user, and this is an Airtable node. Open this up. Once again, for Airtable node, you want to make sure that the credentials is connected correctly. The base is course creators. The table would be from user database, right? It's the same for updating the Airtable over here, right? You want to make sure to update the user database. That's where you can map over the information to the correct fields. Okay, and what you want to do here is to return all, right? And so we're going to return all the information that we have gotten over here, and then we're just going to take the name. So next thing I've created is a code node. Now, not to worry if you hear the word code, I've actually asked GPT to create the code for me. So very simply, I just prompted and asking it, can I just retrieve the names to be used as inline for Telegram? And I just had to show it a screenshot of this specific component. Okay, once I've opened this, I have this specific code. So you have to understand, right, if so much data over here, I want the constant item to be input all, right? I want to filter the item json.user. You can see over here, this is the username, right? So that allows me to map the text as the item.json user, callback data, and I'll return it in a inline keyboard button format, right? So this is the output that I've gotten. So you can see from here, at the end of it, I will have something like this: reply markup, inline keyboard, text, callback data. All these will be the name that will allow me to have something like this, right? What's your name? And I can select this and choose to trigger a course creation based on the user generated. Okay, very cool. And now let's go back. And so for the last one, instead of using a normal Telegram bot, to create such features, we do have to use something called HTTP request, which is to create a custom connection into our Telegram, right? So usually there are custom nodes, and there are already nodes set up for different integrations. But for applications that are unable to be integrated onto n8n at the current moment, we can actually create this thing called HTTP request and use the API documents from the Telegram platform or any other platforms that you're connecting to and connect it via this specific format, okay? And this is actually very valuable to connect many different applications that we want for our automations. And so I want to be able to create something like this, which is an inline keyboard, right? And to do so, I'm going to create this new HTTP request over here. Okay, the method will be set to post. The URL would be this specific URL, api.telegram.org bot, and make sure to type in your API key over here, replacing this. Okay, make sure it's an expression. And then the format you want to send is JSON body type using this specific JSON. Make sure this expression, open this up. You can see over here, this is what we want to have is the chat ID, which will be the ID from your Telegram chat. You can find that from the previous node over here. So if you go into the previous node, you're going to Telegram, you're going to copy this chat ID over. So you can either type in the chat ID like this, or you can drag and drop this over just like that. Okay, you get the same information. And then of course, remember the code that we have created earlier on, we want to have the inline keyboard. So we want to drag this over, paste this in, and then I want to type this button. Okay, so if I paste this in over here, you can see, right, I do have this specific format, but we want to stringify it to be a format that's available for Telegram to understand. So we just have to type in a bracket over it, right? Just like that, a bracket. Okay, and then we just have to copy the JSON stringify over here, copy this, paste this in, and you are good to go. That's all. Press back and you're good. And then you should have it working perfectly. Perfect. Okay, and that's all we need to do, and we will have the first part, which is to create a new account as well as to kickstart our course creation. Okay, now we're done with this first part, we're going to go into the second part, which is course creator agent. And so let's test this out and see what happens. So what you got to do to test this out, we need to go into our Telegram bot, okay? And then we're going to test this workflow, and then we're going to select the name. So let's select Denise this time. And he's going to reply, welcome back Denise. Now I'm going to get my assistant to help you come up with some course ideas right away. It's sure going to be fire. So that's pretty cool. So how do we do that? Let's take a look. Over here in Airtable, at the end of it, under Denise, we do have a new course created. And then we can go to course overview. Now Denise has a new course, okay, created by today. And we have all the different informations over here, and the status is pending, the value zone, the transformation, the target audience, new moms, couples, working adults, pain points, and transformation. So let's open this up. Really cool. And how do we get this, right? So let's go back to n8n. Our course creator agent works like this. So the first thing we're going to do is to create a new Telegram node. And this is the trigger node for update callback query. Make sure the credential is connected to the course agent, and this allows us to retrieve a new trigger each time we click into the inline button over here. Okay, once this is done, I'm going to move on to the next part, which is start course ideation, where you can see over here I'm going to use another one, which is send message. I'm just going to send it a fun message. The chat ID would be the Telegram chat ID, and a fun message would be something like welcome back. And I'm going to put in the JSON callback query data, which is the name. So you can see over here, this is the name that we have selected, right? You have data over here. Copy and paste this in. So drag and drop. And then you have the specific name, which could be Denise or Johnny or any other names that you have created. I give it a fun reply. Now I'm going to get my assistant to help you come up with some course ideas right away. It's sure going to be fire. Very cool. And once this is done, I'm going to go into another Airtable node, search record. Okay, and I'm going to go into the base, which is course creator user database. I'm going to search the user equals to this, which is the query data, which is the name of the user. You take a look at expression, right? It is Denise, and I drag this over from the previous node over here. Same thing, the data over here, right? The name, paste this in. And so this allows me to only find information about the user we have selected from our user database, right? And then this allows us to get the information like the expertise, experience, passion, and audience to generate new causes for us. Okay, and from there, once I set into that, you'll get the information over here as an output. Okay, now this is where we're gonna get some fun. This is our course idea creator agent. So I'm gonna create an AI agent node, open this up. You can see over here. All right, I'm gonna give it two different sections. The first is the user message, which is where we're gonna provide it with some information about what to use for creating the causes, and the second one would be a system message. Okay, so how do I come up with this? If you open this up, you can see over here, I tell it here's the information about the user, the name, the user, the expertise, the experience, the passion, and the audience, right? And so you have all this information to use to generate the course ideas, so it's all relevant to this. Okay, and so this is where we want our agent to really function specifically for course creation. We want to give you a system message, which is like an instruction. And we want to set required specific output format to output the format in the format that we want to map it into course title, target audience, pain points, and so on. So how do we do so? Let's open this up. Go into course idea creator agent. So I know this is a lot of information, and I'm just going to run through very quickly about how my prompt works. But if you really want to learn how to create different agents for your own different use cases, I am creating an AI agents community, link in description below, so do join that as well. All right, so let's take a look over here how I actually created the prompt and instructions for it to generate all of this information for us for this new specific course, okay, with the scoring and so on. All right, so the great part about agents is that the more specific it is, the better it is for your own use cases. So I want this guy to be the expert course idea creator agent. I give it a role, I give it some input, and I tell it the task, which is to start off by using the search course tool, right, which I'll show you in a short while on what I actually connect to it, right, to retrieve the causes created for the user, right, so it's so that the causes are new and doesn't repeat any previous causes for this specific user. Okay, and then based on the above, your task is to create the concept that best fits the user background and will deeply resonate with their target audience. So I want to create a course title, target audience, pain points, transformation, as well as unique value zone, which is a percentage score. 0 to 100 represents how uniquely positioned the user is to create this course, based on how aligned the course is with their passion, expertise, and experience. A specific score created by the AI agent. And I give it an instruction on how to calculate the scores as well. And then lastly, a output format, right? So I want it to be a JSON format. And so for all my AI automations, I like to use JSON format. This allows me to map out one specific text instructions into multiple outputs, right? If I get a normal output from the AI agent, it will be one single chunk of text. I won't be able to store it independently one by one in each of these different fields. JSON format over here allows me to separate them and see the course title, right? Insert course title here, target audience, insert target audience, pain points, transformations, and unique value zone. So this allows me to create 5 different outputs that I can map into my Airtable easily, okay? And you can see over here, if you look at the output, I actually do have all the 5 different outputs, and that's where I can get this new course created over here. Okay, coming back to n8n, I want to set required specific output format as well, because I want this specific output format. So let's go into output parser. I just have to put in this JSON example over here. Okay, and we're good to go. And then just now we have created Open Router account, right? So we want to connect the chat model to Open Router. Okay, click plus, and then you can search for Open Router. Right, once again, this is to give the AI agent a brain to use. And so for this very simple example, we're just going to use GPT-4o mini, but you can choose many different examples. So if I open this up, you can see you just have to connect your credentials to your Open Router key you've created earlier on. And then you want to choose the models. There's many models to choose from here. So you can choose the models that you want to use, and that's all you got to do. All right. And lastly, you want to have the tool. So I want this agent to be able to search back Airtable, like I said, right? To make sure that it doesn't recreate the same course that has created for the person and the user beforehand. So we're going to go into n8n, create a new tool. We're going to choose the Airtable tool, and we're going to use the search record tool. And same thing here, we want to choose the correct base, the correct table, which is cost overview, and then we filter by formula users equals to map it over here, start cost.item.json.user. The user is Denise from previous settings. That's all we got to do. Perfect. And lastly, once we have all the information generated, we're going to create another Airtable record, which is to update the Airtable. And this time, the operation will be create a new record. The base will be cost creator. The table would be from cost overview. We're going to map each column manually. Okay, so we do have the options. Once again, from here, the cost title, target audience, we're going to drag them over. Make sure to paste them in, right? Unique value zone. Status, this time we change it to pending. And this is going to be used to trigger the next few options like modules generated, submodules generated, and scripts generated. And then the user, this is where we want to link it to the correct user. So this is super important on why we need a record ID. As you can see over here, if you look at the user database, we do have the record ID over here. Right, we want to link the modules that we have created, the course that we created to the user. We want to drag in the record ID over here from the previous node, start course, record ID, drag this over, and put a square bracket on the outside to make sure that this works perfectly. All right, once we're done with that, we have all the outputs uploaded into our Airtable, creating a new course for our user. And the course agent has done its job. It's time to move on to the next agent. Okay, now we're going to go into the module creator. So after we have the agent create the course for us, we're going to create the modules, okay? And so I'm going to just test out this workflow once again, and then we're going to run through how this works. All right, perfect. Let's go into Airtable and see what we have. Go into Airtable over here. Okay, you can see for this course that we've created for Denise, we do have the modules created. So let's close this. We do have 4 modules and 2 bonus modules. Very cool. The name of it, the description. So you can see this is marketing masteries for new moms and working adults, right? So they have modules about understanding marketing basics clearly, identifying your target audience, crafting your unique value proposition, implementing actionable strategies, and so on. And you have description for it as well. Pretty cool. It's linked to the user and the created time, last modified time, and record ID. All right. So how do we create this? And if we go back to cost overview, now the status is set to generated. So we want to make sure it updates all this information as well as update the status as well to trigger the next creation of submodules. Okay. So coming back to n8n, let's go into n8n. Okay. We're going to quickly run through this. The first one is a schedule trigger. So a schedule trigger is what I use to schedule the workflow either through a certain period of time. So it can be every minute, every hour. And this will actually schedule this specific workflow to run. And as we're testing, we can use a schedule trigger for now. But if we want to really make it into production, that's where in future videos or in future guides, we can actually go into using a webhook to automate the whole process for production. Okay. Now, once you have a schedule trigger, it will schedule this workflow based on the time you set it. Afterwards, you're going to have an Airtable module. You're going to click search record. And we're going to search from cost creator, cost overviews, and the status equals to pending. Right, remember, we want to trigger the workflow to get started from the status pending to generate modules, right? So if you go into costs over here, once this is done, you have this specific fields from this cost because this is the only cost that is set to pending. Okay, and then it will now trigger the next AI agent, which is our module creator agent. What it has is also a connector to a model, which is GPT-4 mini, and a structured output parser. So open this up. Right, we provide it information such as the cost title, the target audience, the pain points, the transformation. It is what we need to create the modules, right? And then we're going to ask it to create a cost module for us. Okay, so using the cost title, target audience, and so on, it will create 4 short powerful main cost modules plus 2 bonus modules. Now you can definitely change this prompt to, let's say, 5 short main causes or 5 bonuses modules, depending on how many you want for your specific cost. And then I'll give it some instructions on how to generate it. Each module must start with the name, let's say bonus module X, right? Be under 10 words, be clear, actionable, and the output will be in this specific format. So we want to have each module, and we want to have descriptions for each of them and bonus modules as well. And this JSON will also be connected to the output parser over here. Paste here for the exact format that we want, you can see. Okay, and we want to turn this on. Okay. All right, and then we want to have a code. So what this code does is that because we have all of this information generated for us from the module creator agent, okay, we want to be able to map them one by one into the Airtable over here so that we have all of them mapped accordingly nicely like this. Right, so once again, I created this code using ChatGPT to assist me. And what I do is to map them into this JSON format where it's all under one specific item group. Okay, and the output will be something like this: module description, same name over here, and this will automatically help Airtable to map all of them when we update into Airtable. Take a look over here. All I gotta do here is then to drag over the module field over here, paste this in, and although it looks like there's only one item here, after I paste this in, it will run through all 6 items. And I also add in the description over here, drag this and paste this in. And you want to map them and connect them to the user and cost overview. Right, so you want to find the record ID from the start module section. You want to drag over the user record ID over here, paste this in, make sure to add in the square bracket over here. Super important to be able to connect the record ID. And then you want to do the same for the cost overview, which is found over here in start module cost overview record ID. Paste this in and put a square as well. Okay, and that's all you got to do. And very quickly, you have updated your modules and created your module creator agent. Perfect. And the last 2 agents will work pretty much in a similar manner as well. And you can see the similarities in how I actually generate each of this content for us. Okay, so now once we're done with the modules, we want to create the sub modules. Same thing here. I'm going to test this out and let's run through how this works. Test workflow. Okay, you can see it's running perfectly. Submodule creator, creating all the submodules. Let's give it a moment. And once that is done, let's take a look at what we have gotten. All right, now that this is done, let's check out how this exactly works. So after this is completed, you can go back to n8n. You can see all the submodules is created for Denise course, right? 4 submodules for each section. And that's cool, right? So we have all of this updated over here, and then we have the cost overview status set to submodules generated. Right, if you open this up, we do have all the information updated as well, modules and then the sub-modules inside as well. So very cool. Okay, so let's see how do we actually generate this whole process and how you can actually do it too. Let's go into n8n again. Once again, we start off with a schedule trigger node, and you can once again set the time that you want to schedule this trigger. Okay, and then once that's done, you're gonna have a Airtable node, a search record. Same thing here. We want to start by searching the cost creator base, cost overview. Status this time is set to modules generated and return all. Okay, and then we want to split out this time. Okay, you can see from here, because we do have 6 different modules, we want to get the information for each of them and then generate 4 different sub-modules for each of them. So this means we need to loop through each of them one by one, right? Because if we ask, let's say, ChatGPT to generate for us directly, it will not be able to generate all of them one by one, and you'll create a whole chunk of text that's messy and it may hallucinate as well. But what I want to do is to run through them one by one. The agent will create each sub-module for each module specifically and then paste it back into Airtable accordingly. So how we're going to do that is going to have a split out module. And then we're going to choose the field to split out, which is modules. Drag this and paste this in. And then we'll have something like this. We'll have 6 record ID. And for each record ID, this is where we're going to get the different modules from the module section over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And then we're going to create sub-modules for each of them. Okay. So really amazing over here. So once that is done, we're going to have a loop node, right? This is how we can loop over each of them one by one. Clicking the loop node, batch size 1, very easy, very straightforward. Okay, then we're going to get a get record module, right? This is a get record module from Airtable. Once again, we want to get it from the base, which is cost creator, and this time from the table, which is modules, and the record ID will be json.modules. Okay, this is for us to get the modules record ID to run through each of them one by one. You can see from here. Let's say module 2, we're going to get the description and the module name to run through each of them one by one. Okay, so for each of them now, we're going to pass them through our sub-module creator agent. And this guy is going to be hard at work, right? Creating sub-modules for every single one of these modules, 6, right? 6 in total. So we open this up. We're going to pass it some information like the cost title, the module, and a module description for each of them. And this will be passed to the agent 6 times to generate 6 different sub-modules for the 6 different modules itself. Okay, and I'm going to give it some instructions. Same thing here. I'm going to tell it the role, which is a sub-module breakdown agent. The input will be cost title, module description. The instructions will be generate exactly 4 sub-modules, right? This is what I want. You can once again change the value in the prompts, right? It can be 6, it can be 10, up to you. But you have to change the JSON output as well, okay? And then I'll give it some information like the name of the sub-modules always have to start with 1, 1, 1, 2, B1, B2, and so on for bonus. And this is how I like to organize my sub-modules. So once again, you can see how prompts actually helps you to organize the AI to work exactly in the way you want. Okay, and over here you have 1, 2, 3, 4, right? We want to have titles and the bullet points for each of these sub-modules, right? Bullet points over here. So take a look. If I open this up, you can see bullet point descriptions on what the sub-modules is about. Very cool. And once this is done, I do have the JSON format here. Okay, make sure to copy this into output parser as well. Right, this is exactly what we want to have as the specific output format for this specific agent. Okay, make sure it's required specific output format as well. And chat model, I connected to GPT-4o mini as well to get started. Now, of course, if you want to get better outputs, you can connect it to better models and test it out as well. Once this is done, we're going to have another code module. And this is for us to make sure that we can return each of them in this specific format: title, description, title, description, title, description, and so on. So I'm going to use this specific code. Constant submodule equals to json.output submodules. And I'm going to return it in this format. This can be done easily by, once again, using other AIs like ChatGPT to help you type them out. So you do have to just learn how to actually prompt AI to actually help you create the different outputs that you want. Once again, this is how you can actually do amazing automations using no-code platforms and the help of AI as your assistants. Okay, and then lastly, to create record, you want to have a new Airtable over here. We're going to create a new record for each of them. So for each sub-modules, we want to create a new record over here in the sub-module table over here. Okay, and so we're going to search for cost creator sub-modules, create, and then we're going to map them, right? You just have to drag over the title, paste into submodules, description, paste it over here, and then you need a record ID to connect them to the correct person. So user database, you get it from the start module here, paste this in. Course overview, you want to get the record ID here as well, and then the module's record ID. Okay, once this is done, you will automatically update each submodule one by one under the modules. So total of 4 each. I've set it as such, and then you run through this loop 6 times for 6 different modules. And once that is done, same thing, we just have to create a update record module over here. Make sure to connect it to the course overview record ID. Change the status to submodules generated. And there you have it, your submodules creator hard at work, creating all the submodules for you. And now, once you've created all the submodules, the last thing we need to do is to really create the full scripts for us for each of these submodules. And so that's where we need our script writer agent to create these amazing scripts for us, so that we can copy and paste them, or we can speak through them for a whole course process. And essentially, our final step to build our ultimate course AI agent team builder. Okay, let's run this once and let's see how this works. Test workflow. Okay, let's give it a while, and once this is done, we're going to see the output that we have gotten from this. Alright, now it's completed. Let's see what we have gotten from this. Let's take a look. If we go into scripts, we do have all the scripts generated for all the submodules created for Denise, right? Let's open this up. You can see this is the full script, right, for each of them. So really cool. You can start off by reading this. You can pass this to 11 labs to read this whole script. You have all of this generated for each of them, like full scripts, and 24 of them, 24 full scripts. And this usually takes a normal person a super long amount of time to generate the full script just like that. But this AI agent system creates everything from you from top to the end. If you go into course overviews, is now set to scripts generated. So now let's quickly run through how this last part works and conclude the whole agent team that we have created in the past 24 hours. Let's go into n8n. Okay, and let's take a look. We start off with a schedule trigger node once again to trigger this specific workflow. We're gonna have a search error table node. Make sure status is equals to submodules generated, return all. So this time it will drag over the submodules generated. You'll get information from the course that we want to use. Okay, same thing here, split out node. This time I'm going to split out the submodules view right over here. Let's take a look. And there are 24 of them. 24 of them all together that allows us to create 24 full scripts for a whole course, right? This could be a full 21-hour course that's generated purely with AI. So moving forward, we want to have a loop over item as well. We want to loop over batch size 1. And then same thing here, we want to get the record for each submodule. Use the get record. We want to choose from the base course creators submodules table. And then the record ID would be from the submodules over here. Paste this in. Perfect. Okay, and then it will loop them all over to our script writer agent, our last and final agent in this team. And this guy is working hard at work, right? So it's gonna help us get all the information first, right? The course title, the target audience, pain point, transformation, modules, submodules, and submodule description. I give it as much information as you can to create perfect scripts for each submodules. Okay, and then we're gonna open this up. Same thing here, instructions. Straightforward, tell it it's a script writer agent. It will receive the information, and then it will create a detailed structured long form script for the given submodule. Right, some instructions like convert the bullet points into paragraphs, ensure the script flows logically from introduction to body to recap, okay? And it's suitable to be read aloud by a course creator or used directly in a teleprompter, right? And end off with a strong ending and recap, and then output in this specific format, which is just the full script. Okay, same thing here. Output parser required specific output format. Our output parser would be this JSON example, and then you can see the output would be the full script over here. Amazing. Okay, and once that is done, we'll make sure to connect it to a chat model. This time I want to use something better, so I'm going to use something like ChatGPT 4o, and this is a little bit more costly. And you can definitely use even better models like the thinking models like O3 to generate even better scripts for you. Now what's even cooler than that is this system is still at its infant stage, right? If I were to make it even better, I could use tools like Search API to search the internet for different information and connect the links over to create a script that has all the database from internet search as well to make it even more comprehensive. So this is really the power of building your own no-code AI agents, and it's really robust, and the sky is really the limit here, okay, just to showcase the use case of it. And once you look through all 24 of them, we want to update our Airtable once again, and make sure to connect the record ID to the cost overview and update status to script generated. And there you have it, the final agent concluding our whole system, generating our full cost module from top till the end. Alright, and congrats on completing this bonus cost creation module. Now I hope this really helps you come up with new ideas to really monetize your own content systems, not just by creating content for others, but also by creating content for your own digital products as well. And the craziest part is this is only just going to get better, and this cost creation module is also going to become better to help you design even greater digital products that could help you serve your audience even better. Now, since you've been so amazing so far, completing all the modules all the way till here, I've decided to also add on one more bonus module, which is the ultimate publishing agent. Now, this is one of my most popular workflows so far, and this example itself shows you how you can build a hybrid system to help you post your content into all your social platforms using a mixture of manual APIs as well as the APIs provided by other applications as well. And this little bonus is all you need to create a cost-effective way to help you publish all your content into all your social media platforms. Once again, another great example to show you how there are so many different types of ways that a custom workflow can be customized to your own specific needs. So if you're ready to enjoy this additional bonus, let's get right into it and build our own ultimate publishing agent. Let's go. To get started, let me show you a demo of how this works. So first things first, I do have this specific system over here, and all I gotta do is to run them later on to be able to post my videos onto each of these different platforms. But how I'm going to do so is to upload them into this Airtable over here. So I've created an Airtable specifically for content publishing, and what you gotta do over here is just to give it a video name, as well as the details for the publishing agent to be able to create captions for each of these different platforms later on, and then give it your video link. And for my system, you do have to upload the video into a Google Drive link. Once you're done with that, all you gotta do is to change the status over here to start upload, and then once I play my system over here, it will upload the video automatically for me onto all these 4 different platforms. So let's test this out and see how it works. Okay, now that it's done, let's check out our social media pages to see what we have gotten. So let's check out our Instagram. You can see over here in the past 18 seconds, we do have this video being posted with a unique caption just for Instagram with some hashtags. Very cool baby video over here, okay? And let's check out our Facebook as well. You can see our Facebook page, we do have the same video being posted as well, and we do have a different caption for this one, so that's pretty cool too. Let's go to Instagram. You can see it is also the same video with a different caption as well, just for Instagram. And let's go into YouTube as well. You can see we do have this video being posted over here as well. So that is actually pretty cool. You do have all the videos posted into all the different social media platforms at ease. And coming back to Airtable, you can see over here the status has been changed to completed. You can see the status for YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook has also been changed to uploaded as well. So that is pretty cool. And all you gotta do with this system is to just upload your videos, whether it's AI generated or your own specific videos, into this specific Airtable, give it some captions and descriptions, give it a name, and then you'll be able to automatically post your viral reels into all the different platforms at ease. So now that we have seen it in action, I'm going to show you how you can utilize this specific system as well. Do click the link in the description below to get the free blueprints. Once you've done so, we're going to start off by firstly importing the n8n system. Okay, first thing you need to do is to go and create a new n8n account. n8n is an AI automation platform that allows you to build AI automations and AI agent systems on it, just like Lego blocks. And so once you have done so, you want to create a new workflow, okay? And then you want to upload the JSON file from the resource below. And so if you import from file, you just want to find the JSON file, Content Publishing System 2.0 template, paste this in, and you will have something like this. You can name it Content Publishing System 2.0, and then you can tag it as well. And then you can create a tag for it as well over here for better management. Okay, and once that is done, you would actually have to do a few setups. The first thing you need to do is to set up the Airtable over here. And afterwards, you do have to connect to the different APIs, which are the connectors that allows us to connect to each of these different platforms like YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook, as well as the Google Drive and Cloudinary API for us to upload our files. But not to worry, I'm going to run through with you each of these different steps so that you'll be effectively able to get this up and running. So let's go into Airtable now and create our content table first, okay? We're going to go into Airtable over here, and in the resources that I've provided below, you will have this specific link where you can actually copy the base over to your Airtable. So you just want to copy the base over, Alright, add base. Okay, and once you add the base, you will have something like this. And that's all you need to do, and you will be good to go. Right, you can rename this to Content Publishing System 2.0, just like that, and you'll be good to go. Right, so I'm going to run through quickly with you how the different fields work. Okay, the first one is the video name field. This is where you need to add in the video name for your video. And then next one is the details and captions. This is where you want to give it any information that you want the publishing agent to take note of to create the captions for each of these social media platforms. Following that, this is the video link section. You want to get a Google Drive link of your video and paste this in. Make sure the Google Drive link is set to available for viewing so that the system is able to utilize it and post it for you on your platforms. Right, the next few fields includes the status drop-down field. The first one is the status field over here, which allows us to trigger the automation. So we just have to select it to start upload for it to work for us. The rest of them will be automatically updated when the system has completed the automation. So you can see over here for YouTube, once it's completed, it would be changed to upload. Same for Instagram, same for TikTok, and same for Facebook. Okay. Lastly, there will be a couple of different fields for us to just take note for any debugging. These would be created time, last modified time, and the record ID. And these are useful for us to actually utilize this system to combine with any other systems out there. And that's the very cool thing about AI systems, right? Manually, you could just upload your videos here and then you'll be able to post them automatically for you, making it just your publishing system. But if you want to make it even more robust, you could connect this publishing system to other generation systems that you have created, like a previous tutorial I did, which was a POV style video. So once you have this completed, you are good to go. Make sure to upload some videos so you have something like this. Okay, once that is done, to test it out later, we're just going to change one of the status to start upload. Okay, and we're good for the Airtable. Next we want to do is to get the Airtable credentials for us. Okay, we want to go to airtable.com/create tokens, and then you want to give it a name. Okay, from here you want to give it 3 different scopes: data records read, data records write, schema base read. Okay, these are important for us to connect to n8n later on. From there, you want to also give it access to your base. So for the base that we have created, we want to give it access to the Content Publishing System 2.0. Save changes and you'll get your API keys in the next page. And once you have that, you want to go into your workflow. Okay, you want to just update all the Airtable nodes over here. So you just have to create a new credential and paste your access token in. Once that is done, update the table that we'll be using. So you can see over here, we're going to change the base to the system that you have created, Content Publishing System 2.0, or any system that you have created for yourself. The table would be from your specific table. Okay, and if I didn't put any name for it, it will be table 1. Make sure it's table 1, the same over here. Okay, make sure the values to update is the correct one as well. And once that's completed, you should be done with Airtable. Now, after getting the Airtable completed, we want to go into our AI agent first. And this AI agent is the one that's able to create all our different captions for each of these different platforms. What you want to do is to connect it to a large language model, which could be ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and so on and so forth. Right, so what I like to do is to go into a platform called OpenRouter. Okay, I'm going to create an account here, and you just have to add in some credits. Right, and the great thing about OpenRouter is that you could actually choose the different models to use. So to make it cost effective, you can choose the best models at the lowest price as well. Take a look over here. We do have all the different models with the different pricing as well as the different tokens as well. And so you just have to select the model that you want. All right, and then you just have to go into keys. You want to find your API key, create a new one, go back to your workflow. You just have to go into this specific node over here and just add in your API key, create a new credential, paste your API key here. Okay, once that is done, you just have to select your model. So you can choose 4.0 mini or any other models that you would like for your publishing system. And now let's run through the publishing system to understand how this guy works. Okay, we're going to use the one that we have created earlier to better understand. You can see over here for the agent, I do have a user message as well as a system message. So you don't really have to do much changes to these, but we're going to go into the user message first to understand. In the user message, I do have 2 different fields. The first one is the input text field. Right, this is where I'm going to input the text that we have gotten from our content system earlier on. So these are the details and captions that the agent can use to generate the captions for the different platforms for us. So I'll paste in this over here. All I gotta do is to drag it over from the previous record, drag the details and captions over here. The second one is style tone. So style tone is an optional section that I've placed in. So for example, if you look at the previous video that I have generated, it is the boss baby video, right? And so I want it to have the boss baby style for the captions, so I added in this style tone. But if you are generating other videos, you can just delete this section as well. Okay, for a system message, you don't really have to change much, but just to help you understand so that you can modify it to your own use cases if you would like. Right over here, how I generated this system message is to give it a set of instructions on what this publishing agent should do for us. So firstly, you can see I tell it that it's an AI specialized in crafting high impact viral titles and descriptions optimized for all our social media platforms over here, specifically for Reels, right? And I'll give it input, which is captions and description. And its task is to dynamically detect and use the first available text field from the input to generate platform specific content tailored to each platform's unique style and audience engagement. This allows our agent to customize the prompts and the captions for each of these different platforms. I give it information such as the tone and style, right? Which could be boss baby, motivational coach, comedy sketch, etc. These are just what I like to use, and so you can use this as an example for you to design your very own one as well. Okay, and then this is where I'm going to tell it these are the input fields. So you can see over here, it will reference the input from the user. Okay, and then the platform specific outcomes would be a description for Instagram Reels. YouTube, I would want a title as well as a description. I give it some information like max 50 characters. Facebook description as well. TikTok description as well. Now, the most important thing about this specific agent is the output format. And so you can see over here, I use something called the JSON structure. This allows the agent to give us different outputs for the different captions for different platforms. So you can see, I've actually returned a different description field for each of these different platforms. And because I type it like that, my output has all the different captions in the different fields, and this allows me to map them over to each of these different platforms later on. Okay. And then to do so, you also have to add in a required specific output format. Open this up, and I'll just paste in the format that I want. And this is the usefulness of a JSON output. So you want to get different outputs for your own usage as well. You would have to modify this, but once you modify this, you do have to modify the rest of the fields for the other nodes as well, just to take note. Okay. So once you have done with this agent, the next thing I want to do is to be able to download the file from our Google Drive as well as upload it before you go into the posting section. So to do so, you want to go into console.cloud.google.com, okay? And then you want to create a new project. Right, once you have created a new project, you want to go into credentials, okay? And you want to create a new API over here. So you want to create a new credential, search for OAuth client ID, and the application type would be web application. Give it a name. For example, it could be web client 4, and you want to authorize the redirect URLs. So if you're using n8n cloud, you want to type https:/n8n.cloud/ all right. If you're self-hosting, you do want to connect it to your very own link as well. So you can find it over here. Okay, we're going to create a new credential. And then you want to just type in your OAuth redirect URL over here. Once you have done that, you're going to create a new API, and then you would have the client ID as well as the client secret to paste over here. And before you're able to gain access to this, you want to also make sure to search for Google Drive. Okay. Go into Google Drive API. Make sure to enable this, okay, as we'll be using this specific API later on. You also want to search for the YouTube API because we will be connecting to YouTube later on. Make sure this account is the account that you want to connect to YouTube as well, okay? And then you want to connect your YouTube API as well. Lastly, we do have to do one final thing. If you're a business account, then you do not have to do so, but if you're using a basic Gmail account and you're using a test account, you do have to give access to your specific email as well. You just have to go into OAuth consent screen, okay? And then you go into audience and just make sure to add in your email as the test user. And this has to be, once again, the specific email that you'll be connecting to this API, all right? Once that is done, we're just gonna come back here. I'm gonna type in our client ID, our client secret, and then they'll prompt you to log into your Google account, and that would be the specific email that I've just talked earlier on, and you should be good to go. Okay, once you've connected your credentials, you should be good for the Google Drive node. Make sure to connect it, and then that's all you gotta do. Okay, this Google Drive account has to be the one that you upload your files to, as well as the one you use to download these files as well. Alright, now the next thing we're going to do besides Google Drive is that we also want to host this specific video links so that we can post them onto Instagram and Facebook. So we do have to use this platform called Cloudinary, another hosting platform. We're going to create a new account and just get the API key over here. So we just want to generate a new API key. Okay, and once that is completed, we just have to go back to n8n, add this in, and we just have to set authentication to basic off, and we want to create a new credential. And for user, you just have to find the API key, paste this in, and you're good. And then for password, you do have to find the password over here, paste this in as well, and you should be good to go. Alright, basic off, Cloudinary. Okay, for the body, you just have to keep it the same, but just for you to understand a little bit better, this is where we actually put in the parameters for us to upload the binary file that we have downloaded from Google Drive into this cloud hosting server for us to use to upload into Facebook and Instagram later on. Okay, alright, so now that we have done so, we have completed the very first section, which is to download the video. The next part is where we are very interested in, which would be to upload it to YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. Alright, so we're going to start off with YouTube first, as it's the most direct one. For YouTube, because we have generated the Google Drive API earlier on, we just have to use a YouTube node over here. Open this up and connect your credentials to your Google Drive credential. So you want to create a new credential, same thing here, adding your client ID, client secret from the Google Cloud Console, and then log into your YouTube account. Okay, once you're done, you just have to make sure the rest is kept the same. You can change this accordingly. You can change the region code, the category name. You can see over here, this is where we get the description from the publishing agent earlier on. You can add options as well, such as notify subscribers and so on and so forth. You can leave all of this blank if you just want to utilize this. Okay, very straightforward, and that's it. And the error table should be completed. Make sure the status is set to uploaded as well. And then we're just going to go into Instagram and Facebook first, and then we're going to come back to TikTok last. So to start with Instagram and Facebook, they both use the Meta API, but they do work a little bit different. So let's go through them one by one first. The first thing I want to do is to connect it to the Facebook node over here. All right, so for the Facebook API, we want to go into the developers.facebook.com. All right, this is the app platform. And you want to create a new application. Okay, once you have created a new application, you want to go into app settings. You want to go into basic, and you want to update privacy policy URL. Right, this is required for you to make sure that this application works. And so if you have your own privacy policy for your own businesses, you can just paste this in and you're good to go. If you do not have that, you can just go into a page called terms feed, and then you can just click on the privacy policy generator. And then you can generate a privacy policy by typing in this information, and it'll generate a link for you. And then you just have to go into the developers platform, paste that in, and you're good to go. Save it. Okay, the rest you can just update accordingly if you would like to. And then you just have to turn the app mode from development to live. Okay, next up, we're going to go into dashboard. And in dashboard over here, we want to set up two different products. First is Instagram, and the second is Facebook login for businesses. So if you were to set it up for the first time, you'll see it over here. Just have to click setup and you're good to go. So once you click setup for Instagram, you will have something like this. And then once you click setup for Facebook, you will have something like this as well. Okay. So just to show you, if I click settings, you can see over here you have something like this. You can leave it blank for now, but you can just save it over here. Okay. And same for Instagram. If I go into settings, right, you can see it over here, and you are good to go. Okay, now we're going to go into Tools, Graph API Explorer. This is where we're going to get our Facebook API key. Okay, and for Facebook API, what you want to do is you want to give it some permissions. So you want to set user token permissions over here. Okay, we're going to click the button below here, and then we're going to give it a few permissions, right? The first one would be business management, page events, page manage engagements, page manage posts, page read engagement, page read user content, pages show list. Okay, this is all for us to access our Facebook page later on. For Instagram, we're going to do a different method later on as well. Okay, make sure the Meta app is set to the application you have created. So for this application, I've created one called n8n latest updates. And once that is done, you will generate access token. Click into this and it will prompt you to log in, right? So you have to switch your account and you're going to reconnect. And then once you generate access token, it will ask you for a few questions. Okay, and then you should be good to go. Now, to get the access token, you just have to search for accounts over here. Paste this in, submit. And then you have an access token over here. So you want to copy this, okay? And then once you have copied the access token, what you want to do next is to debug it first. The problem about this access token is that if you would just use this access token over here, it will expire pretty fast. So you do have to go into access token debugger, paste this in, okay? And then you click debug, and then it will tell you when it's going to expire, which is in an hour, right? So what you want to do is to also extend the access token. Okay, and once you have extended the token, you will have a token below. So you want to copy this token, and then you just have to go back, update your API over here. So you just want to create a new credential, name it Facebook Graph, and then you just have to paste this in. And then you just have to update all of the Facebook nodes as well, update this one as well. So you just have to connect it to Facebook Graph API, make sure to connect it to the same API that you've created. Same for this one, okay, make sure to connect it to the new API key you've created. And the last one over here, make sure to connect it as well. And you're good to go. You should be good for the Facebook section over here. And to understand the Facebook node, let me just run through them very quickly. I start off with a start upload node. This allows me to upload and start the uploading process. So you see over here, this is where the video has been uploaded, okay? And I have to set the upload phase to start. And the node over here, this ID is actually the page ID. How do we get this, right? We're going to go into the next one, which is the Meta Business Suite over here, okay? You're going to go to Meta Business Suite, make sure to create an account and a business portfolio. And you want to go into the page that you have over here and make sure to paste your ID into this system over here. Make sure to paste your ID into this node over here, okay? And upload the rest accordingly. So for Rails, you have to do something called rule upload, which is where you need to upload into sort of like a container before you can post it onto Facebook. And so over here, you just want to make sure that all these settings are set to green. And then next one is upload the Rails. So once again, make sure to update your Facebook ID over here. So this will be uploaded to your page, okay? And I would actually give it the video ID, which is from the previous node over here. Paste this in. And now I make sure the upload phase is finished so that the upload will be completed. The video state will be published. Description would be the caption we've gotten from the publishing agent earlier on. Over here, that's the value of creating different views from this agent, right? So I just have to drag this and paste this in. And then we just have to check the status to make sure the upload process has been completed, okay? And then add in the video ID over here, paste this in, okay? And that's all you gotta do for the Facebook node. Once this is completed, it will actually upload the video as a reel onto Facebook. And of course, we just have to update the Airtable for Facebook uploaded as well, okay? And then for Instagram, we're going to do something very different. We're going to go into business.facebook.com, okay? We're going to create a new system user and we're going to give it access to different pages, right? So to give it access, click the three buttons below, assign access, and you want to give it access to your Instagram account. Make sure to assign it and give it full control. Okay, close this. So I've already given it full control over here. And then what I'm going to do is to generate a token, right? I'm going to select the app, which would be the app we have created earlier on. And then you're just going to give it a new token. You can set the token expiry to never. Press next. And then select permissions. You can just give it the Instagram permissions this time. So Instagram content publish, Instagram manage comments, manage insights, publish video, Instagram basics. And then from here you can see what other permissions you want to give it as well. But this should be good for Instagram to work. Okay. And then we want to generate a token. And once you have this token, you just want to copy this. Go back to n8n. And this time let's paste it into the Instagram agent node. We're going to create a new credential, and perhaps you can call this Instagram, and then you just paste this in. Okay, we're just going to close this because we have one already. Alright, and then the same thing here for the node. You want it to be connected to your Instagram page. So you just have to go into Meta Business Suite, find your Instagram ID. Right, we're going to go into Instagram accounts and then give it the ID over here. Paste this in and you're good to go. Same for the rest. You just want to update this as well. Make sure the node is set accordingly. Okay, once this is done, let me just run through how Instagram posting works too. Okay, firstly, we're going to create a container as well for us to upload the video. This will be received from the Cloudinary node where we upload it into the cloud. And then the caption value would be from the publishing agent as well. You can see over here. Drag and paste this in description. Media type video URL would be from the previous link, right from Cloudinary. I just drag this and paste this in. Okay, that's all you gotta do for the creating a container. And then we have to give it a wait node. Now this is super important because if you do not give it enough time to wait, it might not be able to process the video before we can post it, and that will create an error in our posting process. And then we just have to have one more, which would be post. And so this is another HTTP request. Make sure the creation ID would be from the previous node. And once this is done, your Instagram post will be posted. Make sure to update Airtable as well. Once we're done, we're just left with one last step before we complete this whole system for the setup. The last setup we need to do is the TikTok post over here. So why did I set TikTok last is because this is where the value of a hybrid system really comes to play. The thing about different platforms is they have different API requirements. You can see Facebook is a little bit more complicated. But of course with TikTok, there is a lot more restrictions into how to go about the API. And so sometimes if we want to manage between the ease of use as well as the cost, instead of going through all the privacy requirements for the TikTok API, what we can actually do is to utilize external API tools while keeping the cost low in our hybrid system. So what I'm going to do is go into this platform called upload/post. Okay, I'm going to create a new account over here. And then I'm going to get the API key, which is from here. Right, we're going to get the API key over here. And they have 10 free usage per month. And I think the real value in this is if you take a look at the pricing over here. Right, it is a basic of $8.40 per month to have 120 uploads. If you're someone that's upload a lot of posts for yourself or for your clients, you might have to go for even more expensive usage like the $25 per month uploads or even the $100 subscriptions from the different platforms out there. But what's the value of this hybrid system is that I can actually just utilize this API just for TikTok because it's a little bit more complicated. And if I just consider 120 uploads just for TikTok out of all the platforms that I'll be automatically posting my content onto, I'll actually be saving a lot of money because if I were to post, let's say 400 pieces of content per month onto all platforms, I'll still only spend this small amount of money for just TikTok itself. If I were to use even lesser, that would be even better as well. So once again, I only have to pay the API for TikTok and I do not have to pay for the other platforms, and that's where I find a hybrid system to be extremely valuable. Okay. And so you do have to connect a TikTok account first. So if you go into manage users, you just have to create a new user. Okay, add user. Okay, I just have to connect to TikTok. Click this. And then once you're done, it will actually prompt you to log into your TikTok account. But because I've done it before, I don't have to do that again. But once you have connected to your TikTok account, you should have it connected over here. Okay, and then you can just find your API key and then copy this and go back to n8n. Open this up and create a new credential, paste your API key over here, and this will be authorization, and you're good to go. The title would be the caption for our TikTok video, so we just have to drag it over from our publishing agent, get the title over here, paste this in, and then the user will be the user that you would be using for the TikTok account. So if you go back here, you can see tester123, and just have to find your own user account. The platform would be TikTok. The video file would be from the data binary inputs. Okay, and then that's all you gotta do. and make sure this is uploaded to TikTok. Okay, so once that's done, you're completed and all the APIs have been set up perfectly. Alright, and lastly, just to help you understand the rest of my workflow, I actually merge all the outputs together. And so I set a setting where all of the status for YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook have to be updated to uploaded over here for the final status to be completed, so that we know that this video has been completed. Alright, and we just have to update the Airtable once again. Okay, and so yeah, after doing all of this, you should have your system set up, and all you gotta do is just to upload a new video, change the status to start upload, and you are good to go. So let's say we have this new video over here, which is a totally different video from the previous one. If I open this up, you can see where this is the POV style video, right? So let's say we want to post this video as well. We can also use this system just like that. Okay, go back to n8n, and we're just going to remove this because we don't have the style tone for this video as Boss Baby. Okay, and now let's test out the workflow once again, and let's see the new video being posted onto all our platforms. Okay, now that it's completed, let's check out our Airtable first. You can see over here, the status has been changed to completed, uploaded, uploaded, uploaded. Perfect. Let's go into our social media platforms. You can see over here, these are the 4 accounts that we have just uploaded. You can see on Facebook, we do have the video posted. Perfect. We do have the video posted as well on YouTube. Alright, same for on TikTok. Okay, perfect, with a different caption, as well as on Instagram as well with a different caption. And so yeah, I hope you found this useful and do use this system to upload your own content into your own different platforms. Alright, congrats. If you have reached this point, I really applaud you, and you're really the top 1% of the people out there right now, putting you far ahead as a content orchestrator. Now, of course, this video and the resources are all for you, right? So remember to rewatch each section if needed and modify the systems to your own need. At any point of time, if you have any questions, you can use this like a manual to rewatch each section if needed. I hope this video helps you understand the possibilities of AI content automation, and we're only at the beginning of it. And I also hope through this video you're actually proud of yourself to be able to build many different types of content for yourself or to use for your own work purposes afterwards. Now, of course, if you want to go further in depth, and there's only so much I can cover in a video like this, you can join my community, link in the description below, where I'll go into more in-depth guides weekly with live updates as well as live support. So do join the community if you want to really take your content automation journey to the next level. Till then, I really appreciate you for staying to the end, and do share this with someone who might find this valuable. If you like videos like these, do give it a like and subscribe as well. Till then, I'll see you in the next video. Peace.